All right. Welcome to the third hearing of the Committee's inquiry into anti-Semitism in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide for procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. Now, to each of you, welcome and thank you very much for giving evidence today. Could each of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms. Hassof on my left, please state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Miriam Hassof. I'm the principal of Moriah College. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Emms?
My name is Linda Emms. I'm the principal of Emmanuel School, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Farbenblum?
Associate Professor Basina Farbenblum, but I'm appearing in my capacity as a board member at Emmanuel School. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Would any of you like to make a short opening statement? Perhaps limit it to 2 minutes? Maybe starting with you, Ms. Hassof.
Sure. I actually, I will be grateful if you will allow me a few extra minutes, please, to present my thoughts. I'm grateful to the committee for the opportunity to speak today and give voice to the reality faced by our community. The moment that shook me to my core was the arson attack on the Only About Children preschool in Maroubra, just 150 metres from Mount Sinai College where I began my teaching career. I know how sacred early learning spaces are meant to be for all children from all communities. In the early hours of 21 January 2025, that preschool was deliberately set alight, spray painted across its front, F the Jews. Even compared to the horror of the synagogue attack, and that was horrific, nothing hit me harder than seeing a place of children's laughter and learning burned simply because it stood next to a Jewish school. The message was unmistakable. Children are being targeted, not because they're Jewish, but because they are near Jews. That is how deep and distorted this hatred has become. By way of background, I graduated from Moriah College 30 years ago and now serve as its first female principal and the first alumna to lead the college in its 80-year history. My journey at Moriah began as a young immigrant child in the early 1980s. My parents valued a strong education and a moral compass, one that honoured our Jewish heritage, embraced the privilege of being Australian and instilled in us a duty to give back. That's why they sent my brothers and me to Moriah, and that's why my daughter attends. In the 1990s, we walked to school alone, caught the bus home with friends, wore our school uniforms, our Star of Davids, and the boys wore their kippot without fear. We roamed Bondi Junction freely. Anti-Semitism existed, but it was rare. We believed we lived in the lucky country. In 1960, Prime Minister Robert Menzies declared there is absolutely no room in Australia for anti-Semitism. Back then, anti-Semitism was an aberration. But that Australia, the one of Menzies, the one I grew up in, is not the Australia my daughter or the 1,600 children in my care are now experiencing. By 2025, open anti-Semitism targeting school children has become ambient. What was once repugnantly un-Australian has become disturbingly routine. The unacceptable has been normalised. 30 years after I graduated, I now stand at Moriah's gates each morning, welcoming students and checking in with our security team. They coordinate with the Community Security Group and New South Wales Police, to whom we are deeply grateful. 3 layers of protection offer reassurance, but I stand there, alert, watchful, on edge. and no school principal in this country should have to do that. People ask, Mariah has always had security, what's changed? And I say, we haven't changed. The world around us has. Something has been unleashed. Anti-Semitism has found its voice, loud, unashamed, emboldened. Let me share some examples. From January to September 2023, Mariah recorded 21 security incidents. Between October 7 and December of 2023, we recorded another 21 in that final quarter of the year. In 2025 so far, we are averaging at least one incident per week. That's nearly 2 years of relentless targeted abuse. 18 October 2023, an anonymous message to our Instagram read, "Your school is nothing but a disgrace. I hope all the children, parents and staff get cancer and die a slow, painful death. Praise Hitler." 29 November 2023, a passenger drove past the college, pointed and gave a Nazi salute. 10 September 2024, a man driving along York Road yelled, "F the Jews." 2 June 2025, 2 men exited a vehicle near the college, spat towards the campus, made obscene gestures, and exposed themselves on our security cameras. Crude, vile, and targeted, meant to intimidate Jewish children. Last week, a Year 9 girl was chased up Queen's Park Road by a woman shouting, "F the Jews, effing C-word, free Palestine," over and over. This was a child walking to school. She was terrified. These are a handful of many incidents. Each one is horrific on its own, but together they form a relentless drip feed of hate. The cumulative impact is corrosive. How do we respond at school? We drop everything. Security is activated, psychologists and heads of year are deployed. We comfort students, call families, write reports, put together briefs, and then try returning to the teaching until it happens again days later. Education is constantly disrupted. Our teachers are drained. Our well-being team is overstretched. Our leaders are operating like a counter-terrorism unit, and this has become our normal. And so I conclude by saying that this must not be allowed to take root in Australia or deepen the divides in our society. I'm here because I still believe in this country, its promise of decency, dignity, and the right of every child to walk without fear. Thank you for hearing my voice, and through me, the voices of our children.
Thank you. Ms. Emms?
Thank you. Because we didn't provide a submission to the inquiry, I'm also going to ask your patience and for some leniency in the length of my opening remarks. I feel it may be useful for the inquiry to have some understanding of context as I begin. I commenced my role as principal of Emmanuel School this year. I've worked at a number of independent schools in Sydney in my 28 years as an educator, all of them faith-based. I came to this role with an understanding of the need to have different security measures to those I had experienced at previous schools. I am not Jewish. Like many non-Jewish people, I believe that there were some in our community who harbour anti-Semitic views, but that they were few, and incidents related to anti-Semitism the exception. In my 6 months as principal of Emmanuel School, I have been shocked and saddened to face the reality that this is not the case. The behaviour being experienced by staff and students goes beyond racism and discrimination. The behaviour being exhibited is that of targeted hate simply for being Jewish. The perpetrators of these comments and actions towards students are sometimes adults and often like-aged peers. It's occurring as students travel to and from school, in public places before and after school, on the sporting field and online. I ask you to consider the impact on an 11-year-old child of being taunted with comments of Heil Hitler on the sporting field. This is the experience of my students. At the commencement of the school year, my first communication to parents and staff should have been that of setting my vision for our school. Instead, it was a communication outlining the steps being taken to ensure the safe return of students and staff for Term 1. There was nothing normal in the measures we had to take to make our community feel safe. I couldn't have imagined anything like this before taking this role at a Jewish school. Parents drove their children to school because they were fearful for their children's safety on public transport. Students hid their Jewish identity in public by covering their uniforms so they could not be identified as students of our school. We had to reallocate significant funds to cover the costs of additional guarding measures. We had to complete additional risk assessments for all off-site activities, resulting in a delayed start or cancellation of excursions and some of our sporting programs. We are very grateful to New South Wales Police and the officers of Operation Pearl for their support. However, it is not normal for infant students to have to walk past uniformed police as they arrive at school, and we had to manage the impact on students' anxiety and well-being. How should a parent or a teacher respond when a 6-year-old child asks why are there police outside their school every day but not other schools? The fear and the incidents have not diminished since the high-profile incidents over summer. In Term 1, our students were subjected to verbal anti-Semitic abuse during inter-school sporting matches. Students continue to report being subjected to hateful anti-Semitic attacks online that often include calls for death or violence to Jews. The most frequently used reference are those of the Nazis and Hitler. This month, a group of teenagers walking past our school called Heil Hitler and used their hand to make a shooting gesture at one of our security guards. This is also having an impact on the mental health and well-being of our students. Students impacted by these incidents have become fearful, and some with pre-existing anxiety disorders have become significantly heightened. We work closely with external allied health professionals to provide support for these students. The impact of ongoing anti-Semitic attacks and those associated in the associated climate of fear is not confined to our students and their families. It has affected the well-being of many of our staff. Jewish and non-Jewish staff alike have expressed fears about being identified as working at a Jewish school, and they report changing their behaviour to conceal their association with the Jewish institution. Some teachers have said that when catching Ubers to school, they pretend they're going elsewhere and they get dropped around the corner, or they change their pickup location to a distance a block from the school. This term, we were asked by a local university to take a last-minute pre-service teacher who is Jewish. In the school they'd been placed, one of the students made an anti-Semitic comment during class, and the supervising teacher in the room did not step in. The university reported that this pre-service teacher felt unsafe and asked her university to find her a placement in a Jewish school. I want to be very clear that this is not just a problem for the Jewish community. We are seeing clear signs of serious breakdown in social cohesion that is changing the face of the New South Wales school community. After October 7, all of our interfaith programs stopped, almost immediately. Despite our outreach and efforts to engage in constructive dialogue, including through the Association of Independent Schools New South Wales, our professional body, schools of other faith backgrounds have not been willing to engage with us. There is only one school in the eastern suburbs who has re-engaged with us to promote interfaith dialogue in 2025. This is something I could never have imagined happening among schools in New South Wales. In distancing from Jewish day schools, our educators are teaching a new generation of Australians to hate, shun and fear other students because of their faith and culture, and it will have lasting consequences for the fabric of our society in New South Wales and in Australia more broadly. These programs are an essential part of building social cohesion in a multicultural society. We need our schools, our teachers and the broader community to build understanding and promote tolerance of a diversity of beliefs and views amongst students. If we do not teach them this now, we will normalise anti-Semitism, racism and stereotyping and hate for diverse others. This should be a concern to everyone, and we need to urgently invest in programs that correct course so that we can chart a different way forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. You may go to questions. Who would like to start? Opposition?
Sure, I
Or
can
government?
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Unless Jackie wants
So-
to, I don't mind, I'm easy.
I'll start.
Yeah, you
if
start.
that's okay. Thank you so much for coming today and for your statements, which are harrowing and powerful. I'm really sorry that you and your students and your staff have had to experience this. Ms. Hassof?
Yeah,
Hassofer?
it's fine, yes, good.
You mentioned that you're working closely with the police. Have you had to report specific incidents to the police, and how many have you had to report?
So the way it works for us, and firstly I'll talk about working closely with the police. Earlier in the year, we met with the police, with an incredible team of police on a project called Operation Pearl. And together we worked at preparing presentations that would go into as many schools around New South Wales as we could. So we developed these presentations together. The police really took the lead on this and then came in and met with our team of teachers, wellbeing staff, psychologists on how we could really polish this and then get it to the students. And then they went out and presented to the Jewish schools and I believe to the other schools in the area as well. So we have worked very closely on the education side of how to deal immediately at the start of the year with the challenges that we were facing, and then obviously to look at how that could then go out to the broader community. In terms of how we continue to work with them, our internal security works very closely. So anytime there is an incident, that will then get reported onto the police. Mm-hmm. Whether it's an incident that is against our guards, that happens to students outside the school, at a sporting event, anything that comes to us.
And are you confident that the police are recording all of these incidents carefully and keeping track of how that's affecting your school and the security needs?
You know, I can only talk about the interaction that I've had with the police. What you're asking me about is not something that I've tracked, and I could look into that for you, of course. But in my interaction with the police and the work that we did together about Operation Pearl, I felt that they were really very responsive. You know, in those early days, they were there, and I know that Linda mentioned it, but they were there at drop-off in the morning, at the end of the day. So I can only talk to that experience.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Emms, you mentioned the increase in, obviously, time and labour associated with things like risk assessments, but have you also needed to put further resources and financial resources, and this goes for you as well, Ms. Hassof, behind the security that you've needed to bolster?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've had significant increases in terms of what we've had to do with security. And understanding that this is unbudgeted, so we've had to divert funds from other educational parts of the school to make sure that our students feel safe and our staff feel safe.
And I'll just add to that, for us, we have post-October 7 had an 86% increase in annual manpower, electronic security measures and operational costs. So in terms of numbers, our annual security cost pre-October 7 was around 2.1 million. Post-October 7, that's risen to 3.9.
Okay. And do you have any similar figures, Ms. Emms?
I'd have to take that on notice because I'm recently at the school. I don't have the figures going back to October 7.
Okay. And did you want to ask things as well?
Yeah,
just
that's okay.
Yep. Yeah. So in terms of the police giving advice back to you, are you being told about threats before they happen instead of you just reporting proactively in accordance with what your schools have experienced? Are police coming to you and explaining that there might be threats that you need to specifically guard against in some way, day to day or week by week?
So look, two things on that. The first is that we need to think about what the incidents are. So the example I gave a few minutes ago about a Year 9 girl walking through Queen's Park. I mean, how would the police know that there would suddenly be a woman that chases after this girl saying vile things? But what I will say is that we've got 3 organisations that work very, very closely together. So our school, internal security, the community security group, CSG, and the police. And I know that they're working closely together, but I can't talk to whether we are notified about threats or where that would come from.
And again, my school works with the same groups, so we all work together. We support each other as a community. I think the difficulty is that this kind of language and behaviour has become so normalised that a person on the street feels emboldened to be able to call out these hateful comments and feel that nobody will stand up and say that is not okay.
Have you been finding that you've been getting community reports in addition to police reports? Like, are people in the community who feel like they don't necessarily know what to do in the moment but still want to take action, are they coming to the school?
I think in our case, our community is so knowledgeable about CSG and its availability to the community. So I can't say maybe they go directly to CSG, but obviously our immediate community, our parents, our students are unbelievable. They come and confidently and openly report things to us. They know it's a very safe space.
And have you been finding that there have been any instances where altercations have arisen, or when people experience some incident of anti-Semitism, is there any escalation of that in the moment that you've recorded, or is it generally that reporting back that has been the way to identify an incident?
The incidents that we have had, our students have done what we've asked them to do, which is to withdraw themselves from the situation for their own safety. There have been instances where students have been targeted where they are on their own and they are isolated. So they do what we've taught them to do, which is to withdraw from that and then report the incident.
Thank you. Did you?
Yeah. Thank you all for being here today. I wonder, Mrs. Hassof and Ms. Emms, if you could speak to the experience of your students. What effect does it have on a Year 9 girl, a Year 10 boy, who is unable to walk through a park without a fear that some untoward comments or other activity may occur?
And, you know, I might start by answering what happened in the school last Friday. You know, oftentimes when we hear a fire alarm go off, people will tend to say it's just a fire alarm, we'll just sit here and carry on with the day. We had a fire alarm go off accidentally last week. When I tell you that in under a minute that block was empty, the children left the building immediately because they are in such a heightened space right now. It is hard enough to be a teenager. We were talking about that earlier. It is hard enough as a teenager to go through what teenagers have to deal with. There is so much anxiety and so much fear coming from this. And they tried to put on a brave face. But I said in my statement that in that case, for example, we spent the rest of the afternoon with this girl. We brought in our psychology team. We brought in the well-being team. We spoke to the parents. We had to calm her down. And that's what we try to do. We try to make it business as usual. But these kids are so heightened. And Friday of last week, it really, really came home for me when I saw how quickly they left that building.
Ms. Emms?
I'm going to talk to a similar instance, but ours is with regards to our lockdown drills. So, as all schools do, we run regular emergency drills, and we've this year run 2 lockdown drills. In a normal school, which is not experiencing this, you do a lockdown drill, it is very much, it happens, it's unnotified, everybody goes back to class. In our context, we start a week out. We start talking to students. We start talking to students about what it is, when it's going to occur. We start talking with our staff. We notify our parents. And we do all of these things because for us at present, if we were to do an unnotified lockdown drill, we would have an absolutely terrified community. We have a number of students who during those drills will actually go to our wellbeing staff and they will not take part in those drills because that heightens them to such a level that it is not safe for their mental health and wellbeing. We also have a number of staff who will seek support around the time that we run those drills. Because again, for them, it triggers a level of anxiety that they need support to help and to come back from. So I think that speaks to your question.
And if I can just
Opposition.
add to that, we actually stopped we were meant to have a security drill this week and we cancelled it. We
Government.
did not feel safe going ahead, yeah.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along. It's much
Thank you.
appreciated. I was wondering, firstly, for both institutions, I assume that you maintain a database of some sort of anti-Semitic incidences, and I'm wondering if both institutions would be able to provide that to the committee on notice, and we certainly wouldn't expect any information that you might consider confidential in terms of names and so forth, but would you be able to provide that database on notice if you have one indeed?
We provide information on all instances to the community security group.
Yeah.
They maintain the database of all incidents that happen with our school,
Yeah.
and that would be at their discretion as to whether they're happy to provide that database to
Sure.
you.
If you were just able to explain exactly what the community security group is, just for the record.
I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to answer that.
Do you want to?
Mm.
So, look, to the best of my knowledge, with the information that I have, the Community Security Group (CSG) was established many years ago as exactly that, a community group there to respond to incidents, to look at the overall security environment for the community, and to actually work very closely with the New South Wales Police
Yeah.
on ensuring that through partnership, through really close collaboration, our communities can feel very safe.
Right. So it's a community organisation, is that right? That works with the schools.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't independently maintain a database of these incidences.
I could go back to my head of security and check exactly, how that works.
Sure, if you wouldn't mind, I'd be very
Sure.
grateful. Okay, thank you. In this inquiry, we've heard evidence which I wouldn't necessarily embrace sort of unequivocally, but we've heard evidence that has been dividing anti-Semitism into left-wing and right-wing anti-Semitism, if I can put it that way, with left-wing anti-Semitism said to be things concerned, at least ostensibly, with Israel and criticisms of Israel, and then right-wing anti-Semitism being more things being said or done by the far right, if I can put it that way. And in that context, I'm just wondering if either institution or both institution is able to speak to what proportion of the incidences that you and your students are suffering at least ostensibly seem to be phrased in terms of something to do with Israel or criticism of Israel. And you talked before, I think, Ms. Hassof, about a student being pursued and someone shouting "Free Palestine" at them, which is obviously completely outrageous. So that might be an example of something that might fit into that category of so-called left-wing anti-Semitism, which again, I don't necessarily embrace this kind of categorisation of it. It's a bit crude, but just wondering if you're able to talk to that. What percentage of what's going on is referable to that sort of concept?
I've not thought about things in terms of what you just said.
Yeah.
Probably because I'm not very political and I'm just a school principal and I don't always understand all these things. But for me, I need to talk about the experiences that my children have in the school.
Yeah.
And that's what I respond to. So I was just sharing a quote, and whether it says, F the Jews, all those disgusting things, I wasn't breaking this down and analysing what was said, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Not at
So
all.
I can't put a percentage on anything. For me, it was, what is my child dealing with at school? And I call them my child because that's how it starts to, but that's what the child is dealing with at school. And then how do I immediately respond to that? I can't speak for anyone. We are very much right now in a situation, if something happens, we need to respond
Yeah.
and keep our kids safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Emms, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, the issues and the incidents that we've been responding to in the first 6 months of this year, the references are Nazis, Hitler, gas chambers. To me, there is no question this is anti-Semitism.
Sure.
Like my colleague, I don't divide into left and right.
Yeah.
I have a duty of care to my students, duty of care to protect them. And when I hear language of that nature, it's very clear to me it's anti-Semitic behaviour.
Sure. The reason I ask is we've had evidence in the inquiry to the effect that one of the issues contributing to anti-Semitism in the community is an alignment in a sort of absolute sense of Israel and the Australian Jewish community. And obviously there's a lot of criticism going on of the actions of the State of Israel. And I was very concerned to hear that this interfaith dialogue has broken down. In the context of that, how do you think we do work in the community to prevent this alignment going on in people's heads where people then, and perhaps sometimes it's marginal people, feel that they can sort of impute to the Jewish community all of the actions of Israel and vent it upon them? What sort of work can we do in the community, particularly among our youth, to try to sort of prevent this tendency?
I think there are two things that stand out for me. One is we need to rebuild the interfaith programs in our schools. They are critical. We need to be, as the adults in the room, willing to engage with each other and create safe spaces so that our students understand that we are a multicultural, diverse community and all dialogue must be respectful. I think there is also a really important place for the Sydney Jewish Museum and the programs that they run in terms of developing a broader community understanding and the education of our students, because if we want to talk about being proactive, if we want to talk about prevention, we actually need to be working all the way through primary school and all the way up through high school. That will require support for programs like the Sydney Jewish Museum. That will require curriculum change. That will require education for pre-service teachers. We need the universities on board. That will require further professional learning for the teachers in our schools. And they're the things that we need if we want to be able to have respectful dialogue.
Sure. I've been contacted, Miss Emms, by some alumni of Emmanuel, and they have raised with me, and I think you'll be familiar with this, it was a letter of apology sent to parents in relation to a Stand Together event, which I think is an Israeli organisation, that took place on the 12th of November 2024 at the school. And Stand Together made a presentation to students in which the Israeli government and the conduct of the war on Gaza was criticised. And subsequently, a letter of apology was sent to parents about hosting the event and things that were said at the event. But the alumni later criticised that apology, and they stated in a letter to the school, Emmanuel's website as a pluralistic Jewish school states we will affirm there is more than one authentic way to be Jewish and embed this in all we do. Yet the decision to apologise for offering students an opportunity to hear from Standing Together suggests a troubling departure from this commitment to pluralism and risks isolating students who hold different views. So in that context of this issue of a pernicious alignment of Israel and the Australian Jewish community, are you able to comment on that letter of apology and the sort of broader issue that it poses?
I'm not able to comment. That letter of apology was issued by the previous principal. I wasn't the principal of the school at the time, so I'm not able to comment on that letter. I've actually not seen that letter.
Sure, okay, so it's before your time?
It's before my time at the school.
Sure, thank you for that. Just for Mariah then, you were talking in your evidence, Ms. Hassof, about a time when this level of anti-Semitism was not a problem for the students, and you reflected on your own time there. At what point did this sort of level of security become necessary and these sort of incidences rise to that level?
I don't think I said it's not a problem. I think what I said is that it was a different time.
A different time.
Yeah, and it was a different time, but I think I also said that anti-Semitism has been there. Yeah. And that's why I quoted Menzies from 1960. I mean, anti-Semitism is such an age-old thing. And so there has always been an awareness. I can't talk to when the decision was taken within the Sydney Jewish community to have security or increase security. But what I can talk to is that we certainly see an increase in our security needs post-October 7 and greater investment both in the guarding and in the infrastructure. And that's why I sort of made that statement. You know, people have said to me, well, you've always had security. I don't know. I don't know if we've always had security, but I know that its face has changed and our security needs have changed.
Sure, thank you.
Ms. Collins?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all so much for being here today. It's a really important perspective. I think the impact of anti-Semitic statements on your school communities has been really well ventilated already. But I was also interested, I think in your opening statements and some of the comments, you also talked about the impact of the security response on people's psychological well-being, actually students seeing police on the way in and how that impacts them, or how the drills themselves are impacting people. So I'm interested in, I suppose, how you strike the right balance between responding to genuine security need when that's there, but also not, I suppose, escalating the sense of threat level amongst a community that I recognise suffers from significant intergenerational trauma.
Can I just ask you, when you say the genuine security need, can you elaborate on that just so I understand what you mean?
Yeah, sure. So I suppose looking from the outside, there may be instances where additional security is required in response to a real threat that has been received. And I suppose there would also be a perceived threat level in the community based on the general environmental media reporting or other things. So I'm sort of trying to distill a perceived need and a genuine need, which may coexist.
I wish we could. I wish we could separate out such a thing from what is a perceived threat and what is a genuine threat. I can talk about the 26th of January, when every parent in our school was shaken to the core because of what had happened in Maroubra the night before. And that's 3 days before school starts. Now, I can't separate. That is their perception. And I don't know anymore, because when a parent sends their child to school in the morning, when the little 5 or 6 year old walks into that school, we have a responsibility to keep that child safe. And the fact that we've got parents that were so nervous to even put their child on that bus, we started looking into running private bus services because parents did not want to put their children on the bus at the beginning of the year.
So if I can pick up on exactly this and come back to my original question of sort of how do you balance the need to make students and staff and parents and community feel safe, and perceived threat, I acknowledge, causes real distress.
Yeah.
How do you balance that against that, I suppose, escalatory effect where the presence of police or the lockdown drills themselves can cause further distress?
I'll give you a great example. On that first day of school, there was police presence, there was security presence, there were very, very nervous parents dropping their kids to school, very nervous children. As they approached the gates, we had music playing for the first day of school. We had our student leaders standing there with welcome signs for the children, so that the moment they moved from the outside into the inside, a transformation took place. And we all worked very, very hard to put the music on, to dance with them, to take photos saying welcome to the new year, to make them feel safe. That is how we de-escalate for our kids and make it seem as normal as we can for them.
Did you want to add something from a
No, I'm just going to say we're very similar. It is, once they walk through those school gates, we want school life to be as normal as it is. We want there to be joy, we want there to be happiness. And then we work very, very hard with our wellbeing teams to support both the staff and the students who need the extra care. Because I agree, you cannot separate it so easily into real and perceived. It's perceived, it is their reality.
I want to put something to you because it's been put to me, and I was trying, as part of this inquiry, to understand people's experiences in the community, and I was talking to someone who lives near one of the schools, and I won't name the school because that's not the salient bit of this, but I was sort of asking them, what's your experience of anti-Semitism? What do you think is going on in the community? And they said to me, the threat level must be really high because the students from the Jewish school have security with them when they go to the park to play sport. So it was the security response being cited to me as evidence of the threat level, I suppose, rather than the threat level. So this is what I'm trying to understand is, I suppose, what the impact of some of those very visible security measures are actually having on the school community, but also on the broader community.
I would firstly say, isn't that sad? Isn't it sad that children going to a park across the road to play some sport have security with them? That in itself is an issue. Where we are very, very fortunate is that our internal security team have built very good relationships with our children. So you'll see the children walking into school, they greet them, they say good morning to them, they'll try to high five them, and our guards are very, very good. And so for our children, I believe that they see that as a feeling of extra safety. Our guards do not make them feel heightened.
I've got a couple of questions. Perhaps first to you, Ms. Hassof, and it may be a bit early to be able to talk about this, but has there been an effect on academic outcomes and results for the students at the school?
It may be early to talk about that, but what I can talk to are a few concerns that have been brought to me, both by students and by parents. One, for example, is nervousness around the studies of religion paper for HSC, and concern that if somehow in their responses it was known that they are Jewish, would that become an issue? So I actually think that we are at the beginning of something, and I think that we need to watch this closely, but it would be too early. What I can say, though, is that when a student is heightened, when they are anxious about something, when they are nervous about something, that has to have an impact on their work. It just has to. The moment they are not able to focus entirely on their work, that is going to have an impact.
Ms. Emms, have you got something to contribute on that side of things?
I agree that I think it's too early to give data on impact results. But I guess the example that I would talk about is earlier this year we took our students to Onstage. Onstage is a program which is a showcase of the exemplary drama works from the year before. In every school I've worked in, we take our students to Onstage. It is part of preparing them for their final exam. It is very much a learning experience. For our students to attend Onstage, we had to first of all ask for a list of all the performances. When we saw the title and the brief description of some of those performances, we then went back to them and said, can we please have a copy of the scripts in those performances? Because we were concerned that the nature of some of those performances, which are deliberately provocative, in some instances may cause a trigger for some of our students. So we did attend, but we attended a night which had a different set of performances on it. So it does have an impact on education because we cannot freely attend a series of performances that other schools would simply attend.
Ms. Farbenbloom, I assume you're a parent at the school.
I am.
What impacts have you seen on your children and their friends, if any?
I think the reluctance to wear school uniform in public, that sense of nervousness of actually displaying your identity as a young person, making you unsafe in the community, and to me that feels tragic. And we've always raised our kids to be proud to be Jewish, and they are, but they're also genuinely fearful for their safety. There were kids in my son's year who had raw eggs thrown at them at Westfield because they were in school uniform. And so the kids are always hyper vigilant. They might bring a different jumper to put on, or they're looking around them if they've got the insignia of the school. And that to me feels tragic, to be a teenager in Sydney who feels fearful to be identified as a Jewish person.
And you've obviously had Year 12 students graduate. Have there been any results become evident one way or the other in relation to those students that perhaps graduated last year? In terms of their ability to get the higher marks to get into the relevant courses that they're interested in getting into at university, for example, or again, is that too early to tell?
Do you know, no, I think it's a really great question, and I have to say that I've probably not given that consideration for today, but that's something that I could go away and look at with our high school team.
If you could, it might be interesting to see whether, I know your school, and I'm sure Ms. Emms' school has got a lot of records in terms of academic achievement coming out of Year 12. Whether there is a blip in the numbers, for example, I don't know how better to put it, in terms of there being a physical effect that you can see based on the results of students graduating from Year 12 to higher education, or even not going to higher education, going elsewhere, right across the board. I'm sure you have a lot of detailed stats on the performance of the school. Anyway, I thank you very much for coming today. I note that you've taken a number of questions on notice, not least of which that one you indicated. Ms. Emms, could you do that too, please, for your school?
Of course.
Be interested to see that. Thank you very much for coming, and the Secretariat will be in contact with you soon, seeking the answers to those questions you've taken on notice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Could we have the next witnesses, please? Thanks very much for coming. Welcome to you all, and thanks very much for taking the time to give us some evidence today. Could each of you, starting from my left, perhaps with you, Rabbi Kaiser-Blue, please state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Rabbi Raphael Kaiser-Bluth, a rabbi at Emmanuel Synagogue in Wallara, and happy to do an oath.
Please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Conyer?
My name is Avishai Conyer. I'm the head of Youth and Young Adult Engagement at Emmanuel Synagogue, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Climpmpt?
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Climpmpt. I'm the president of the Central Synagogue in Bondi Junction, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Rabbi Solomon?
Thank you very much, Shua Solomon, Rabbi Mizrahi Synagogue and President of the Rabbinical Council of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Perhaps starting with you, Rabbi, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes.
Could you limit it to 2 minutes if possible?
It's hard for a rabbi to speak that short, but
I know, that's very hard. Very hard.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Rabbi Rafi Kaiserbluth, and I had the privilege of serving as rabbi at Emmanuel Synagogue in Wallara for nearly 9 years. Before coming to Australia, I served for 6 years as a congregational rabbi in the United Kingdom, and prior to that, I worked with Jewish communities in Argentina and Israel. In parallel to my rabbinic work, I've served in uniform for over 13 years as a reservist in the United States Navy, as a chaplain, and currently as a reserve chaplain here in the Royal Australian Navy. I'm here today with my colleague Avishai Conyer, who is the head of youth and young adult education at our synagogue. He also serves as youth chair on the Union for Progressive Judaism's executive committee, and has previously led our Jewish youth movement at both the state and national levels. His work involves daily engagement with young Jews, many of whom are experiencing the brunt of rising anti-Semitism across New South Wales. We're here before you today not only as religious leaders, but as individuals who have personally experienced anti-Semitism and have listened to the pain and fear of countless congregants who have endured it on our streets, online, at work, and in schools. These are not isolated incidents. They form a pattern that we as a society must confront. Emmanuel Synagogue is a vibrant, inclusive community that is proudly Jewish and deeply Australian, with close to 4,000 members. We are not inward-looking. We are enmeshed in the life of the city and the nation. Our members are doctors, teachers, small business owners, volunteers, public servants, and defense personnel. We strive to model what it means to be contributing citizens in a multicultural, democratic society. However, just like your respective political parties, our community encompasses a wide spectrum of practices and beliefs. And yet, our spiritual home has been forced to become a fortress. My congregants must pass through multiple layers of security simply to attend services, to mark life's most sacred moments, births, marriages, deaths. My children, like many Jewish children in the city, go to school under the watchful eyes of armed guards. No other religious or ethnic group in Australia faces the same reality on such a scale. The cost of this security is immense, not just financially, but psychologically and communally. I do want to express, however, gratitude to New South Wales and the federal governments for the funding assistance provided towards security measures. It is deeply appreciated. But we must also ask ourselves, what kind of society do we live in where Jews cannot gather without fear? We seek more than just safety. A just and thriving multicultural society cannot settle for the bare minimum of protecting people from harm. It must also create a space for every community to live, express, and share its culture openly. Jewish Australians, like all Australians, deserve to see our festivals celebrated publicly, our histories reflected in curricula, our voices welcomed in public discourse, not just during moments of crises, but in the everyday fabric of civic life. Anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish problem. It's a societal problem. It's an Australian problem. It corrodes the values we hold dear: mutual respect, safety, freedom of belief and expression. We offer our testimony today in the hope that we may not only identify the roots of this hatred, but also act together to remove it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivek Hazley spoke.
Okay, Mr. Clint? No?
Happy to make an opening statement, and as not being a rabbi, I'll be able to keep it all very brief. So I do thank again the committee for inviting us all to attend and provide this testimony. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the president of the Central Synagogue, which is the largest Orthodox synagogue and congregation in Australia. I guess the committee has already had significant evidence on the fact of anti-Semitism in New South Wales, so I'm not here as an expert on the causes, but to provide some insight into the impacts of our community. Those impacts have been both directly affecting the welfare and well-being of our members, especially those that are Holocaust survivors and their direct descendants, as well as the operations of our synagogue. In terms of the welfare and well-being of our members, it's really, I guess, dramatically demonstrated by those Holocaust survivors who have enunciated their utter dismay at seeing things happen in Sydney in 2025 that they never thought would happen again in their lifetimes. That same anxiety is replicated throughout our community and through our members. which as a result means that we've had reticence of people coming to synagogue or identifying as being Jewish. And in an Orthodox community, it's pretty hard not to identify as being Jewish when you're walking to synagogue. And also just attending Jewish events, especially coming to synagogue, has led to significant anxiety and reticence. In terms of the impacts of our operations at the synagogue, I guess the two key areas are the increased additional pastoral care that's been required to address those anxieties in the community, and as already been mentioned, the need for additional security, which has been a financial burden, even despite the additional funding that we've also received and gratefully acknowledge from both the federal and state governments. So I'd be happy to expand on any of those themes through the Q&A session. Thank you.
Rabbi Solomon.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this important inquiry. My name is Shua Solomon, and I have the honour of serving as the President of the Rabbinical Council of New South Wales, representing the rabbis and communities of Orthodox synagogues across this state. I appear before you today not only in a professional capacity, but also as a deeply invested Australian citizen and a proud father, son and grandson. My grandfather, Joe Berenson, was a cabinet minister at both the state and federal level in Australia. He was the son of penniless Jewish refugees who arrived here in Australia at the beginning of the 20th century with nothing but a hope for a better life. My father, a Justice of the Supreme Court of Western Australia, is descended from convicts and the earliest Jewish settlers on this continent. Their stories are profoundly personal, but they are also quintessentially Australian. They speak not only to who my father is and my grandfather was, but to the remarkable country we live in, a nation where background, race or religion need not determine one's destiny, where opportunity is not the privilege of a few, but a promise for all. I come here today because I believe deeply in that promise, and I want my children and grandchildren to grow up in an Australia where they can continue to believe in it too. An Australia where no child is made to feel unsafe because of their religion, where a synagogue is a sanctuary, not a target, and where a rabbi does not need to receive a weekly security briefing in order to lead their community. I also speak on behalf of the Orthodox rabbinical leadership across this country. Our communities are deeply concerned. We are concerned about safety. We are concerned about rising antisemitism online, in schools, in public discourse, and yes, even on our streets. It is our hope that this inquiry will not only examine the issue with clarity and honesty, but it will also renew the commitment to ensuring Australia remains a place where no one is targeted or marginalised for their faith. Thank you.
Thank you. You start with
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along. It's much appreciated. The question, firstly, for the two synagogues, if I could, I'm just wondering, do your organisations keep a database of adverse incidences, anti-Semitic incidences, and would you be able to provide that database redacted for confidentiality if you wished, if you took that on notice? Would that be possible?
Certainly, I can take it on notice and
Sure, thank you.
what information we have. Yep.
I would imagine the database is not kept necessarily by the synagogues, by the community security group.
Yeah, community security group,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll take that on notice.
Sure, thank you. Are the security requirements and what is eventually provided by way of security at the synagogues, is that determined by advice from the police, or is it determined by your own private expert advice, or is it based on some other source of advice or consideration?
Well, I can speak on behalf of
Sure.
the Central Synagogue. It's the board's responsibility to maintain the welfare and security of the institution. So ultimately, it's our responsibility, and we make the ultimate decisions on how much security is employed. To get to that result, we take information from CSG, from the police, and from various other sources. But essentially, we have to make an ultimate call. Sometimes we're advised to do things like we've been advised to not have certain events, but we will hold those events because we feel it's important to do so. But we take it from a range of areas. Most often, though, it comes via CSG, who aggregate a lot of that information to us.
Okay. And for the Emmanuel?
Much the same, in that we have a very good, close relationship with the police, but our information and ultimate decision is made by the board and our executive director and the rabbis.
Yeah.
But the information comes from a wide variety of sources.
Yeah. So one of the issues that we've been considering in the inquiry is, well, on one hand, the distinction between a legitimate criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, and on the other, the alignment, the perhaps unfortunate alignment that occurs between the Australian Jewish community and Israel, which it would seem leads to people imputing personal responsibility to Jewish people for the actions of Israel. And that, I think you might have been in the room when the schools gave evidence and talked about students being chased and people chanting Free Palestine to them in a way that seems obviously quite intimidatory, but also to impute personal responsibility to an individual. And I'm wondering, in the context of those issues and concepts, can you talk to the rise in anti-Semitic incidences since October 7, but also, and these things are difficult to disentangle, but what proportion of incidences that you're seeing seem to be attributable to people imputing responsibility to Jewish Australians for the actions of Israel? Maybe starting on that.
To jump in, and my work involves, we have a very large young community as part of our congregation and across the Jewish community in New South Wales. And one of the things that's, I think, important to note is that even before October 7, we've been experiencing levels of anti-Semitism, and even before October 7, it has often been in relationship to the conflict happening overseas. I know myself personally, and walk down the street wearing kippah, and on many occasions will have people yell Free Palestine at me just because of that. And of course, that's not to say that there is the movement itself is anti-Semitic, but there is clearly a lot of the incidents we see can be attributed around it. And after October 7, that has dramatically increased. I was teaching a student just last weekend who spoke about how he was tripped and spat off and yelled at filthy Zionist, and he was wearing a Star of David necklace and said nothing. It was in the street. Yeah. And I think those incidences are rising dramatically.
Yeah. I think certainly we have really just taken the same view probably as the schools, which is the source of the anti-Semitic behaviour is somewhat irrelevant to us. The fact that it is anti-Semitic behaviour is the thing that is most concerning to us. And so I think that's really how we sort of reviewed the situation.
Yeah. And I'm not suggesting that it's your job to deal with anti-Semitism in terms of addressing the underlying things. It's a collective responsibility, I think, that we all share. But do you have thoughts on how we can, as a community, address this quite pernicious alignment of Jewish Australians with the actions of Israel that leads to this quite wrong imputing of personal responsibility? How do we educate the community? How do we lend people to understand that you don't hold individuals responsible for the actions of the state?
I mean, that's the $64 million question, or $64 question as it originally was. I think it's from our perspective, what we can do is demonstrate that the Sydney Jewish community is a vibrant and positive community that's contributing positively to this country, to this state, to this city, and educate people about the nature of our religion, of our community, and of the positive nature that all of that embodies. I don't think we can necessarily take that any further to try and change people's views on other matters. We can just put forward the positive contribution, as I think some of the testimonies already shown, that the community has provided, that members of the Jewish community have provided. And it's extremely difficult for us as an institution to try and tackle anything more than putting out the positive message of what we contribute. That's certainly from our perspective. I don't think the others have any other views.
If I may add to that, it's not just, it's actually building those bridges and actively going out into the community. Part of, I think, what we've seen in the world is as incredibly connected as we seem to be, we're incredibly isolated as well. And we've moved into our silos of this cultural group, or only wanting to be with those who look like me, speak like me, believe like me. And I think part of our role as leaders, wherever we may find ourselves, is to make sure that we are understanding we are part of something much larger than ourselves. We are part of an Australia, not just the Jewish community of Australia, not just a political ideology of Australia, but the entirety of Australia, and to make sure we're reaching out to build those bridges. It's by nature, human nature, we are fearful of that which we do not understand, and that which I do not know. And so to make an active, concerted effort to build those bridges with those who are not like me, not to convince them other thing, simply to be in community and relationship with them. So we've put a lot of effort into building our interfaith dialogues, to making inroads in the community where we live, and that's to the limited extent that we can do, but we look to our leaders to help us in those initiatives as well across the board.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Rabbi?
I thought I'd never get to say anything. I want to also talk about the role of education, which has come up briefly here, but the role of education in the Australian-wide community, I think, is incredibly important. I don't think there are solutions to this that are going to happen in the next day or the next week, but over the long term, the role of education and the role of community, not just internally, but as Rabbi Kaisenbluth spoke about, and the Rabbinical Council can speak to a little bit about interfaith dialogue, not just at the top, but also bringing communities together. I also think it all starts with dialogue. And that, I think, is incredibly important, something that we've been a little bit part of and hope to be part of in the future as well.
Yeah. So just on that, Rabbi, something that I've struggled to sort of understand in this inquiry is what exactly is anti-Semitism? Is it to be understood, for example, as one unified, unitary type of hatred and prejudice that has a continuous existence over millennia, maybe? Or is it to be understood also as a communal issue here between communities that can wax and wane depending on what's happening overseas, or is it a composite of those things? Do you have any
Yeah,
thoughts
great
on
question.
that?
I think both of the statements you made are correct. In terms of hate and prejudice against Jews, but also I think, and something that we need to avoid at all costs in Australia, is the hatred of a general community, and how that can often, the prejudice and hate cannot be restricted to just a few individuals, but can then lead to a wider systematic hatred of Jews and Jewish communities. And I think we see that all over the world, the dangers of that being not encouraged but even tolerated can have widespread and devastating consequences, not just for the Jewish community, but for a multicultural society.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Chair. Sure.
I think there's already been some comments as part of this session around the need for better education of the broader community and better connection between Jewish communities and other communities. And it was quite distressing to hear earlier this morning from one of the schools that their opportunities for interfaith events or interfaith dialogue have been diminishing recently. So I suppose what are those opportunities in the current context? What can we look to kind of foster that educational connection or create opportunities for interfaith dialogue?
Many of these things are happening, I suppose, organically. There isn't a structured way on one level in that We have built individually relationship with different schools throughout the Sydney area. I wouldn't say it's an enormous amount, but we either bring them into the synagogue, and I know the other synagogues as well. I know the Great Synagogue, my good friend Rabbi Ben Elton does that. I'm relatively certain many other synagogues as well with the local schools. Either we as rabbis or educators will go into the school, or they will come into our synagogue. I think that's an invaluable tool, but not the only one, because it also needs to address the curriculum and the way things are taught. So bringing the educators themselves on that journey would be an invaluable tool. But the parents as well. One of the things that we teach is what we do in the synagogue is very nice, it's good, but if it's not happening at home, you're missing the most important tool in the kit to educate our children. And so not just in the schools, but to help the parents themselves understand, because there's a whole generation potentially who have missed that experience to interact with someone. I can't tell you how many times I've met someone who said, I've never met a Jew, and I said, probably that you know of, they're there, but for a whole host of reasons have decided not to reveal their identity. So I think the ability to put in place a structure where we can access and they can come and see and be exposed to each other would be one tool. I don't know if my colleagues have any other things I'd like to add.
Well, I mean, I think in terms of education, we do what we can in terms of we're always open for school groups to come and visit the shul and understand it of recent times, as we've been housing the Sydney Jewish Museum while they're under a redevelopment. They've been holding some of their school education events at the synagogue. So we're encouraging them to not only just do the Sydney Jewish Museum component of the course, but also bring them into the synagogue and explain the Jewish culture and the Jewish heritage to them at the same time. But that's limited by the number of actual students you can get through in any one period.
I'll just say on a clergy level, the Rabbinical Council has both initiated and been part of a number of interfaith dialogues as my time as president over the last couple of years, both with Christian and Islamic leadership. That I think is incredibly important and needs to continue, but I think it's also important that it trickles down not just at the top, but also into communities, into schools, and into the wider community, and that's sort of been addressed by my colleagues at the table as well.
Yeah, I think following on from one of Mr. Lawrence's questions, I think it was framed in the context of the problem, but I suppose framing it in the context of a solution, to what extent should we be trying to address anti-Semitism within a broader human rights framework or anti-racism framework or anti-discrimination framework?
I think one of the every racism, every human rights issue has its unique qualities, and every single one has things that bind it together, because hatred at the end of the day is hatred. How we balance these two, and we recognize, and you look across the board, there are communities like ours that at this moment in time are facing a greater level of hatred publicly, and a lot of the incidents that are not reported publicly, but the day-to-day interactions, which I think are a much deeper issue, and those we see arising, and so I think it's prevalent to give the issues of the day prevalence.
I think addressing one does not mean you're not addressing the others. And I think there's a misunderstanding sometimes when speaking to people that why only focus on this one, and it's not a zero sum. It's not that they're not addressing the others, but as we've learned in our history, hatred of one group does not stop at that group. And so I don't think it's incorrect or improper to say, yes, we're dealing with this now because this has our attention, because there has been a sharp rise. Does not mean for 1 second that we do not also care deeply and want to solve the ills and the hatred that is prevalent in our society. Saying that we are investigating an inquiry of anti-Semitism does not for 1 second preclude that we are also concerned with hate against other groups, Islamophobia and some such others. So I'd like to try and de-link that statement because I just don't think it's accurate.
Thanks.
Rabbi Kaiserbluth, given your background and where you've acted as a rabbi to the Jewish community in all the places around the world you've been. Is what you're seeing in Australia now at the moment unique?
Unfortunately, no. I think in places such as South America and Europe, we may be a few years behind where they have been, but it's not unique at all. And unfortunately, in the United States, they are rapidly catching up. So by no means is it unique.
So what measures, for example, you mentioned Argentina, you lived there for quite a while. What measures did the government take or the local community take in relation to what they're experiencing?
The community took a quite similar approach. I would say perhaps a bit more proactive. I'm going back a few years now, but I don't recall the cooperation on as such a degree as it is here in Australia, and that they were very much needing to take a lot of the onus of security responsibility on themselves, whereas here in Australia or in Europe, where I served, that there was a very strong relationship and a strong level of cooperation between the local and the federal government and the police as well. I don't recall, but this is going back 20 years in Argentina, so I may need to, the memory is not as good as it used to be.
So what you're saying is that Australia now is falling in line with, unfortunately, what you've seen in other countries in terms of the rising level of anti-Semitism?
I think the difference here potentially is simply the sharp rise, but I think we've seen that globally. I think there has been a very long-standing cooperation between, and I say that in a positive sense, between the Jewish community and Australian society at large. And so that's just, unfortunately, in our history, we've needed to have that. We would much prefer not. I know I don't want to have to send my children to a school with armed guards. I would rather go to a place of spiritual sanctuary rather than a fortress. But unfortunately, in many of those places, it is on par.
Yeah. And Rabbi Solomon, you talk about your Australian Jewish ancestry. What's been your personal experience from when you were a boy? For example, did you go to a Jewish school when you were a boy?
I did. I grew up in Western Australia. I went to a Jewish school. There were small incidents of anti-Semitism, but I wouldn't say that I, nor my parents or grandparents, experienced it in a heavy way, certainly not in a way that influenced or impacted their careers. I think that in the last few years, it has been clear, both personally and communally, and speaking to my both rabbinic colleagues, members of my synagogue, and members of the larger community, that they have all experienced a rise, indeed I think a sharp rise, both in incidents of anti-Semitism, but also in their ability even to go about their day-to-day life feeling comfortable in the same way that they might have previously, even a decade or 5 or 10 years ago. Having said that, I think that one of the reasons, and Rabbi Kaisenbluth spoke to it today as well, one of the reasons why we're here is exactly that, because of the unique way in which this country, as opposed to many other countries around the world, has really been not just a safe haven for the Jewish population, but has allowed them to prosper as part of a multicultural society. And we are concerned and we want to ensure, I should say, that continues to be the case for the coming generations.
Do you believe that the New South Wales government has failed in its efforts to prevent or allow the police the tools to enforce the law against hate speech?
There are people who are much more qualified to talk on that topic than myself, but I would say that the rabbinic leadership has appreciated all the support we've received both from the government and the police on that issue.
All right. Okay, thanks very much for coming today. I don't think... Where are we up to?
We might have...
Oh, I beg your pardon, you still have 10 minutes. I was going to keep going.
It's not really necessary.
Trying to wrap you up.
Thank you so much for appearing today. I was curious about this interfaith dialogue as well. We heard from the schools that they have tried to engage with other schools and have basically, it seems like they've been rebuffed in their efforts. And these are efforts that have been previously at least somewhat successful. I'm wondering if you have faced in your organisations a similar sense of disengagement from levels of previous engagement with other interfaith groups. It might not be schools, it could be other places of worship or organisations that you generally work hand in hand with.
A reality of the last 2 years has meant on an official level the dialogue has all but stopped, at least in our communities, and it's starting to start up again. But one of the incredible things that has emerged, and I see it particularly around young Jews, but I know many, Rabbi Kaiserbluth and many of the other rabbis in our congregation as well, and I'm with them on a much more grassroots level, beginning to reach out, not necessarily to the officials of other communities, but when one of the young adults in our community has a friend from another ethnic group, hi, bring a few friends along, we'll bring a few friends along, and that's slowly grown and grown and grown. And so, for example, one of the things we have many in our community part of is a monthly dialogue, with a group of Jews and Palestinians in Sydney, and it's become something that on a much smaller scale, but in a deeply important manner has built and stayed strong.
Thank you.
The only thing very small piece I'd add to it is that in addition to the negative side, we have also actually seen some communities reach out in support. So I think that also needs to be recognised as well. It's certainly not been across the board, but very, very specific communities have overtly reached out to provide their support as well.
And just to be clear, is it true to say that for your organisations you have seen a reduction in interfaith dialogue despite your efforts to reach out to organisations or institutions that you'd previously engaged with?
I think initially there may have been, but I think, as Avishai said, where we're finding our greatest success is those grassroots levels of engagement. I think it'd be accurate at the outset, but I think we're finding, because we want to continue and rebuild and have those relations we had previously, is really, I feel, the only way this can move forward. And so we continue to put effort in there.
And those grassroots are at actually a much greater scale, and while not as large necessarily as before, when you start to have community members then speaking to other community members and rabbis engaged in dialogues, telling the congregation in their sermon, you begin to open up and hear, and I hope the same is happening elsewhere, but I can't talk to that.
Could I just make a brief comment on that? And that is that I'm fairly new to the interfaith game. I really got involved in it since I've become the president of the Rabbinical Council, so that goes back a couple of years only. But I will say that I have had, like I mentioned, a dialogue with clergy both in the Islamic faith and in the Christian faith. Some of those meetings had to be behind closed doors because not myself, but the person I was meeting with didn't want that to be known publicly. That is a shame, and I hope that that will not be the case in the future. I do also want to say, as a rabbi, who is, as all my colleagues are, interested internally in bringing peace and solving conflict within community, that there is no better way in which to do that than to bring people together in dialogue face to face.
How important do you think it has been to have that leadership in the Jewish community and openness to dialogue? Like, does that bring along the community, or have you been finding that there have been more grassroots measures that have happened outside of traditional or formal Jewish institutions? And how has that engagement with other leadership positions in other interfaith organisations worked as opposed to that grassroots engagement?
I think it's a both and. I can only lead as far as the people will follow. And if I can do and inspire others to then have those dialogues, we can create some of those conditions and we can create some of those opportunities, but we cannot do all the work. Rabbi literally means teacher, right? So I can only do as much as they're willing to listen and to inspire. So hopefully the lesson we are bringing and the message we carry is one of trying to build community and try and build connection. For us Jews, nothing is more fundamental than community. And so, but not just insular, but in the place where we live. So I think the premise there is it has to be both of those things.
Mr. Conyer, I wonder if I could ask you some questions about your engagement with young adults, and do you work with teenagers as well?
Yeah, across youth and young adults.
So I'm just wondering if you could explain a bit what the impact of the last 2 years has been on teenagers and young adults, particularly with respect to career choices, tertiary education. Are some universities being avoided? Do they feel like carefree Australian teenagers who can just choose their own path in life, I suppose, is what I'm asking.
It's a great question, and like always, there's a huge diversity of responses. One of the things as a synagogue is that we work mostly with children and teenagers who are not part of Jewish schools, which presents unique challenges. And what I've definitely seen more, especially, and I have regular conversations with the teens I teach and around where a lot of them don't necessarily get into conflict, but make an active choice to take off their Star of David necklace when they go to school now, or small things, or not wanting to make a fuss when someone draws a swastika on the locker and you don't tell anyone because you're one of 2 Jews in your public school and you don't want that to come back to you because that only makes the problem worse. And I think as well, when uni students, and I'm sure you've heard it, and you'll heard from Orgies and other groups, again, really, a lot of it is not the conflict that they're dealing with, because I think when someone yells Jew at, because they see you as a Jew in the street, everyone knows that that's anti-Semitic, but it's those everyday interactions of feeling a little bit more like when you're in a tutorial that you need to maybe watch what you say, or I'm not going to mention that I have family in Israel because regardless of any political beliefs you may hold from across the political spectrum, because you're worried about how that may reflect back at you from teachers and from fellow students, and that is something really seen across the political and religious spectrum of all the teens and young adults I work with.
And how does that affect their sense of self, their sense of well-being?
They're a very strong group, and one of many of our programs, our young adult program at the synagogue began only as a full program only a few months before October 7, and a lot have been actually coming in and activating their Jewish identity, finding space and community. I think we can dwell a lot on the negative framing of responding to anti-Semitism, and the work we try to do is it happens there, but actually let's celebrate our culture, let's have Shabbat dinner together, let's express that on a positive, and hopefully if other people see us not just being reactive but expressing ourselves, then the rest will follow.
Rabbi Kaiser-Bluth, Rabbi Solomon, perhaps you have a view of how the parents of these young adults feel and whether they are fearful for their children, or what the psychic impact of this anti-Semitism is having on family life.
Yeah, I think obviously if children are concerned, then as a parent, I know you're doubly concerned. And there are instances, which I'm sure you're aware of, over the last couple of years of parents being fearful to send their kids to school, certainly to send them on a public school bus. I know there is a youth movement that operates out of our synagogue that just last week, for example, said to me they're going away for a weekend and they wanted to hire buses instead of putting the kids all on a public bus with their school uniforms, many of whom, of course, go to Jewish schools. So, of course, with kids, if kids are concerned, you can imagine that the concern for parents and the stress that puts on parents is doubly so.
I'd only add to that the different levels or the different ages of the parents have different levels. Universities, those first moments where the parents are needing to step even further away, and I think it's a bit distressing that they are perceiving or feeling that their children cannot express themselves fully because of outside influences. It's distressing for me that my son, for the first time, decided in public he doesn't want to wear his kippah. So, and that's as a personal experience, and having dealt with and heard the stories of many of the parents, you want your children to make the choices that they're going to evolve and grow into, free from those outside influences. And now they're feeling there's a pressure that they cannot freely express themselves and live without stress. It's heartbreaking.
Can I just ask one quick final question? Does that also apply to your synagogues? Are people fearful, given everything that's happened over the last 2 years, to actually attend synagogue, and how has that affected your numbers?
Yes, absolutely. Especially with probably more so with the elderly, especially those that have witnessed it in the past, lived through it, those that are descendants of those that have lived through it. There's been an absolute reticence, and that's probably the biggest trauma that our community is going through. Their inability to go about what they think is their normal daily life, what they've been able to do in Sydney, Australia for their entire lives since they've been here, now suddenly disrupted back to a dark period that they never thought they'd have to deal with again. And that's probably been one of the most distressing aspects of this whole rise, has been to witness those people have to live through that again.
We regularly do outreaches, not just on our synagogue's campus, but we have a wide range. As one of only 2 progressive synagogues in the state, we have our members have come from way larger area, and so we'll regularly go to the inner west to do outreaches, and often the North Shore as well, even though we're based in the eastern suburbs. And I think particularly when we leave campus, I'm constantly responding to phone calls from parents and young adults. Will there be security? How do you know? Where's this venue near? All of those kinds of questions that come into play.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now bring questioning to an end. Thank you very much for coming. I note there were questions taken on notice. The Secretary will be in contact with you in relation to answering them. We'll now take a break and return at 10:45. Thank you. Welcome to you all for coming today, and thank you for giving your time to give us evidence. Perhaps I'll start with you, Rabbi Castell, and then move to my right. Could each of you please give your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Rabbi Castell.
Rabbi Mendel Castell. I'm the CEO of Jewish House, which is a community crisis center.
And would you like to swear an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation. Stand.
Please do.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Menash.
I'm Linda Ben Menashe. I'm the National President of National Council of Jewish Women of Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Samia.
My name is Natalie Samia. I'm the Vice President of the National Council of Jewish Women for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mrs. Attia.
Hi, I'm Annalie Attia. I'm the President of the Northern Rivers Jewish Community Association. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that evidence now about to be given by me shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Robbins?
My name is Lily Robbins. I'm a community member of the Northern Rivers Jewish Community Association, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Perhaps starting with you, Rabbi, would you care to make a short opening address? Could you please try to limit it to 2 minutes, if that's possible?
Sure. Have a go.
You give it a good try.
I'm a rabbi, you know.
Yeah, I know.
We've heard. Yeah.
But this room's full of politicians too. You understand.
So I'll begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, acknowledge their elders past, present, and those who will lead in the future. Thanks for having me here today and for your care and concern for the Jewish community during these trying times. I want to thank the government and elected officials who made it clear that hate, discrimination, and anti-Semitism have no place in New South Wales and Australia. Your commitment and support, I believe, has helped break the back of what we saw earlier. There's more to be done and many lessons to be learned about how we respond quicker and appropriately. But more importantly, how do we support Jewish and other communities that are experiencing hate and discrimination? And ideally, what can we do to help bring communities closer together and to learn more about each other and from each other? A little bit about me. I was born in the US into a family of rabbis. My dad's a rabbi, my grandfather's a rabbi, my great-grandfather's a rabbi, different kinds of rabbis. Some do more community work, some more lecturers, pulpits, etc. I studied in schools in New York, Pittsburgh, London, and Sydney, and I arrived in Sydney in 1988 as a student and was sent here by the Lubavitcher Rebbe to help inspire the community. I started my community outreach and engagement then and have been involved ever since. I served as rabbi at Chabad Double Bay, later the Great Synagogue, and now CEO of Jewish House. I'm also a past commissioner of the National Mental Health Commission. I was founder and director of an organization called Point Zero, who would reach out to youth in the streets of Double Bay and other parts of New South Wales. I'm the Jewish chaplain to New South Wales Police, Jewish chaplain to a number of Sydney hospitals, and have been serving these hospitals for over 35 years here. I'm the rabbi for Maccabi, which is a Jewish sporting movement and clubs, and I was part of the multi-faith chaplaincy team at the Sydney Olympics. Today I run Jewish House, which is a crisis center that helps people who need help in relation to crisis. The crisis model is similar to the emergency room in a health system. It's one, very available, two, a lot of varied services that are available quickly, a lot of those services, but short term, in a caring, compassionate way and trauma-informed. We have a 24-hour crisis line, crisis accommodation with over 200 rooms across Sydney, counseling, psychology, case management, mental health nurse, jobs program, DV support, homeless app called Mend, couch surfer support program for kids called JH Kids, and even support for the pets of the homeless with a project called Project Hope. After October 7th, 2023, we began to see a huge upsurge in distress in relation to anti-Semitism and set out to respond with appropriate programs as we did during COVID times. Our 24/7 crisis line we utilized as we upskilled our staff to be able to respond. We set up drop-in hubs so people who are feeling isolated can get together as a community and talk to each other and support each other. We visited isolated Jews in nursing homes and other people who were lonely. We did training and awareness for staff in hospitals and visited the patients there. We also set about to build an online platform to provide support to Jewish patients and info for staff in a website called jewishhousechaplaincy.org. We did the same later for police, both for those serving Jewish police that are serving and those who are police that are working with the Jewish community. We then looked at our services and how we can upscale our services. Our crisis line was made available and trained and with more operators to be able to respond to people who are feeling distressed from anti-Semitism. Our psychology and counselors, our social work and case management, our mental health nurse, our jobs program, our JH Kids, were all set in place and upskilled to be able to respond. We're also building and developing a platform called navigatingantisemitism.org, which does three things. First is gives information for people who want to be able to report on anti-Semitism to organizations like the Board of Deputies, police, CSG, etc. Second is the self-evaluation and things that people can consider of how to be able to help themselves and work through what they might be experiencing. And the third is the Jewish House services that are available to help. We identified a number of key areas at school, work, uni, housing, health settings, on the street, and online. And at the moment we're doing an interview series with different professionals and experts to be able to provide perspectives and information for people. We've also been working closely with the health system, particularly after the Bankstown nursing incident, with the suggested plan of 10 points on how we can improve and make people feel safer and supported in hospitals. I'm happy to say that health is very much on top of it, and we're working together. Unfortunately, there's a lot more to be done in the health space, and particularly with different doctors, online groups that have become a place of festering anti-Semitism. As police chaplain, it's given me a chance to work closely with police and Minister Catley to see how we can make the community feel more safe and as being available to be able to talk through any concerns. We're also working closely with Minister Camper and his office and Multicultural New South Wales and Joseph Laposta to see how we can support, how we can take the learnings that we have learned during this time and be able to apply it to other communities. We also want to go further and create resources for professionals across different parts of government like health, DCJ, police and Service New South Wales to have information about different communities, their cultures, religions, so they have information how they can really connect with those people and make them feel more engaged, understanding about their language, celebrations, festivals, and other concerns. So we could better engage and make them feel included, and also have contacts in their communities that we can reach out to if somebody needs help, so we know who a chaplain might be or other professionals in their community that so we can reach out to support them. These things can go beyond the departments and government, as well as to overall the general community to be able to learn about different cultures and religions. I could go on all day with so much work to be done, but hopefully you get a feel for what we're doing during this difficult time, and hopefully turning it into a more inclusive and positive society for all cultures and religions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ben-Menashe.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the New South Wales Parliament for establishing this inquiry and for offering me the opportunity to speak today. National Council of Jewish Women, established 102 years ago, is Australia's oldest Jewish community organisation. Our board and committee members have roots in 31 countries and as such reflect our community's great ethnic diversity. The vast majority of Australian Jews are survivors or descendants of either the Nazi genocide in Europe or the ethnic cleansing of almost 1 million Jewish people from Islamic lands. My children, who would be classified as Jews of colour, have paternal grandparents who were expelled from Yemen in 1949 and have faced in their lifetimes racism and intersectional discrimination for their skin colour, for their Jewishness and for their Zionism. My father was born in Tel Aviv and was named after a cousin who was murdered in the Arab massacre of Jews in Hebron in 1929. The photographs of that massacre and of the massacres of Jewish people in the Holocaust and in Islamic countries were the reference point for our community when we saw images of the massacre of October 7. They triggered and reignited in us a profound intergenerational trauma that many of us didn't even know we carried. I was educated in public schools on Sydney's leafy North Shore, where I experienced anti-Semitism in various forms, from being told I had a black heart because I had killed Christ, to seeing regular graffiti that Hitler did not kill enough of us, to being physically beaten up by a boy who called me a filthy effing Jew. My response to these formative experiences was to devote my career to bridge building. What I bring to this inquiry is an insight into the lived experience of Jewish people in New South Wales. I have had the privilege over the past 21 months of running resilience workshops for the Jewish community with over 5,000 people in 94 private homes so far, the last one 2 weeks ago in the Sutherland Shire. I have been continuously engaged with Jewish people, mostly women, who have been doxxed or excluded by friend and professional groups, or harassed at work, or whose children have been targeted at school, including people in the 10% of our community who do not identify as Zionist. I am contacted daily about these issues and will read excerpts now from 3 of the messages I've received just this past week. The moderators of a medical Facebook group I belong to were reported to APRA for allowing anti-Semitic posts. They said that anyone who didn't like what they said could go. I didn't leave, but found out today that I was kicked off. It is frightening that they have become so emboldened as to block us for being Jewish. It's been a vile 21 months. Another. I was asked to leave a book launch yesterday, If You Are a Zionist. I did not take the speaker aside for a conversation about Israel's right to exist because he was in his made-up mind. It is bewildering to find myself inside an identity that incites a level of irrational hatred that is as ancient as the mountains. And a third. The world has changed forever for us. Wearing a Star of David is a risk. Filling in a hospital admission form with your religion adds to an already anxious situation, making it safer to leave it off. Those who have been employed by or volunteer for Jewish organisations must carefully consider whether to include them on a resume. Gaslighting, lack of cultural and physical safety, hiding identity and exclusion. This is the current lived experience of many, if not most, Jewish Australians today. So how to address the gaping rip in the fabric of what we like to call the most successful multicultural society in the world? 4 suggestions. 1. Curriculum reform in 2 main areas. First, an expansion of the teaching of the critical analysis of information, misinformation and disinformation, both in depth and across subject areas. Second, teaching about the Holocaust needs to be expanded across subject areas too, beyond what happened there and then, to explicitly examine parallels with what's happening here and now. 2. Cessation of government funding to organisations and individuals who are purveyors of hate speech. Those words inevitably lead to violent action, and government should not support anyone who contributes to this trajectory. 3. the adoption of a comprehensive definition of anti-Semitism, which takes into account the fact that it most often manifests today in two ways. First, as conspiracy theories about Jewish people or the Jewish collective, the nation of Israel, and second, as a means of projecting onto Jews all the sins of one's own society about which one is ashamed in order to expunge them. And also an end to the practice of lumping together references to anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. We don't lump together references to discrimination against LGBTQIA plus people and Chinese people. Each form of racism and discrimination is unique and requires different tools to combat. All victims should be accorded the respect of that acknowledgement. 4. Consistent enforcement of the existing and the new laws in this state against hate speech, including properly resourced regulators and real accountability for online platforms and perpetrators to stop the relentless harm being inflicted on Jewish and other minorities there. Less than 2 months ago, I visited the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. about 4 hours before a young Jewish woman and her Christian Zionist partner were murdered in cold blood. Seeing that happen again on the streets of my own city is my nightmare, and I thank you for establishing this inquiry to prevent it becoming a reality.
Thank you. Ms. Samia?
Chair, members of the committee, from the moment we heard the chanting cry of "Where are the Jews?" rise up from the steps of our beloved Sydney Opera House, every Jewish mother in Australia knew instantly who and what they were looking for. They weren't asking a question, they were making a declaration, and sadly, we heard it in our bones. They were sending a message: you are not safe here. And they succeeded, because we recognised it. Our grandmothers had heard it before. Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting the National Council of Jewish Women of Australia, the New South Wales Division, to appear today. We are a benevolent organisation, not a political one, and for over 100 years, our volunteers have supported Jewish women and girls through practical, life-affirming work such as providing baby essentials to vulnerable new mothers, distributing hygiene kits to end period poverty, offering peer support to Jewish women with breast cancer, reaching out to isolated community members, practical workshops to help women and girls navigate financial and social challenges. While rooted in the Jewish community, our programs support women from all backgrounds with dignity and care. But no care package can protect our daughters from anti-Semitism. In recent years, something has shifted. Jewish women and girls are telling us they no longer feel safe. Not on campus, not online, not in the schoolyard or the street. In anticipation of today's hearing, we invited our members and volunteers to complete a short anonymous survey, and in just 48 hours we responded from 100 women and girls. 70% of them said that in the last 2 years they or a family member had been directly affected by anti-Semitism. And worryingly, 90% of them said they feel less safe today than they did just 3 years ago. Their stories speak to the quiet normalisation of hate. A grandmother told us how her grandchildren were rejected by their longtime friends at school because they're Jewish. A nurse was refused care by a patient for wearing a Star of David. A woman was told to walk on the road, not the pavement, because she is Jewish. A teenager received a Nazi salute video in response to a message in a large group chat. Many now hide their Jewish identity. They think twice before speaking Hebrew, wearing a Star of David necklace, or letting their children just wear their school uniforms in public. This is not paranoia. It is a reality. It is our lived reality. Jewish women are strong, but we are tired. We carry the emotional weight of our families and our histories. We try to reassure our daughters, but at the same time we're bracing ourselves. Many of us in Australia are descendants of Holocaust survivors, like my grandparents, Manya and Judah Shaya from Poland and Germany, or Jewish refugees who fled Arab lands, like my other grandparents, Yosef and Shoshana Samia from Libya. We know how hate begins and what happens when it is diminished downplayed or dismissed. We are not here to ask for your pity. We are here to say that this must not be normalised. Jew hatred must not be normalised. It is not acceptable that Jewish women and girls are shrinking themselves to stay safe in this country we love, in this state, in this great city of Sydney. I am here to elevate their voices and their fears and their hopes and their demands. We ask you to listen, not just to our words, but to the weight of the people behind them. We ask you to acknowledge them, and we ask you to act, not eventually, but now. We are not invisible. We are not going anywhere, and we will not be silent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Atia.
Thank you, everyone, and distinguished members. If I may ask you for a moment, if you feel like, close your eyes. There are very few places on Earth where the natural environment has not been profoundly impacted by human hand. There are trillions of life forms, billions of years in evolution, impacted by the human hand on this potentially singular planet. I want to take a moment to acknowledge those among us that have a living memory of living with nature, not in opposition to it. To our First Nations across Australia, I see you. My deep respect to the Arakwal, the Minjingbal, the Widjabal Waiabal peoples, and the Bunjalung Nation, and to country, where myself, our organisation, and the Jewish community live and work. I also want to acknowledge Gumbangir country, which held me and carried me as a child. And to the Gadigal people and the Eora Nation, their leaders and ancestors, and their country, where we meet today. Before you right now sit Jewish House, who serve thousands of families and people in crisis, a highly respected organisation. The National Council of Jewish Women Australia, this country's oldest Jewish organisation, and their New South Wales branch. And myself and Lily, standing for the Northern Rivers Jewish Community Association, who represent and care for the Jewish community in Northern New South Wales. I believe we are also the only organisation representing rural and regional Jewish communities in New South Wales. This committee, or whoever was involved in the decision making about who's going to appear in front of the committee, has decided, has chosen to allocate 45 minutes to our three organisations caring for thousands of Jewish people experiencing anti-Semitism, while giving a platform to an individual speaking for himself who said, and I quote, "There was not a hint of anti-Semitism." A reference to the weekly pro-Palestinian protests that have been taking place over the past 20 months in Sydney. Protests where Palestinian slogans such as "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" are widely chanted. When Palestinian Arabs call out this slogan, they say, "Min ilmaim il ilmaim, kullun Falastin Arabiyya," which means from the river, from the water to the water, all Palestine is Arab. I know what that means. I was born in Israel to a family who have been living in the Galilee and in Tiberias for centuries. My grandparents spoke Arabic, as do my father and his siblings and many of my cousins. My parents raised me in a deeply caring, radical left environment. I did not go to the army, as did none of my siblings. And when I was born, I was registered without religion and without nationality, specifically to set me up for a life of care for everyone. But I'm deeply, deeply rooted in my Jewish identity and my Jewish family and Jewish community. I also have deep roots in this modern country from my mother's side. My family arrived here on the Francis and Eliza in 1815 and have been part of New South Wales government and caring for the people of New South Wales for many, many years. Not too long ago, this Parliament inquired into the prevalence of birth trauma in New South Wales. The committee was faced with an inquiry that blew all other inquiries out of the water. In Australia, around 300,000 women give birth every year. 1 in 3 experience childbirth as traumatic, 1 in 4 end up with postnatal depression, and 1 in 10 experience traumatic stress disorder, akin to those coming back from war. No obstetrician, nurse, or midwife goes to work thinking, today I will cause harm. Beliefs about childbirth and women's bodies are entrenched in our societies, as are the cultures that foment these shocking outcomes. Anti-Semitism, which is what we are called to address in this inquiry, is insidious in nature and, like a noxious weed, when left unchecked, can destroy the garden. The collective spaces we work, live, and play in. Anti-Semitism is a complex form of racism. Most people do not think they are partaking in anti-Semitic behavior, let alone could be labeled anti-Semitic. It is the prescribed task of this committee to inquire into anti-Semitism. Jewish people globally and in Australia are facing a tsunami of hate and discrimination. Anti-Semitism has many faces. It can look like a metre-tall swastika painted in yellow in the centre of Byron Bay. It can look like cancelled shows of a budding young artist because her name is Jewish, and the choice that she made following that to leave this country. It can be the daughter of a Holocaust survivor who was attacked for being Jewish in Bondi in her own apartment block when she was 5 years old, and now was kicked out of an event in the Northern Rivers for asking a question when in her mid-80s, landing up in hospital with a bleeding eye. It can look like bullying, singling out, shunning, harassment, and so much more. And it can also look like denial and suppression and pushing things to the side. No, that doesn't exist. Let's get a few things clear right up front. Judaism is not a religion. We are an ethno-religious group. We number around 15 million worldwide. Our religion also carries our history, our stories, and ancient language. We have been persecuted intergenerationally, globally, scapegoated and vilified. We have been refugees and immigrants many times over. We are a minority of this country. We are a minority of this country. We are a minority around the world and in the Middle East. We are a minority as well. Our ancestral homeland in its current form is twice the size of Greater Sydney. Yes, we are strong and resilient, even defiant in our survival, but that does not mean we are not impacted. Jewish people will define what Jew hatred is, what it looks like, and what it feels like. The people with lived experience will guide the conversation. Much like birth trauma, we do not let those without it define what it feels and what it looks like. You've received many statements through this inquiry diminishing and dismissing anti-Semitism altogether. In that regard, many of the submissions you have received are rendered irrelevant. They do not speak of the lived experience. They do not speak into lived experience. Aside from the radicalisation of Australian youth, academia, the arts and public media into supporting concepts derived from autocratic thought, including adopting terrorist-adjacent materials into everyday discourse, certain far-right factions have always been a concern when it comes to anti-Semitism. However, it is in the left and so-called progressive spaces that it goes completely unchecked and is very poorly understood. It is my recommendation as a representative of the community that you take this to note. I thank you for your time, and I hand over to my community member with lived experience of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. Do you want to say a few words?
Yes. I am a writer, and I'm silenced by fear that sharing my story of where I've come from and what I've experienced will lead to me being cancelled. In the last 21 months, I've met artists, musicians, actors, and other writers who cannot create, perform, or be published because they are Jewish and support the existence of Israel. When I moved to Australia 6 years ago from Canada, I felt that Australia that in Australia my dreams were within reach. I've worked hard to settle down here, now sponsored by my employer and working as a writer in marketing. I have big dreams to be published, write TV shows, and support other creatives to make their dreams come true. Since October 7th and my experience in Australia, I now don't know if those dreams are possible. On October 7th, I was in Israel visiting my grandma less than 10 kilometers from the border with Gaza. At 6 a.m., I woke up to sirens, bombs, and the building shaking. Rushing in and out of the bomb shelter, seeing bombs explode not 100 meters away, I thought of Australia. I yearned for Melbourne, to walk the peaceful streets of the inner north on a Sunday morning and spend evenings with my friends. When I returned to Australia, there was no peace. Every Sunday, the streets were filled with people chanting from the river to the sea. Bars painted banners calling Israel colonizing dumb white dogs. Clubs projected anti-Israel imagery on the walls. My own share house in Brunswick was vandalized. Free Gaza, land back. When I was brave enough to leave the house, my peers stopped speaking to me upon discovering that I was Israeli. I stopped leaving my bedroom. I was socially excluded for who I am. I stopped dreaming and imagined ending my life. My friends in the Northern Rivers heard how I was doing and urged me to come up. When I arrived, I was greeted by the Jewish and Israeli community. I found connection, understanding, and support. I was able to integrate my truths of my identity and what happened to me. Today, standing with an NRJCA as someone who survived thanks to their organizing, I am for the first time sharing my truth with you. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the existence of the Jewish state. In 1948, my grandparents and the rest of the Yemenite Jewish community were rescued from Yemen in an Israeli operation to save them from persecution and certain death occurring all over the Arab world. They were certainly not colonizing dumb white dogs. They were innocent young people arriving in a new land where they had a chance to dream of a better future, like I did coming to Australia. Being here today and sharing this with you is terrifying because I don't know what will happen to me afterwards. I don't know if I'll be witch hunted for my story, canceled or doxxed, bringing all my dreams coming crumbling down. But I've decided to be brave and speak today because there are other Jewish and Israeli young people who are not only Australian citizens, but permanent residents and visa holders that are scared for their future too. Honorable members of this committee, in 1948, my grandparents' lives were saved by the Israeli state. In 2024, my spirit was supported and saved by the NRJCA. Now I ask you to allow us the freedom to support our ancestral homeland, a basic expression of Jewish identity and survival. And yet today, young creatives like me are being silenced, shunned, and erased because of our connection to Israel. Please allow us the freedom to dream, to create, and to contribute to this country while supporting our ancestral homeland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along.
We haven't got much time, but...
yeah, really interesting and heartfelt series of accounts. We've had evidence from, if I can put it this way, non-Zionist Jewish people, which in terms of their lived experience, in summary, seems to be completely different to yours. And I'm just wondering, maybe starting with this up here, if you could just speak to why you think it is that there is such a different lived experience on this question of anti-Semitism among Jewish people, and what are we to make of it in our deliberations about what anti-Semitism is and what we should recommend in terms of responses to it?
So first, I can't speak for other people, obviously, and what's going on in their head and their experience. But I can see a direct link between a person who denies a part of their heritage or history or puts it aside or is willing to stand on it and not let it give it any air or light, and a person who is a full human being with their experience, and those people are being targeted for in that way, and those people who are willing to do that seem to be less targeted, and therefore they're experiencing less anti-Semitism. It's basic math in my head. I don't know what's going on for them. I do know that if you are inquiring into what is anti-Semitism, you really do need to speak and give weight to people who've experienced it. Of course, you take into consideration, because anti-Semitism is something that happens to Jewish people, and if this Jewish person says it doesn't exist whatsoever, then you can take that into consideration. But like I said before, if a person doesn't have a lived experience, that's what they have, not a lived they have that experience. I'm not sure, does that help?
Yeah, it does, thank you. Ms. Ben-Menashe, just in terms of your evidence, you seek a recommendation that that bodies or people not be eligible for grant funding if they're propagating, I think you said, hate speech. Are you able to give us some examples in that respect of what and who you consider to be engaging in hate speech or who are currently receiving such grants?
I will give one example where a women's organisation, an ethnic religious women's organisation in this country and this state, which receives, I think, over 90% of its funding from government, made a statement online around the time of Domestic Violence Awareness Week, saying basically that it was understandable that men felt free to exercise their rights to inflict domestic violence at home when there are countries in the world, and they specified a country, who seem to be able to be violent with impunity. Now, that is a very viscerally upsetting perversion of speech, both for me as a woman and also, you used the word pernicious before, a pernicious manipulation of opinion to serve a particular political agenda.
So it's primarily criticism, whether transient or not, of Israel that is concerning you?
Not necessarily.
In terms of grants?
Not only. You asked for an example. I'm just giving you one example.
Is there any that aren't to do with Israel that are concerning it?
There are many influencers in this country. Many of them are female influencers who are the recipients of large grants, particularly in the arts space or academic space, who are, in our view, purveyors of hate speech. There are people...
Through criticism of Israel or something else?
No, not necessarily.
No, so what are some of the other examples that don't have to do with Israel?
I think the example I can think of immediately that comes to mind is a person who has had arts funding, who spoke about Jewish women and their fake tears and we don't take you seriously, you genocidal baby killers, that sort of thing.
So again, that's sort of clothed at least in terms of Israel issues.
Well, not necessarily, because genocidal baby killers is an ancient anti-Semitic trope. And as I said when I discussed finding a proper definition for anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism is one of those things which can target an individual or hold the Jewish collective responsible for things like killing Christian babies and using their blood to, make bread, that sort of thing.
Sure, but the current genocide sort of issue, if I can put it that way, seems to be arising in the context of Israel.
Well, that's if you consider that there is a current genocide and you consider that what you're seeing online or what you're reading fits the definition of Raphael Lemkin from 1947. I mean, it's a very involved and complex discussion. I can tell you how Jewish people feel when we hear hate against us expressed in whatever terms, and we see people who express that hate rewarded by government.
I mean, I suppose just to go back to the beginning, the thing I'm sort of struggling with is... Mr. Lawrence, we've only got a few minutes left.
Oh, sorry.
No one else has had a chance.
Sorry, please.
Opposition?
Thank you. Ms. Samia, Can I just check with you? I think I heard you say that you had reports that a Jewish woman was told to walk on the road and leave the footpath because she was Jewish. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that in Sydney in 2025?
Yep. This is, we did a survey, as I said earlier, earlier this week. And these were the responses that we received from people. Many of these happened recently. These are not like just historical records. These are experiences that are happening now.
And perhaps if I could ask all the ladies on the panel from the experience of women, are the women of your acquaintance and yourself personally, are they experiencing these acts as anti-Israel attacks or as anti-Jewish attacks?
Could I, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I find this line of questioning, I'm utterly dismayed by it. You are trying to create a definition, some legalistic conversation here about whether something relates to Israel or whether it relates to Jewish women and girls. Let me give you a couple of specific examples that came through in that we received as part of our feedback. In two circumstances, and I'll put them together. One, let's just say, religious Jewish woman was walking home from synagogue with her young kids, and someone drove past, wound down the window and screamed, "Free Palestine." Another secular Jewish family where they were playing sport, basketball, and one of the opponent's dads or / coaches screamed, "Free Palestine." I don't know what the purpose was of their intent of that, but clearly neither walking home from a synagogue or a children's basketball game is going to resolve anything that's happening in the Middle East. And all I can do is think about the families and the children and the impact and the effect that it has. So you can have this argument day and night in this committee around what the definition is, what the intent is, were they planning on resolving the Middle East crisis at a basketball game? We can just talk to the impact on our families. And that is what I think you need to have in mind when you have this discussion, is what are the impact of these words on our community and on our girls, on our families.
Ms. Samia, I might just address your concerns. Our questioning doesn't presuppose any position. Our questioning is asking you for your experiences, which you're giving us now. And it's based on the evidence that you give that the committee will then derive some sort of conclusions and make some sort of findings and also some sort of recommendations. We don't come to this today or any of the previous days, any of us, with any preconceived outcome in relation to what may come out of this committee. There are people on this committee who support, and there are others who may not support certain aspects of the evidence that we're hearing on a day-to-day basis. That's what I'll say. So please, we understand your evidence and we understand your emotional concern. That is exactly what we're trying to hear from you, and the lived experience is really what a large part of all that is, especially in relation to me. Now, I might ask Ms. Conn, you've got 2 minutes to ask some questions if you wish.
I think given the time, I'm happy to submit my questions as supplementary questions.
I'd be happy to give 2 examples of 2 young Jewish women, one of whom is my own daughter. One of my daughters is a midwife. She was working at Bankstown Hospital for 3 years. You can imagine the impact on her of hearing colleagues boast that they either had or would kill Israeli patients. She has been advised, she's no longer at Bankstown Hospital, but she's in another hospital in Sydney, has been advised on many occasions not to wear her name badge because her name badge shows that her family name is Hebrew sounding. So she has to hide her identity at work. Another young woman, a therapist, in the past 21 months, a number of clients, including one client who in the closed space of the therapy room informed her that he just hates Jews. She asked if she could have that client reassigned. She had not disclosed her family name, her identity or anything like that to him. The management said that they would reassign that client. They had not managed to do so before his next appointment, and when he came in, they informed her that they had not managed to and told her that she should go and hide in another room so she didn't have to see him. Again, Sydney 2025.
Thank you very much for your evidence, heartfelt evidence today. We might bring your evidence to conclusion. I don't think you had any questions on notice. Thanks very much for coming. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Might get started. We're running a little bit late. Just starting with you, Mr. Cresta, could I please get your full name, job description, and also swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Hugh William de Kretzer.
Could you maybe just pull the mic up to your mouth?
Hugh William de Kretzer, President of the Australian Human Rights Commission, and I'm doing an affirmation.
Okay, please proceed.
I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Panditharatna. Sorry if I got that slightly wrong.
Thank you. It's Hashini Panditharatni, and I am also working at the Australian Human Rights Commission as a director in the race discrimination team, and I will be taking an oath.
Please.
Thanks. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And now Ms. Lorraine, online. Lorraine Finlay, sorry.
Lorraine Finlay, I'm the Human Rights Commissioner with the Australian Human Rights Commission, and I'll be taking an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would someone like to, perhaps you, Ms. Finlay, like to give an short opening address?
The President will be giving an opening statement on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Cresta.
Thanks, Chair. I acknowledge we're in Gadigal country. I acknowledge Gadigal elders and ancestors and their ongoing connection to country. I also acknowledge the racism First Nations people have experienced since colonisation. Anti-Semitism is an insidious form of racism and hatred which harms people in communities and which fuels fear and division. It has no place in Australia. Anti-Semitism affects people's identity and self-esteem, their sense of belonging and inclusion, their participation in public life, and their safety and well-being. Anti-Semitism is an old and enduring hatred, Since 7 October 2023, there has been an alarming rise and intensification of anti-Semitism in Australia. This has included racist violence, racist graffiti on schools and homes, and racist abuse and threats. There's also been the flagrant disregard for Jewish people's safety and well-being, with allegations that organised criminals hired people to carry out the terrifying arson attacks and caravan explosives hoax in order to gain benefits for themselves. The Australian Human Rights Commission is responding to anti-Semitism and other forms of racism in a number of ways. Our access to justice services provide free, impartial and accessible dispute resolution services, investigation and conciliating complaints. Since 7 October 2023, we've received an increase in racial discrimination and race hate complaints. Late last year, we released our National Anti-Racism Framework, which outlines a comprehensive, whole-of-society approach for eliminating racism in Australia. We're also undertaking work to support Jewish, Israeli, Palestinian, Muslim and Arab communities in Australia through our Seen and Heard project. We're conducting a landmark national study on the prevalence, nature and impact of racism at universities and how to address it. We also continue to provide expert advice on law reform and policy proposals to tackle racism, including on doxing, the display of Nazi symbols and broader anti-hate and vilification laws. Some of the issues being discussed by this committee are difficult and involve balancing intersecting human rights issues such as freedom of speech and expression and the right to equality, which incorporates freedom from racial hatred. Human rights principles can help governments and others to balance human rights when they intersect. They require that any limitation on a human right must be for a legitimate purpose and must be no wider than is necessary to achieve that purpose. Applying these principles will lead to better laws, policies and decisions that maximise intersecting rights to the greatest possible extent. Anti-Semitism targets and harms the Jewish community, but more than that, it degrades our society. We all have an interest in working together to address it and all forms of racism so that we have a stronger, fairer and healthier nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I'll
start with?
I'll go first if you like. I've got a really broad one.
Yep,
Yeah.
go.
I wanted to ask about the National Anti-Racism Framework, which has been a really extensive piece of work. Are there elements of that framework that we should be looking to that are relevant to our work in terms of recommendations at a state government level?
Absolutely. So the National Anti-Racism Framework outlines 63 recommendations to tackle racism in Australia across the country. Those recommendations are directed at all forms of government and broader society. For example, one of the recommendations is around education curricula, about how we actually educate about diversity, inclusion and tackling racism. So there's a range of recommendations in health, education, employment, media and the like, which operate across different levels of government.
Thank you. And perhaps in the interest of time, I'd be interested on notice of those 63. The example related to education was an excellent example. It would be excellent on notice which of those 63 are directly relevant to state government.
Absolutely, we can table that.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks so much for coming along. It's really appreciated. I'm not sure who's the appropriate recipient of this question, but I wanted to ask about the interim report into racism at universities. On page 37 of that report, the interim report refers to a study released by the Zionist Federation called the Jewish University Experience Survey. Are you familiar with that?
My colleague is the director leading that project, so
I thought
she will be more familiar than me.
I am somewhat familiar with it.
It seems to be a substantial part of what, in this respect, the interim report's findings are based on. It's been heavily criticised in terms of its methodology, and particularly, I suppose, in summary, because it was commissioned by the Zionist Federation. There's a pretty low response rate in terms of Jewish students, I think under 20%. And so the sample size, I suppose, is quite small. And I'm just wondering if you could talk to us about the methodology of it and what it, I suppose, means in terms of the reliability of what's in that interim report in respect of anti-Semitism.
Certainly. So I can't talk to the methodology of that particular study, unfortunately, but I can tell you a little bit about our interim report.
Sure, if you would.
So our interim report was released in December last year. The purpose of the interim report was essentially to set out how the Human Rights Commission intends to undertake the Racism at Uni study. It set out our methodology and our approach to data collection. We also undertook a suite of initial consultations with stakeholders, and some of the initial insights and themes that came out of those consultations fed into our interim report. I think the chapter that you're referring to, we did do an environmental scan and we looked at the literature that is out there, as well as existing surveys that have recently been done, and we drew on that information to bolster our interim report. But we will be conducting our own research, and that's what we're doing now in the Racism at Uni study. We're in the data collection phase. Can I tell you a little bit about that?
Sure.
So the study has there's four main components to the study. There's going to be a national online prevalence survey on racism in Australian universities. That will be distributed to all staff and students, current staff and students at Australian universities, at participating universities. The second component of the study is a suite of focus groups. Those focus groups are the qualitative component of our research, and they will allow us to really delve into the experiences of staff and students. The third component is a literature review on the domestic and international literature that's been written about this subject. And the fourth component is a policy audit of university policies, procedures and initiatives as they relate to racism and anti-racism. So we'll conduct our research and then our findings will be outlined in a report to government, and included in that report we will have recommendations for government as well as the university sector on how to help make universities a safer and more inclusive environment for everybody.
Sure. So the presence of or the citation of that Jewish University Experience Survey in the Human Rights Commission interim report shouldn't be taken to be an endorsement of that report as reliable?
Absolutely, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I'd make the point that when you're measuring racism, whether it's going up or going down, and what are the impacts on particular communities, there's a range of methodologies to do that. There's a range of criticisms levelled at different methodologies. They all tend to be imperfect in different ways. This study that we're doing is a landmark study which will contribute to the knowledge of the experience of racism, particularly in the university sector. There's a range of other methodologies that are like the Executive Council of Australian Jury has its own annual report on antisemitism. There's when you're looking at the broader impact of the Middle East conflict, there's the Islamophobia register. I understand there's a register looking at the experience of Palestinian community in schooling, for example. So there's different methodologies. The broad picture and the submissions, the evidence you've heard points to a significant rise in anti-Semitism in this country. That's undeniable.
In terms of that Jewish University Experience Survey, some of the specific anecdotes that are pulled out in it as examples of anti-Semitism include seeing a Students for Palestine event, seeing a Nakba Day event at university. And I'm just wondering, what are the underlying principles that the Commission will bring to this analysis in terms of the distinction between, for example, criticisms of Zionism and criticisms that might be anti-Semitism, and that line between criticisms of the conduct of the State of Israel and anti-Semitism?
I might start by saying that this is obviously one of the most critical issues that policymakers and administrators in universities, and when the Jewish community and other communities are judging the fairness of particular rules or policies or laws about whether they get that balance right. For the Australian Human Rights Commission, we're governed by the Racial Discrimination Act, and that is the compass, if you like, in which we look at our operations in terms of what is lawful and what is not lawful when you look at racial discrimination. And when you look at Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act and Section 18D with the defences, so that is the standard which we apply when we're looking at complaints, and which is applied when people take those complaints to the court system if they're unable to be resolved at conciliation at the Australian Human Rights Commission. When you're running a university, for example, you need to make decisions about where to draw the line and what your policies and procedures will be. As part of the university study, we will be receiving information and submissions and consultations around whether those policies draw the right line in terms of some of the issues which you've talked about.
So does that mean, for example, that if a definition of anti-Semitism adopted by a university drew that line in the wrong place and was actually capturing legitimate criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, that it could be in breach of the Racial Discrimination Act or could be the subject of some other action from the Commission?
It would depend on what the complaint is about. So if someone is being treated less favourably in broad terms because of their race, that might give rise to a complaint under the state or federal system for racial discrimination. If someone's free speech or protest rights are being suppressed, there's different mechanisms to try and enforce those rights. The enforcement tends to be much harder because of the lack of strong protection for freedom of expression in this country.
Yeah, there is indeed. Indeed, that's helpful. Thank you.
Miss, apologies, Paddy Narathni, if I could come back to you on the survey that my colleague, Mr. Lawrence, was discussing. I understand it had a 20% response rate. Now, my understanding is that if you capture about 10% of a target population, that gives you a margin of error plus or minus 3%. So 20% response rate, would that generally be something that would be a useful response rate to consider?
It's a difficult question to answer because I think it really depends on the methodology and what kind of approach has been taken. So if it was for example, if it was a sampling approach or if it was a census approach. So I'm not quite sure how to answer your question. You're right in saying that generally 10% is considered to be a good response rate, but it's difficult to know. I don't know what the total sample was of that survey, so it's hard for me to make a call on that.
Absolutely. In your work, has it arisen that there may be concern about responding to a Jewish experience survey because of anti-Semitism? People are concerned to be identifying themselves as Jewish, and that may affect the ability of actually getting accurate data on this.
So to clarify, our survey is, the scope of our project is quite broad in nature. We're capturing all forms of racism, including racism towards First Nation staff and students and staff and students of other negatively racialised backgrounds. And we are looking at anti-Semitism as well. Our survey is going to be anonymous, and we have built an ethical framework around it to ensure participant safety as far as is possible. So for example, we've been running focus groups, and we've had a good response from Jewish staff and students in those focus groups. And so yes, what you have said could be possible, but it hasn't been a specific concern that has been necessarily raised.
I wonder if I could invite comment from Ms Finlay and Mr de Kretzer and also from yourself. There's been an issue raised in this inquiry in the context of anti-Semitism, whether the comments are anti-Israel or whether they are anti-Semitic. And I'm just wondering about the experience of racism and whether what your study is looking at, or how we would see racism generally. Is it the way it was intended by the person? So From the River to the Sea could be a political statement talking about what somebody thinks should happen to land in the Middle East. From the River to the Sea, we've heard evidence would be heard by a number of, especially Jewish people, as an existential attack on their existence. So the question is, I suppose, is it not racist if it was intended as a political statement, even if it was perceived as an existential threat to somebody's being?
So there's a couple of questions in there, and just to add to the previous answer, there's a very strong secrecy provision in the Australian Human Rights Commission Act, which is actually a criminal offence to divulge personal information about people under our legislation. Do you want to talk about the survey methodology in terms of the definition of racism in it?
But perhaps the general question, because there's a live issue before this committee.
Yep.
If somebody perceives something as a threat to their being, as a threat to their identity, regardless of how it was intended, is that not racist?
So the legal standard would be racial discrimination. What was racism a factor in the behaviour that caused a disadvantage or harm to another person? If you looked at Section 18C in racial hate speech, the test is a reasonable member of the community, so in this case the Jewish community, would they be offended, insulted, humiliated or intimidated on the grounds of race? That is the test. So it's the separate tests in the legal standard. In terms of the survey which we're running, we want this survey to be open. We don't want people to exclude themselves from the survey. We'll be very clear about the methodology in the survey so people can judge the results in that survey according to the definition. But we won't be adopting, for example, the Universities of Australia definition of antisemitism. We'll be asking people for their experiences of racism in terms of their response to it.
About the survey, I suppose I'm really just asking for a direct response. If somebody hears something that attacks their being on the ground of race, is that not what we would label as racist?
You gave the example from the river to the sea. So the test in our legislation, the Racial Discrimination Act, would be is that, and we are receiving complaints around racist hate speech. Some of these are in the media, some of them have gone to court, some of them have been settled satisfactorily by bringing the parties together. The test under racist hate speech is does it offend, intimidate, humiliate on the grounds of race, judged by a reasonable member of that community.
So the answer would be yes.
It's a subjective, objective test. And I don't know if my colleague, Commissioner Finlay,
yes,
it's harder when you're online
Did you have something to add?
If I could briefly add in 2 points that might assist the committee. The first is President de Kretser is absolutely right in terms of saying this is a challenging issue, but international human rights principles offer us considerable guidance. And in fact, the Commission, in providing evidence to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights in their inquiry into anti-Semitism at Australian universities in December last year, we provided a written submission that really set out the international human rights principles that might provide some guidance to this committee, and we'd be happy to provide a copy of that submission if it would be helpful, because it does discuss the types of questions that you're referring to. The only other point that I did want to make in relation to this inquiry particularly, and in light of the evidence that we just heard that I was listening to prior to us being called, I think there is a live discussion and a complex discussion about where you do draw that line between legitimate criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. And indeed, most definitions of anti-Semitism that you do refer to acknowledge that legitimate criticism of Israel is not in and of itself inherently anti-Semitic, but that only tells us part of the story in the Australian context, because we also need to recognise that when you go beyond that to target that criticism at Jewish Australians and to try and hold them accountable for the actions of the State of Israel, that moves into different territory. And we heard quite moving testimony earlier today about the personal impact that's having on individuals, families and communities. And again, international human rights principles help provide us guidance about how we can navigate those issues to really strike that balance between protecting freedom of expression, but at the same time protecting people against hate speech and against discrimination and racism.
One more question, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. de Kretser, you mentioned earlier, de
Kretser.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Mr. de Kretser. You mentioned earlier doxing and online vilification, and I'm wondering if you have a view around whether the legal framework that currently exists is appropriate and effective enough to assist people to pursue avenues of the law when it comes to doxing or online vilification and anti-Semitism.
Commissioner Finlay led our work on doxing and those broader responses, so I might refer that to her if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And again, the Commission's view is that law reform addressing doxing is critically important because we know the impact that that can have on individuals, and in particular, having spoken to members of the Jewish community who have personally experienced and been targeted in that way, we do need to understand how profoundly this has impacted them and the severity of the harm that's caused. So the Commission, for example, did support reforms at the federal level recently in relation to the introduction of law reform around doxing. We do think there are balances that need to be struck in terms of the intersection between different human rights, and that's something that needs to be considered. But again, recognising the severity of the harm that can be caused, it is an issue that is absolutely important to address.
Do you think that people are aware of the avenues that the legal avenues that they can pursue if they have found themselves the subject or target of doxing or other online vilification?
I think one of the challenges, and it is something this committee will need to grapple with, is the complexity of the laws in this area, not only in terms of laws in one individual jurisdiction, but the intersection between laws at different jurisdiction, state and federal levels. And at the end of the day, the other point I'd make on that is, while it is important to ensure that our laws are strong in this regard, in terms of addressing the issue at hand, that's obviously only one part of the equation, and that's why the work this committee is looking at in terms of broad impacts around education and the effect that things like the National Anti-Racism Framework could have in terms of addressing some of these issues at the primary preventative level are so critical.
Thank you.
Questions?
I've got one more.
Anyone else have a question?
In terms of the dialogue that occurs on universities on this issue and this vexed line between criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, if a person is politically active on a campus and is a vigorous supporter and defender of Israel, what's the line between wrongly imputing to them responsibility for the actions of Israel and, in a political debate, I suppose, engaging in a vigorous back and forth where their opinions are challenged about Israel? Is there a line there in terms of free speech that we should be aware of?
Can you just repeat the start of the question?
So what's the line between wrongly imputing to an individual responsibility for the actions of Israel as opposed to a legitimate back and forth with an individual who has established themselves, I suppose, to the perception of the person making the statements that they actually are a vigorous supporter and defender of Israel, for example, in the context of the Gaza conflict at the moment?
And are you talking about a legal line or a...
In terms of human rights jurisprudence, like, at what point are you legitimately saying to someone, I consider you to be a supporter of genocide, as opposed to at what point are you wrongly imputing to a person responsibility for the actions of Israel? It just seems to me that in a lot of this debate, there's people that are complaining about things said to them.
Yep.
And surely there's a line there where at some point your views and previous communications can be challenged on the basis of what they say about what's been occurring.
We absolutely have to have spaces for discussion, debate, protest, expression around government policy, foreign government policy. There is an awful war happening. Tens of thousands of people are losing their lives. It is understandable why there are very strong emotions and why that is a matter of intense public interest, and with the deep community connections in Australia with the communities who are affected by that, why this is a global issue, but particularly an Australian issue. And what human rights law would say is If you're a university or a government trying to say we're going to stop this form of behaviour, you need to have a legitimate reason for that. Safety of students, freedom from racial discrimination, and you need to do it in the least restrictive way possible. So, for example, I understand Sydney University, as part of their independent review, was looking at how do you regulate protest on campus. And my understanding is that they have made a direction to say you can protest in the more public spaces on campus, but not in campus buildings. So that might be seen to be an attempt by them to balance that protection of students, disruption of the right to education in lectures, for example, disruption of academic staff with their safety, while trying to allow a measure of protest and free speech on campus grounds, for example. That would be the application of human rights principles, and there's no one right answer to this. There's answers that are clearly wrong. Some of this is simple, by the way, when people are being spat at, punched, having insults, etc. That's clear. The issue you're raising is the hard one. My experience as a human rights lawyer of 20 years is that when you apply that test of saying, what's the legitimate purpose here? What's the least restrictive way on human rights to achieve that purpose, and how can we maximise those competing rights to the greatest possible extent? That thought process leads you towards better human-focused policy outcomes, whether it's a university administrator or whether it's a Member of Parliament looking at a law reform initiative.
Thank you.
All right, we might bring questioning to an end there. Thank you very much for coming today. I don't think you took any questions on notice.
Just the National Anti-Racism Framework. I think it might be linked in our submission, but if it's not, we'll absolutely table that. And thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
Right away. I think we're running a little bit behind time, but that's okay. Could each of you, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Kirsch, please give us your full name, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Thank you. My name's Joshua Kirsch.
Could you maybe pull the microphone a little bit closer? That's it.
Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you. My name's Joshua Kirsch. I'm a Director of Youth Here, Holocaust Education and Remembrance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Forgach?
My name's Cara Forgash. I am the Chair of the Holocaust Commemoration Committee at Youth Here, as Josh said, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Professor Spiegelman?
My name is Mark Spiegelman. I'm currently an honorary professor at the Department of Ancient History and Egyptology at Macquarie University, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I'm a member of the board of the New South Wales Holocaust Survivors Association.
Thank you. Perhaps starting with Mr. Kirsch, would you like to make a short 2-minute opening statement?
If you wouldn't mind if my colleague could go
Okay,
first.
Ms. Forgash, please
Thank
do.
you. Thanks. Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Youth Here is a young adult organisation connecting young people with the stories and lessons of the Holocaust. Founded by grandchildren of survivors, we aim to combat anti-Semitism and hatred through education, commemoration and cross-community collaboration. This work is deeply personal to me as my grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He arrived in Australia in 1951 alone and traumatised. He had witnessed humanity at its worst. But when he came here, he was met with kindness from neighbours, from strangers, from a country that gave him the chance to rebuild. They did not care that he was Jewish. He was safe and free to be Jewish. My grandfather never would have imagined that one day his granddaughter would be speaking at a parliamentary inquiry into rising anti-Semitism. This isn't an abstract issue for me. The rise of anti-Semitism is not just something I read about in the news, I feel it. I've second-guessed whether wearing my Star of David necklace in public will make me a target. That fear isn't hypothetical. On my wedding day last year, as my husband, also the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, arrived at our wedding venue in Rosebery, wearing his kippah on his head. He and his groomsmen were approached, unprovoked, and called dirty Jews, cockroaches, and told they deserved to be gassed. It had nothing to do with politics. It was because they were visibly Jewish. This is just one example reflective of the reality of Jewish people today, and this story is not unique. These aren't the kinds of incidents that make headlines, but they're happening at a micro level. In the past 2 years, I've seen a rise in casual day-to-day anti-Semitism, remarks, slurs, and moments that often go unreported but leave us feeling fearful. Rising anti-Semitism has intensified the urgency and scope of our work at Youth Here. We aim to create spaces where the stories of Holocaust survivors are heard, remembered, and learned from. We do this through Yom HaShoah commemorations, where up to 800 young adults, and this year 400 school-aged students, Jewish and non-Jewish, gather to reflect on the Holocaust and the dangers of unchecked hate. School education programs teaching the dangers of prejudice, propaganda, and silence while promoting kindness and respect to all. And through community collaboration, building bridges with multicultural and interfaith communities to foster solidarity and shared understanding. But we now face new challenges. Since the 7th of October, some long-standing partners have cut ties with us. Some multicultural organisations that once joined our events have declined to collaborate or even respond. All we want is to be heard, to share survivor stories and foster understanding and harmony. The work of Youth Here has never been more important. We need to equip young people with the understanding and empathy to recognise and call out anti-Semitism wherever it appears. Every Australian, no matter their background, should feel safe, respected and heard, and that includes Jewish Australians.
Thank you.
And if I could just follow up, good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to this inquiry. My name's Joshua Kirsch and I'm a director of Youth Here. As the grandson of Holocaust survivors, I take the subject matter of this inquiry and its ultimate findings deeply personally. My grandmother, Vera's family, went from 100 close family members to just 3 following the war. My grandfather survived the horrors of Buchenwald and Theresienstadt, and together they came to Australia to seek a better life and built a large and loving family who now feel the brunt of the rise of anti-Semitism that we experience. As Cara mentioned, Youth Here is an organisation dedicated to mitigating hate in Australia by connecting young adults with the memory of the Holocaust. Being part of this important organisation is deeply meaningful to me, and I take personally the need to address anti-Semitism on behalf of my family and my community. We recognise that significant steps have been taken to address the surge in anti-Semitic hatred and violence that has been measured by a range of institutions since October 7, 2023. However, more needs to be done in order to ensure that a culture of inclusivity is embedded within institutions and that Jewish people feel safe to live here in New South Wales. Very little work has been done to address the emotional and mental toll of the last 2 years on members of our Jewish community at either the federal or state levels of government. This Parliament would do a great service to the Jewish community if it considered providing greater assistance for counselling and mental health treatment services, potentially in concert with organisations like Jewish House, who you heard from before, and Jewish Care. New hate crimes laws passed in both this Parliament and the Federal Parliament have been encouraging. However, regulations and policies are only the first step in the equation when it comes to dealing with this issue. It's a well-worn maxim that you cannot legislate to change what is in someone's heart. For this reason, more must be done within institutions, including and especially law enforcement, to clarify our expectations around addressing anti-Semitism preventatively and reactively. Tools including the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism are an important part of this equation. We're also encouraged by the inclusion of Holocaust education in the new history syllabus. It's incredibly important that Jewish community organisations and Jewish voices play a role in the development of Holocaust education across the state. Significant attention has been paid during this inquiry to the voices of people who feel unfairly maligned by the accusation that they may be anti-Semitic. We hope that in the committee's report and in any subsequent action taken in this Parliament, the voices of Jewish people who have experienced real trauma since October 7 will be heard most loudly. Anti-Semitism represents a moral rot at the heart of society, but Jewish people experience the brunt of it. We hope that this Parliament can work constructively to lessen the burden this prejudice places on our community.
Thank you. Professor Spiegelman?
Thank you. My name is Mark Spiegelman. I'm a Holocaust survivor. I was born at the start of the Second World War, and my survival I won't go into because it's 6 years of horror, but I'm going to tell you about my first day at school. We were liberated on the 27th of January 1945, and about a month later I went to school in Poland. On my first recess at school, I was surrounded by children who were yelling at me, "Jew, you started the war," "Jew, you killed Jesus Christ," and a few other choice complaints. Later on in life, I realised these kids had never met a Jewish child. From my hometown of 60,000 people, 30,000 of whom were Jewish, only 3 children survived. At my age, I was the only one. So these children had to learn to hate Jews from something. And then it came to me, these children had been taught by the German curriculum because Germany had occupied Poland for the previous 5 years. So they were taught at school to hate Jews. They'd never met one, they'd never spoken to one. We arrived in Australia on the 7th of November 1949, but it took a while for me to sort of get used to being what I was, because I'd been taught as a child, never speak, never talk to any other person. I believe for the first 5 years of my life, the only 2 people I ever spoke to were my parents. I'd never played with a child, certainly after I was about 12 months when my first cousin was taken to Auschwitz and killed. So I arrived in Australia, and I think in February 50, I started school at Maroubra Bay Public. I must tell you, on the first day I went there, because in Poland, after the first day I was taken out of school by my parents, never went back to school. So here I was on my first day in Australia. I went there with a lot of fear and trepidation, and suddenly the world was different. The kids in the lunchtime wanted to know about me, wanted to talk to me. Before lunch was over, I'd been playing my first game of cricket, and I learned how to bowl a googly, though I never mastered the art. And I realised then that I'd landed in heaven. And I think on that day, I became an Australian, and I've never changed. So let's come to what happened on the 7th of October. A horrendous massacre occurred. Within 2 days, there was a riot at the Opera House, where I heard on television, "Kill Jews." My younger son, who's doing a PhD, found his tutor waving a Palestinian flag at this meeting and was forced then to change. Now, as a Holocaust survivor, I suddenly realised this is wrong. Why hasn't the government done anything? Why did they allow this? Freedom of speech is freedom of speech, but freedom of speech is not freedom of hate. So here we are, 2 years down the road. Have I experienced any personal anti-Semitism? No, I live in a sort of isolation, and at the university they haven't picked on me, but I know there are people who I've spoken to who've been picked on. One of my dearest colleagues, he's quite a world-famous professor of microbiology, has stopped wearing his skull cap. So, this is not the Australia I grew up in. The Australia has changed. You can say from the river to the sea, but in the interpretation, and there are anti-Semites who existed well before the 7th of October in Australia. This gives them the excuse. This is a Jewish state. The Jews are all anti-Semites or whatever. No Semites, anti-Muslims. And then all of a sudden we have kids at school being picked on. I can't believe it. I've got grandchildren here and I'm very worried for them. So, as I said recently, if I walked into my old alma mater, where I happily graduated as a medical practitioner at Sydney University, if I walked in today and I wore a hijab, turban, a beret if I was French, nothing would happen to me. But if I dared put on a skull cap, which I don't wear from day to day, but if I dared put it on there, if I were lucky, I'd be just abused. If I were unlucky, I'd be assaulted. Now, this is not the Australia I grew up with. This is not the Australia I fell in love with. Not the Australia I'm a proud citizen of. And it's happened under your watch. It's been allowed to happen using the guise of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is great, but I like to have freedom of religion. And to show you how close this has hit us, you may recall the the burning of the synagogue in Melbourne. The president of that synagogue is called Martin Spiegelman. He's my cousin. So here I am, Holocaust survivor. Most of my family were murdered in Auschwitz. Suddenly they're burning synagogues in Melbourne. What are we going to do about it? We can't just sit there. We're a multicultural society. If we let anti-Semitism, which is really racism, spread, it won't stop with the Jews. We have a wonderful country. We accept all races and religions. We mustn't allow this to be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mrs. Lemberg. You're running a little bit late.
Yes,
Would
I'm
you
sorry.
like to?
Apologies.
I have to swear you in first before you can say anything. Would you like to just give us your full name, description, job description, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Litzy Lemberg. I'm a Holocaust survivor. I'm retired. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, it's a hard act to follow, certainly. But as I said, my name's Litzy Lemberg, and I'm a child Holocaust survivor, born in 1939, and the only survivor of my immediate family. As such, I'm acutely aware of how few of us are left. That means most people alive in Australia today, whether Jewish or non-Jewish, don't know anyone, least of all any Jews, who went through World War II. I think that puts us in a privileged position to convey our experiences to Jews, non-Jews, minorities, and especially our youth, There aren't many who can remind the world of what happens in a community when hate and prejudice, indeed racism, enters it. I'm a guide at the Sydney Jewish Museum, and this is why I talk to high school pupils from all over New South Wales. Our communities are fragmented, and I believe in education to remind or teach people what happened during Holocaust. I want people to see us and hear us as ordinary Australians to whom this has happened. I lost my whole immediate family and as a 3-year-old transported to a concentration camp. I wasn't strange or special, though my family think I am. I hear news reports of anti-Semitism and destruction of synagogues in my community. It upsets me and angers me. This is a change. This is not something that has happened in my living memory since arriving in Australia in 1948. And it's very concerning and anxiety-driven. But my experience in my community is that people care how I'm doing and how world events are affecting me. And this is because they know me. This is why education and communities coming together is so important. The words "never again" are imprinted in our minds, never to be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much for coming. In the last session, I asked about online abuse and doxing and vilification, specifically for youth here. What's that, or has that been an experience that your obviously younger community are coming to you about, and how have they been dealing with that online element of this racism and anti-Semitism?
So thank you for the question. One of the things we did towards the beginning of this period was we hosted a session called Not Great Actually, and we brought together a whole range of, a significant number of Jewish young people who were feeling distressed, feeling traumatised about the situation. And one of the really consistent themes that we heard from them in sort of the facilitated sessions we ran with counsellors and psychologists was that it almost felt like playing a roulette wheel when you opened your Instagram account or a social media page. You didn't know if you were going to be exposed to some form of dehumanization or vilification material. A whole range of people said to us that they had cut off relationships or had relationships cut off with them because of content that either they had posted online or people had posted online that they felt was demonizing or delegitimizing them. And I think what's been a really consistent feature of this is that social media organisations have taken very little responsibility to address that sort of harm, whether it's been in the form of doxing or whether it's been in the form of publicising hate speech. And by contrast, I think they've utilised algorithms and other nefarious mechanisms to in fact amplify it, which just exacerbates the problem.
Mm-hmm. And something that relates to that online aspect, but also what Mrs. Forgach spoke about in that kind of what might be considered casual anti-Semitism, or sort of bypasses making comments on your wedding day. How do people determine when it is worthy of report, that kind of incident? Because you said that it was unreported, or lots of things go unreported, but at what point is that line of hurt or of kind of intention crossed that you would make that formal application, and how are people thinking about that?
Absolutely, it's a really good question. I think it is really dependent on the situation. So, for example, that experience that my husband had didn't go reported because it was just something that happened, and it's become so normal for us to have experiences like that. There's no really. We thought about whether we take that to the police or something like that, but we ultimately decided that we'll just sit with it and we'll live with it and we'll keep going. I think it depends on the situation, and there are people that certainly would take these situations to the police or take it further and report them. But ultimately, I think so much of what we're seeing as young people, particularly, is just casual anti-Semitism, whether we see it online. It's comments on a Instagram post or something like that, or it's a little comment that someone says to us. Most of it we probably just sit with, and like Josh said, that has a really big impact on our mental health and the way that we cope and manage day to day. But yeah, I think a lot of that is just, just we get on, we continue with our life. Yeah.
If I can just briefly add to that, I think the key element here is confidence in consequences. So I had an experience on campus that I found deeply distressing, and I also wrestled with the question of whether or not to report, whether it was worth it. And I spoke to colleagues from the Australasian Union of Jewish Students and some friends, and we kind of came to the view that if it wasn't reported, there would be no record of it. It would just sort of fall into the ether. The calculation that I was making in my head was, do I go through the traumatic process of having to explain this? Also, potentially, even though this was an incident where someone had said, the Jews have all the power, it had nothing to do with anything else, trying to think about whether someone's going to have a common understanding of what anti-Semitism is and be sympathetic to that experience. So I think more confidence in common understanding of anti-Semitism and the potential for consequences would make people more likely to report.
Is there a concern amongst young people that if they report at university, for example, that they just won't be heard, or their complaint won't be respected?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty common feature that, so many people who you talk to, where we hear those anecdotal examples, and we say to friends, did you want to go through the process, or did you think it would? And they sort of say, well, what would be the point? Some person sitting in an office would then, who's not Jewish, who doesn't understand my lived experience, would then be sitting in judgment over whether or not I was, making it up or being oversensitive. And look, my personal experience in going through it was that, my lecturer provided support and services. The complaints process was followed through to the hilt. I did receive an apology, but I can understand why people wouldn't feel confident.
And in that relationship between the online world and the physical world, for want of a better distinction, have you been finding that your members are those relationships changing in person because of online engagement, like that isolation that might be felt through online context or online material? Is that being transferred into relationships in real life?
Do you have examples?
I can speak to friends and family I have who've either seen things that people have shared and attempted to engage in conversation, and perhaps that's been unproductive, and then that's led to ending in-person friendships. I know of an example in the ACT where there was a young person I'm acquainted with who was told she, sat down and told she had to leave a share house that she was living in because her identity made other members of the share house feel uncomfortable. So there are very real consequences to the things that people are seeing and regurgitating online.
Thank you. Yeah, you go. No, you go.
I just had some questions about the educational work that you've been doing. Have you been given reasons why other groups have disengaged with the programs that you've been running?
So I think the disengagement has more been our multicultural and community collaboration work, right, and also our Holocaust commemoration, rather than the education work that we do. So we haven't had, to the school's credit, we've had the opportunity to run education programs in schools with Jewish and non-Jewish students, and that's been incredibly, welcomed and well received. But maybe, Cara, do you want to speak to some of the community?
Yeah, I think, sorry, I'm trying to remember exactly what your question was, but I think mostly it was a disengagement, often without a reason, is my understanding. I'm speaking to the other committee that I'm not a part of, so it's just what I've heard is just, discontinuing programs that we were going to run together, and then also just being non-responsive as well. So there's this silence, which can often feel really, really upsetting when you've had long ongoing relationships with these communities. Yeah.
And that disengagement was occurring after the events of October 7th?
Yes, exactly, yeah. I believe there were events that were going to be held, and they were, to hear our story of genocide as well as hearing other communities' stories of their experiences of genocide too. And I believe that they were cancelled or postponed just due to the current climate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along. It's much appreciated. In this inquiry, we've heard evidence of anti-Semitic incidences about which there can really be no ambiguity. They're clearly anti-Semitic. We've then heard evidence, including from Jewish people, about a range of other things that there's no doubt are interpreted by some or many Jewish people as anti-Semitic, but then interpreted by others as not being anti-Semitic and being, for example, criticism of Israel, criticism of things that are happening at the moment in Gaza, and so forth. And I'm just wondering, what do you think are ways to deepen community understanding on both sides, if I can use that term, such that there can be a greater alignment of understandings, a greater understanding of the perspective of the other? And I say that not to minimise the other types of anti-Semitism, but we've heard evidence about perceptions of anti-Semitism having a pernicious influence themselves, people interpreting things in a genuine way as anti-Semitism that is not intended as anti-Semitism, is intended, for example, as things that Palestinians might say about their situation. So how do you think we can build understanding on both sides of this so that there can be a greater alignment and some shared understandings?
Can I just get some clarity around, I just want to make sure I can answer the question fully. When you say both sides, what exactly, which
and
side
I said
do
inverted
you
commas
mean?
because it's a very, very sort
But
of
in terms
difficult
of
concept.
who's on
I mean,
what
for
side?
example, one side could be Jewish Australians of a Zionist bent who strongly support Israel, and the other side could be Palestinian people who are demanding a right of return, who might be settled here as refugees or descendants of refugees forced to leave that place. And of course all the political statements that might emerge from both those sides. Is there a way to build sort of better understanding on both sides of the background in which some of these statements are intended, so to avoid this sort of misalignment, if I can put it that way?
I can speak. I think my priority as a Jewish person, and I think as a person who is involved with Jewish organisations, is not to educate Jewish people about why their feelings are not that I'm imputing this to your question, but why their feelings are not valid. I think the trauma...
I think you can impute it to the question, and I don't get at validity.
Yeah.
I rather get at fundamentally different perspectives that inform opinions.
Yeah, and I think we have tools like the IHRA definition and others that very clearly lay out a distinction between when criticism of Israel is and isn't anti-Semitic. And I think if they were applied more broadly, they would be more effective. But I think this idea that we're going to, as a Jewish community, prioritize, per se, understanding why things that dredge up intergenerational trauma for us are not anti-Semitic because the person who's dredged those feelings up didn't intend them to be, is, I think, a bit of a misnomer. I think people who share anti-Semitic views relating to the conflict may not intend them to be anti-Semitic, but they're participating in a broader cycle of misinformation and disinformation in many cases that is explicitly targeted at activating and re-traumatizing Jewish people here in New South Wales and around the world. I keep coming back to the definition, but part of the beauty of the definition is that it acknowledges that a range of things that are said about the contemporary state of Israel reflect contemporary translations of historical manifestations of anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
So whether that's dual loyalty tropes, or this idea of bloodthirsty or baby killers, which one of the previous witnesses spoke to. These are anti-Semitic canards that we have heard for centuries. And so when we hear them applied in other contexts, I don't think there's a way for us to separate or distinguish them from the existing legacy of anti-Semitism that we live with.
So you don't see a role for deepened understandings on both sides in order to get clarity around these definitional issues, if I can put it that way?
I would like to see broader education across the board about what anti-Semitism is, and I think that's been clear in what we've said so far. But I think the idea that we are going to educate people out of feeling re-traumatized by the kinds of language and tropes that they're seeing and hearing repeated either in person or on social media, I don't think that that's generally how trauma works, in my understanding.
Yeah, look, the reason I actually thought to ask the question was some of the tragic things that I just heard spoken of reminded me of tragic things I've heard said on the other side of this, in terms of generational impacts, immediate families being destroyed, dispossession, exclusion, fleeing to other countries as refugees. And you see nothing that presents a duality here of a lack of appreciation and understanding?
No, of course, and I think we feel a genuine sympathy to people who've experienced violence, hatred, discrimination, persecution. I don't think any of us would disagree with that. I think what we object to is the weaponization of our traumas and the ways in which our traumas manifested across our history in order to silence us, exclude us from the community, and make us feel scared and threatened.
So perhaps a question for you, Professor. Have you got any thoughts on how in Australia we move forward? And I know that anti-Semitism has many faces, and we haven't talked so much about the far right, for example, but that is an issue in Australia. But to the extent that this manifests as a communal problem between sort of different communities, do you have any thoughts about how in Australia we can move forward with an acceptance that there are totally different perspectives on various historical issues, and notwithstanding that, reach some community cohesion?
Well, look, I have sympathy for anybody who is a refugee, having been one myself. So I don't divide that into racial or religious groups. They have my sympathy, and I wish we could help them at all times. But the problem is education. Now, soon after October 7th, I was listening to the news on television, I won't tell you which channel, and somebody from the Teachers Federation said, we are going to teach about the Israelis' ethnic cleansing, apartheid. Now, that is going to be taught to young kids. Those kids will grow up and they will see Jews, and they will be told that this is a Jewish state. And by the way, I don't know if the committee is aware that in the state of Israel, of 10 million or so people, 25% are Muslims. They are Palestinians who are now Israeli citizens and have been, in fact, in the previous government, part of that government. And then at the same time, we're being told that the education, some of teachers think Jews or Israelis practice apartheid. Now, get your facts straight. 25%, they have full rights. Some of them are even serving in the army.
I think the apartheid allegation is generally put in relation to what is sometimes called the occupied Palestinian territories, rather than internally to Israel.
That's what you're aware of. That's not what is coming through to 10, 12-year-old kids. Yep. Apartheid is a dirty word, and so it should be.
So how do we allow people to engage in even transient political rhetoric, and a lot of human rights organisations have exactly that view, how do we allow people to engage in that while not visiting that upon individual Jewish Australians?
Perhaps some of those people should come to the Jewish Museum and hear Holocaust survivors such as Lindsay and myself talk. I talk about it. And I want you to know, we grew up with our parents telling us, I love Australia, that's easy. If there is ever a group that is being picked on, it is our duty, because of the suffering we've had, to support them. And if you look at the past times, we have been, as a family, very supportive of the Indigenous Australians. And I want you to know that I have worked for 25 years with scientists from the West Bank University of Al-Quds, and I've got a dozen publications and a couple of book chapters with them, and they're my friends. I have no problem with this. And I'd like the rest of the people to be taught how to live and not say Jew, apartheid, ethnic cleansing. That is what is coming through now. And if our young people are taught that, I think we're going to have a problem in the future.
So is this a problem of the conflation of Israel and the Australian Jewish community, at least in part?
Sorry, it's a what?
Is this a problem of the conflation of the Australian Jewish community and the actions of Israel? Because it seems to me there can be many different opinions about Israel, and there will inevitably be many different opinions. It's a very controversial situation and a very complex one. But is this a need to distinguish between Israel and individual Jewish Australians?
Can I just speak to that very briefly?
First, yeah.
Thank you. I think a lot of members of our community would object to language like conflation, in part because we feel a strong intergenerational link to Israel as a state and as a nation of people. I think the question that might better present itself is perhaps how can Jewish people in New South Wales live with whatever opinion they have about the state of Israel and not fear vilification or discrimination or anti-Semitic hate speech.
Sure.
And I think expecting Jewish people in some way to change our behaviour in order to affirm some kind of lack of connection that does exist. There is a significant connection between our Australian Jewish community and Israel, whether personally as or through family connections. I personally have family in Israel. You know, that connection exists, and we don't want to disengage with the people that we love and the state that represents many of us. We want to live in New South Wales free of vilification, and so this idea that we can just create some kind of artificial division between, and I recognise that people who are Jewish in New South Wales don't agree with everything that the State of Israel does, and I personally don't, but I don't want to have to choose between recognising my Zionism or my connection to Israel and not experiencing anti-Semitism.
Sure, but I assume you wouldn't want to be personally held responsible or punished or vilified because of the actions of Israel either.
No, I wouldn't, and that's why.
And that's what I was.
But that's why
saying.
Also tools like the IHRA definition are important, because they lay that out. They indicate specifically that in circumstances in which people are punished on the basis of the actions of the State of Israel, that should be considered anti-Semitic.
I think I'm at time.
Yeah. Just we'll have a question.
Just one, thank you, Chair. And look, it follows up from this line of discussion, which I think is really important, because I was reflecting on Professor Spiegelman's really moving anecdote about your experiences going to school for the first time after the Holocaust, and reflecting that in the current context in Australia, where there's really heightened media and political attention and genuine distress in communities because of what's happening in Gaza, that I think for a lot of Australians following the media who either may not have Jewish people in their lives or may not know that the people in their lives are Jewish because they're afraid to be open about it, they're only seeing prominent Jewish voices or Jewish community groups having a public voice on the issue of Israel and international geopolitics. So the question I was trying to get to was, would it be helpful in terms of education and support and connection in the communities to actually support a greater understanding of what Jewish identity is, or what Jewish communities do here in Australia, or what Jewish life is like, that's separate from what people might see, which is a constant discussion of Israel and international geopolitics.
Look, the first thing I want to say is, don't characterise us as different. We're Jewish. Nobody says Catholic, Buddhists. I'm an Australian. I don't want to be characterised. I also don't want to be stigmatised by what's happening 20,000 kilometres away. I'm an Australian, I'm Jewish by birth, religion, and I want it to be like that. That's how I grew up here. You know, to say that we have to go out and prove that we're better citizens or good citizens, no. No other religious group is asked to do that. Why are we being picked on? You know?
Yeah, sorry, and if I could clarify, because I don't want my
nobody
comments...
picks on Australian Buddhists. Come on.
Sorry, and if I could just clarify, I really genuinely did not intend my question to be picking on you. I'm asking for your advice about the work that we can do as a committee and that the government can do, if that's an important thing to educate communities about.
Yeah. There are three things you can do. Education, education, education. I can't think, because I'm a simple man, of any other reason, but you have to educate, because at the moment the education is tilted the wrong way, and it's a danger to the future of Australia, because there is racism now in our schools, and it won't stop at the Jews. That's all I'm saying.
If I could just add, I think I would love to see greater representation of broad forms of Jewish identity across media and across different venues. I think that would be phenomenal. I think the reality that we have to grapple with is, if you talk to Jewish people in the arts at the moment, they'll tell you that they feel excluded and stigmatized. If you talk to Jewish people across a range of professional associations, they'll tell you they feel excluded and stigmatized. So I guess it's a chicken or egg question. Can you actually highlight different facets of Jewish identity in order to address anti-Semitism, when anti-Semitism is part of what's preventing us from exploring fully our identity as Australians and as Jewish Australians?
One final quick question, and thank you for your patience. Just engaging with the free speech, free political speech argument, is it free political speech, free political criticism of the State of Israel to call Jewish Australians cockroaches?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Spiegelman. I was quite interested in hearing your description of arriving in Australia as a boy, as arriving in heaven. It reminds me, as a son of a Polish Holocaust survivor, that that's exactly the way my father described arriving in Australia in January 1949. Exactly the way. He had come to heaven, having spent 2.5 years in Buchenwald.
Thank you. And he said it because it's true.
Absolutely right. He said it because it's true, and in my view, we're losing heaven now.
We don't fight for it.
No argument.
Okay, look, thanks very much for coming today. We'll now have a break and return after lunch at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay.
go on the air. Thank you. Ms. Siegel.
Yes. Can you hear me? I can't see. Have you got a picture of me?
Well, no, we've just got a blank screen. But maybe have you got your camera switched on?
I do have the camera. I just couldn't test it. We tested it yesterday and it was fine, but now I can't.
Maybe log off and come back on again. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe it'll fix it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Maybe good. Try again. Is that a WebEx connection?
Yeah.
We can't see, we'll proceed. Blank screen.
Good to have visuals on that.
How's Fiona? Yeah. Oh,
There you go.
Oh, there you go. We can now see you.
We are such technological whizzes here.
Ms. Siegel with a lowercase s.
It shouldn't be. I'm a capital J and a capital S.
That's it. Oh, there it is. It's been corrected. Thank you. Could you please give me your full name, job title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please?
Sure, thank you. Gillian Siegel. I'm Australia's Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, and I have with me a Hebrew Bible, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We'll start with questioning by the government.
Is there an opening statement? If not, I'm happy to start. But
I'd be happy to make a short opening statement, if that's all
sorry,
right.
I'm getting ahead of myself again.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the opportunity to attend. And I apologise I'm not with you in person, but remote. But I had a small fall and I have a broken foot.
Oh.
So I'm not terribly mobile, but I appreciate you accommodating me. So anti-Semitism, which I think it's very important that you are holding this inquiry, is such a terrible virus, as you know, which eats away at our fundamental Australian values, underpinning a harmonious democratic society. So I'd like to take this opportunity up front to recognise the moral clarity of both the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition in confronting anti-Semitism. Since my appointment as Special Envoy just under 12 months ago, I've met with many political and civil leaders across the country, and the sincerity and determination of the New South Wales Premier to tackle anti-Semitism has been critical. And I've been equally heartened by the opposition's steadfast support for the Jewish community. I also want to acknowledge the positive steps taken by this Parliament to pass legislation earlier this year. Those laws were designed to address some of the kinds of acts we saw over the summer that targeted the Jewish community in New South Wales and contributed to a sense of profound anxiety and unease. I have provided, just for your ease of reference, copies of my submission, which covers anti-Semitism at universities, schools and elsewhere, as well as a copy of the IRA definition. I think it's very important to remember that, as the late Rabbi Sachs put it, the hate that begins with the Jews never ends with the Jews. Now, I've had the benefit of reading some of the submissions to you and the transcript of the evidence given. And I must say, I really strongly endorse the evidence given by ECAJ co-CEO Alex Rivchin, and want to highlight the role of the ECAJ as the most genuinely representative body of Australian Jews. Some of those submissions that you have received, I believe, have got incorrect information, and I'm sure you can sort that out. But can I just emphasise two matters? some of those people who've made submissions to you may not be as representative as indeed the ECAJ is. It would be fair to say some of them have taken rather particularly activist views. There has been some commentary suggesting that the Jewish community's genuine fear and anxiety has been misplaced because the dual caravan perhaps was never intended to actually blow people up or confected to prevent legitimate criticism of Israel. And both of these arguments are patently false. And I'll be happy to discuss that with you. But the dual caravan certainly contained explosives, and it deliberately targeted the Jewish community and created a very significant sense of vulnerability and terror amongst the community. And certainly in relation to commentary or criticism of Israel, where you've heard some evidence, I would like to deal with this explicitly. It is not anti-Semitic to express a view on the policies or actions of the Israeli government, just as there is no bar to criticise the actions of any other government. But as the IRA definition, which I hope has been handed to you, makes crystal clear, and it is the gold standard and most widely accepted definition, both here in Australia and overseas, and has been endorsed by the federal government and opposition, it explicitly states that criticism of Israel, similar to that levelled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitism. So I suppose calling for the destruction of the State of Israel is equally anti-Semitic. Jewish Australians should not have to fear harm, should not have to live in fear, including if they happen to support the existence of the State of Israel. People of goodwill can disagree on the actions of the Israeli government, but no Jew should be told it's too dangerous to visit the Opera House. No Jewish person should question the treatment they might get in a New South Wales hospital, and no Jewish person should have to worry about the safety of their children at a Jewish school. And so my goal and my role is to restore civility to our public discourse and push anti-Semitism to the unacceptable margins of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Gale, for your attendance. If I can just ask you firstly...
I'm so sorry. I wonder, because it's by video, could you just tell me who's speaking?
Yeah, sure. Stephen Lawrence. I'm one of the Labor Party members of the committee.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, are you able to point to any aspects of your work, particularly public aspects of it, where you've focused on or brought attention to this problem of far-right anti-Semitism, which has been the subject of some evidence in the inquiry? So the activities of neo-Nazi groups, particularly in the south of the state, has been a feature of media commentary.
I mean, I think my work has been focused more on anti-Semitism generally, if I could put it that way, rather than any particular. There's been terrible anti-Semitism on the right, and of course we have seen that in lots of graffiti and signs and posters, but also anti-Semitism on the left. So I've been focused on both ends of the spectrum, so to speak, and I think that the education that is central to fighting and countering anti-Semitism needs to deal with both. So I haven't particularly focused on one or the other.
Yeah, but in terms of the public aspect of your work, can you point to any part of it that has focused on this problem of far-right anti-Semitism? And I caveat that question by saying that perhaps like you, I don't know, but I don't wholly accept a dichotomy between left and right anti-Semitism, but it's been used in the inquiry, I think, as a bit of a shorthand.
Well, I see it rather as a horseshoe, if I can use it that way, that it covers the full spectrum of traditional anti-Semitism, sort of reflecting Nazi epithets and Nazism itself, which is what I would describe as traditional anti-Semitism, the tropes and the misinformation going back millennia, in fact. So that's sort of I see on the right. And the anti-Semitism on the left is that's more associated with anti-Zionism or a misplaced view of Zionism and matters in the Middle East. So I haven't focused on one or other in particular, although I do applaud the legislation that has been passed federally and at a state level in relation to Nazi symbols.
Yeah. All of your work that I could find online seemed to be focused more on the Israel question and that issue of anti-Semitism, in some people's view, becoming manifest in criticism of Israel. Is that a sort of fair summary of your work?
I don't think that is correct at all, because my mantra, I suppose, in terms of countering anti-Semitism is that there are three important legs to the stool of countering it. There's leadership. We want leadership from people such as yourselves, leaders in the community generally, not just government, but all leaders, and that's all anti-Semitism. Then there's law reform. We have to have the kind of guardrails, and that needs to pick up all forms of anti-Semitism, but has certainly picked up the Nazi symbols and signs, and as well as obviously safety in relation to places of worship and hate more generally, and education. And the one of the areas of education is particularly schools, where the government has commendably put in place Holocaust education for 4 years of high school. And I've been very focused on that and working with the Department of Education to look at what those offerings will look like. I have been involved with the department again in a video that we made in talking to teachers or principals in the schools, and hopefully spread to the teachers about anti-Semitism, and focused on Holocaust education as an example of anti-Semitism. So if you want to divide them up, I suppose I have put a considerable focus on those elements, but many of those elements relating to Nazism are based on traditional tropes and misinformation about Jews, and they infect all of anti-Semitism, both, if you want, the whole of the horseshoe.
Okay, thank you. In the first part of your submission, under the heading A, causes, underlying, etc., you quote Jonathan Sacks, Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, saying, anti-Semitism takes different forms in different ages. In the Middle Ages, Jews were hated because of their religion. In the 19th and early 20th century, they were hated because of their race. Today, they are hated because of their nation state, the state of Israel. I'm a little bit concerned about, I suppose, that quote and its prominence, because it does seem to centre the conversation on anti-Semitism wholly on Israel and statements that might be considered hostile towards Israel or critical of Israel.
Well, I think I'm just quoting. I mean, I think he's a great philosopher and a great rabbi and a great leader. And I think he was just highlighting the shifting nature of anti-Semitism. I don't think that one should say what he said means that is the only form of anti-Semitism. So, unfortunately, we see all forms of anti-Semitism, whether it's in relation to current positions vis-a-vis the Middle East or Zionism, or whether it's still about Jews as a race, where we pick up all those hatreds from Nazi Germany going back then through Luther in the Middle Ages, or whether it is indeed complete focus on the tropes, Jews being controlling the world, etc., etc. So it's the full spectrum. I just quoted him because I think it's worth understanding that it's shape-shifting, and that it can take many forms, and over the ages it has changed and evolved.
Sure, but I think its prominence in your submission has a tendency, doesn't it, to wholly exclude anti-Semitic behaviour and statements that make no reference to Israel whatsoever. It seems to focus the whole conversation on things hostile to Israel, and it seems to me that there's a whole range of anti-Semitic conduct, and some of it indeed comes from people, this is well known internationally, comes from anti-Semitic people who actually pose as supporters of Israel. So I'm just curious how we can understand it in that way.
Yes, I certainly didn't mean it to create that impression. I just meant to illustrate that it was shape-shifting over time, and I think anti-Semitism covers the full spectrum. And I certainly accept your view that supporters of Israel could be highly anti-Semitic.
Sure, indeed.
And that is why education about the full spectrum is incredibly important.
Thanks, Ms. Segal. That's my time, I think.
I'll go to the opposition for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, Ms Siegel. It's Scott Farlow from the opposition. How are you today?
Well, I'm fine, thank you.
Getting there. Very good.
Getting there.
Just to pick up on the questions of Mr Lawrence with respect to that submission and that quote that's used from Rabbi Sachs. Is part of the problem, however, and we've heard evidence on this in the inquiry as well, that anti-Zionism is morphing in some ways into the new anti-Semitism in a sense, that people are using the terminology of anti-Zionist or are talking against Zionists rather than against Jews, and that is also morphing into a form of anti-Semitism itself.
Yes, no, that was the point that I was trying to make, was that if you look at the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, it picks up a whole range of hatreds. And if you are going to call for, the death of Jews, and you say Jews are, as we've recently heard, more like animals, etc., etc., it doesn't in any way relieve the anti-Semitic nature of what you're saying by then just not substituting the word Zionist for Jew. So I completely agree. It's been a shape-shifting hatred, and people are using different words. But we need to be clear that it is the hatred of Jews expressed in different ways over the centuries.
Thank you. And now with respect to where we draw the line, and that I guess is one of the questions that we're grappling with here as well, where and how we draw the line when it comes to criticism of the State of Israel, criticism of the actions of the State of Israel, and even criticisms from some who believe that the State of Israel shouldn't exist. Where would you submit that we should draw that line?
Well, I think the line has to be drawn as per IRA. Okay, that's why it is such an all-encompassing definition that many Jewish minds have put their mind together to work on, and that's why it means it's a working definition. Not that it's a changing definition, but it is a definition that's been provided to use in one's everyday life and work. And so if you call for the destruction of the State of Israel and the abolition of all Jews, it's anti-Semitic. If you want to criticize policies of the State of Israel, it's not anti-Semitic. Anything that you want to do in relation to what you do to others is probably fine. But if you are singling out one state, one people, then that can be anti-Semitic. It does depend, as it says, on obviously on the context, but those are where you draw the lines.
Now, Universities Australia have put forward their own submission on anti-Semitism, which is different from the IRA definition, but is criticised as well. Do you think that definition is sufficient or not?
Well, I've obviously worked with them in relation to the measures that they've put in place to try and deal with the situation that occurred on campuses, and that includes having a definition, having training, having complaint schemes, having new policies. And I think that the universities have taken some very positive steps. That definition, they believe they can operationalise through their complaint schemes and through their disciplinary proceedings. It's short, it's to the point, it's not as long as IRA, and it doesn't have as many examples, but it makes it very clear that if one is calling for the destruction of the State of Israel, that is anti-Semitic, and you cannot just put in the word Zionist and say that something that otherwise would be anti-Semitic is not. So it's got a lot of the elements of IRA, with the advantage, I suppose, of being easier for them to operationalise. I take the view that if it helps the universities to understand and spread understanding through their staff and their hierarchy of anti-Semitism in a easy way that can be operationalised for their complaint schemes, it's a good step. And we need universities to move culturally into understanding and working against anti-Semitism. So I have said to them I would prefer IRA, and hopefully one day they will adopt IRA, but as a stepping stone, it is very important that they adopt it and operationalise it.
Thank you. And one last question from me before I hand you over to my colleague, the Honourable Susan Carter. In your submission, you talk about the impacts of the 9th of October and what happened on the steps of the Sydney Opera House and how significant that was. In your view, did that set the tone for everything that has happened following that incident in terms of anti-Semitism and the symbol that it sent to those in the community who would hold anti-Semitic views, that they would be somewhat protected in being able to espouse those views?
I think it was a terrible incident that did indicate to people who were underlyingly anti-Semitic that they could continue behaving that way. And I think anti-Semitism as a hatred and behaviour generally in the community is not quite determined, but is shaped by leadership. And that's why I indicated it was one of the 3 key parts of the stool that we have to work on. Leadership's incredibly important. And leaders condemning certain attitudes and behaviours sets the tone. So the failure of that, of the demonstrators to be moved on, the fact that the Jewish community was asked not to come, I think it set a very bad tone and a failure to be called out. But I don't think everything that has happened has followed from that. Obviously, it was an opportunity where it could have been smashed down. But there have been other opportunities, and there have been but we are part of what is happening internationally as well. There's rising anti-Semitism everywhere. So at this point, we need a whole host of responses, not only individual leadership, but as I said, we need legislation, we need education, but we need ongoing condemnation of any incidents, because each one can be tackled to condemn and ensure that it doesn't in any way send the same message that it's acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Susan Carter, Liberal Party. I understand that you've been involved with education programs in Western Australia and also that have been trialled by Catholic schools in New South Wales. Just wonder if you could tell us a little bit about those and whether that would be a good template for the Department of Education in New South Wales.
Well, thank you. I suppose the education in WA has really come about because they've spoken to New South Wales. I mean, New South Wales has been the positive leader and influence on WA, we are still working with them. I wouldn't say that what is being spread through WA is anyway established. My office has been looking at different ways to disseminate information and disseminate class learning about anti-Semitism. There are some major international sources of education that we are looking to trial, as well as homegrown versions. I myself have produced 4 small videos as a first step, I suppose, for teachers. And we are producing another much longer program in conjunction with the Holocaust Alliance of the museums around Australia. Where the work, the trial that I was involved in, which actually was just before I started in this role with the Catholic schools, that was a very intensive teacher training exercise, and then a focus on students who had never met other Jewish students, non-Jewish students, meeting Jewish students and having an experiential program. That will not be sufficient, won't be able to be scaled up sufficiently for the number of students we have. So we need to replicate that in different ways, through visits to Holocaust museums, through videos, etc. So I think your point that they are great case studies is absolutely right, but I'm taking them and working it up in conjunction with the work that I'm doing with the department here in New South Wales.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for joining us remotely despite your injury, Ms. Siegel. It's the Deputy Chair, Dr. Amanda Conn. I had a couple of questions for you. My first one is, could you explain to us how you disclose or manage any real or perceived conflicts of interest between your role as the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism with your role as Chair of the Australia-Israel Chamber of Commerce?
Well, actually, it's quite easy. I'm no longer the Chair of the Australia-Israel Chamber of Commerce. I resigned last year.
Thank you. That's helpful. And my second question is about
not that I believed it was. Can I just say, it's not an advocacy organisation. It was an event organisation and a knowledge organisation. So I didn't actually see it as a great conflict, but it was better that I stepped down. So I have.
Thank you for clarifying that. You've called for the weekly demonstrations for Palestine to not be permitted in the CBD, and I understand you've called them intimidatory and sinister. Have you attended any of those events yourself?
No, I have not, but I have spoken to many people who have, not members of the Jewish community, but others who have, so not Jewish members at all, but people who wanted to go into the city and who've spoken to me and said that they felt they could not go into the city. They felt intimidated, let alone the Jewish community. So it was really the vehemence and the violence for what was being advocated that I was objecting to, that we should be able to go to our city and not feel that. And it's part of my general view that we should increase civility in the way we talk to each other in our country to rebuild social cohesion. So I'm not in any way objecting to freedom of speech or assembly or anything like that. I was just trying to convey that they were taking over the city, and ordinary non-Jewish members of the public were feeling intimidated.
Sure. I'm interested just to follow that up specifically with what's been reported back to you that led people to feel intimidated. And I'm asking as a third-generation Holocaust survivor myself who has attended these events. I've certainly not experienced any, you've used the word vehemence and violence at those events. So I'm interested in understanding specifically what was reported to you that was intimidatory.
Well, and I don't know if when you've attended them, they've been calmer. Things, I believe, are less angry today than perhaps they were early on. And these comments come from people who were trying to get into the city and cross over and carry on with their shopping. Middle of last year, not currently. Because that's when I made the comments. They were being jostled, they weren't allowed to cross, there was shouting, they felt just intimidated. That's really what was told to me. And they were angry that they could not access the shops that they wished to. And indeed they left the city. A number of people left the city and said, well, we're just not going to go to the city.
I should give the last 2 minutes back to the chair now that you're back.
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah, I've got some questions.
Yep.
Just on that issue of the Palestine protests, Ms. Segal, in circumstances where you hadn't attended any of them and where there is an implied freedom in the country, do you think that portraying them very clearly as sinister and intimidatory really contributes to civil debate? Or do you think it's actually quite an uncivil way to describe those events and the people participating in them?
Well, it certainly was not meant to be uncivil. I was just conveying the sentiments, I suppose, that had been conveyed to me by those non-Jewish people who had attended, and certainly by any meetings that I had with the Jewish community itself. So I certainly didn't mean to be uncivil, but I think the debate, the demonstrations themselves were, certainly not conveying a sense of respectful debate. That was what I was trying to convey, and that's what I think was the case. I don't know. I mean, have they, in your opinion, calmed down in terms of less, certainly I believe, according to people that I've heard, that there are, certainly in Melbourne and in Sydney, those marches are less frequent and less disruptive.
So do you think that in circumstances where there is an implied freedom, that it's actually a bit of a pernicious contribution to call for them to be banned in the CBD, because it can have a tendency to suggest to the Jewish community that the state is letting them down, when in fact what's occurring is just an honouring, I suppose, of the fact that in Australia people have a right to protest. It's been recognised by the High Court as an implied freedom.
I never suggested that they not be allowed to protest. It was
Not
only
in the
where they were
CBD.
protesting.
Yes.
It was
Except
only
that-
where.
Yeah.
So I don't accept that at all.
No, but don't you think that even saying that they shouldn't be allowed in the CBD, if that is indeed...
I didn't say that. I said in the streets of the CBD. I suggested that they go, in areas where they wouldn't be near the shops.
Sure, but if such a limitation is not a practical or legal limitation, do you think it actually might be a pernicious thing to call for, because it can feed a view in the Jewish community that the community is not being properly protected when actually what you're calling for is impossible and unlawful?
Well, I don't think it was unlawful with respect to call for it. And I don't accept what you've said. I think that there are limits. And for example, they have been recognised by the government in New South Wales in saying that people should not gather outside synagogues and intimidate people who are praying there. And that was one of the demonstrations was outside one of the synagogues. And those people praying in the Great Synagogue could not exit. So I think that it's quite a complex issue as to where people exercise their rights and how they do. And that area of freedom around synagogues has now been recognised, as it is around health reproduction clinics. So I think it was perfectly consistent with the thinking of the law to allow demonstrations, but at the same time to respect the rights of other people to utilise their city and their freedoms.
Certainly, but your call was not for a particular limitation in respect of a protest outside a synagogue. Your call was that these protests not be allowed anywhere where the Jewish community might go, including the main streets of the CBD. And I'm just suggesting to you that it was probably never a fruitful call, because it's not consistent with a lawful limitation in the Constitution on restrictions on free speech. And I'm just concerned that these sort of calls, which I'm not suggesting are made in bad faith, but these sort of calls that ultimately aren't grounded in sort of law and reality can have a pernicious effect.
Well, I don't accept that.
All right, on that happy junction, we'll...
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Ms. Siegel, and...
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'll take it up. See you later.
Thank you very much for coming. We might start with you, Deputy Commissioner Hudson. Can I have your full name, position, and have you swear an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, sir. My full name is David William Hudson. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Police, currently in charge of investigations and counter-terrorism. I'll swear an oath, please. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Detective Inspector Johnston, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Bradley Johnston. I'm the officer in charge of the Engagement and Hate Crime Unit with New South Wales Police Force, and I'll swear an oath, please. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Hastings?
Yes. Jennifer Ann Hastings, a Senior Policy Officer in the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would any of you like to make a short opening statement?
No, sir.
No?
No, thank
No?
you.
No? All righty. We'll start with, I think it's opposition's turn, is it?
Oh, might be.
Let the opposition have a go. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner, for attending here with us today. Of course, throughout the inquiry, we've heard a lot of evidence regarding the amount that New South Wales Police have been involved in terms of anti-Semitic incidents. Just interested, first of all, in terms of the police's tracking and that, do you track anti-Semitic incidents?
We do as part of a larger collection plan of hate crimes or hate incidents. The Engagement Hate Crime Unit, which Mr Johnson is the officer in charge of, keep a spreadsheet of those incidents, whether they're what the relevant hate crime or what particular group is being targeted as a result of that incident or crime. So that's maintained by the Engagement and Hate Crime Unit, and obviously they're not the primary responder to these incidents. The majority of all incidents are captured on the computerised operational policing system, COPS, of which the Engagement and Hate Crime Unit go through to select those that have been flagged as a hate crime, to check that firstly it is, and also other incidents that they might pick up that they then flag themselves and contacted the command as this should be treated as a hate crime.
And to what sort of threshold do you apply in terms of the application of these incidents and actually classifying them as a hate crime? Do you need to have somebody who's charged with an offence for that to be classified, or is it largely in terms of the reporting of the incident?
If no one's charged and it's an obvious crime and we have a victim, and based on the circumstances of that particular matter, it's obvious it's a crime that's been committed, that will be captured as a hate crime. But if it doesn't reach the criminal threshold of being a criminal act, might be a subjective opinion of the person aggrieved that it was a crime and it's reported to police. If it doesn't reach the threshold of a crime, it's recorded as a hate incident on that system as well.
Okay, so you have two classifications in terms of a hate crime and a hate incident on the system. Thank you. Now, with respect to the Community Security Group, they've presented or provided a report which shows that in terms of anti-Semitic incidents from their perspective, in 2022 there were 442 recorded, in 2023 there were 830 recorded, and in 2024 there were 1,045 incidents recorded. Now, not going to necessarily what might be on your database or the number of incidents, but in terms of the trend, is this correlation something which also is reflected in terms of your reporting and statistics?
We've certainly seen an increase since 2023. And Brad and Jen are both here because they can access the spreadsheet that we keep these. They give you exact numbers on what those increases are. I don't think we saw the significant increases to the level that CSG saw in 23 and 24, but certainly an increase. And as a percentage of the overall incidents that are reported to us and captured on this system, they are certainly increasing as well.
Well, if we could ask in terms of what are the number of incidents that you have captured over those periods?
I probably have that data here somewhere.
Thank you.
Check that on the... Bearing in mind this database commenced in 2020.
Thank you.
Initially in 2019, it was, I think, I asked for it to be captured, and it's been a steady increase and a percentage increase since that time as incidents have come to our notice. But in 2024, we had a total of 1,600 incidents reported to us. About 27% of those were anti-Semitic. Prior to that, 1,300 in 2023, 22% anti-Semitic, obviously escalating towards the end of 2023, and this year so far, 33% of reports to us have been of an anti-Semitic nature.
Mr. Hudson, sorry, could I ask you just to maybe talk more into the microphone? I can't quite hear you.
And sorry, just on that, you said 33% were anti-Semitic, but how many were reported this year in total so far?
1,121.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Hudson, I guess one of the propositions that's been put forward in this inquiry is, in a sense, that many of these anti-Semitic incidents were not real anti-Semitic incidents, so to speak, that they were things that were done by criminals and with a different intention. Now, the submission that's been put to us from many within the Jewish community is that, irregardless of the intention, there was, of course, an impact, and there was a reason why people were targeting the Jewish community. Just interested in terms of the New South Wales Police's perspective in terms of those incidents and the response of the New South Wales Police.
There were, I think, a total of 14 incidents captured under Strike Force Pearl, which were the higher end of offending in our minds, with attacks on synagogues with graffiti, fire bombings, attacks on cars, attacks on houses. Whilst through investigation, that was ultimately determined that the catalyst of those incidents was a manipulation of the criminal justice system by an individual, or his attempts to manipulate the criminal justice system. We certainly believe that they were anti-Semitic in nature. The Jewish community was targeted. They were putting lives in danger. Ultimately, I don't think we would consider it anything but anti-Semitic in nature. Those attacks, those 14 particular strike forces of the fire bombings and graffiti attacks that were conducted by those criminal networks.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And Deputy Commissioner, it's also been suggested with respect to that individual as well that they did have form in this regard as well, and that they did hold or espouse anti-Semitic views that were shown previous to those incidents. Is that correct?
There's an individual of interest to us that we haven't publicly identified, but has been suggested through media outlets and has actually engaged in interviews in relation to it, I believe. That individual certainly posted material on social media sites a few years ago, which one would consider having an anti-Semitic ideology.
Thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Hudson, we've heard evidence throughout this inquiry with respect to the increasing resources that the police have had to apply throughout. And I will say from the outset that amongst the Jewish community, I think that broadly there has been high esteem for the police and their operations, and we've heard that time and time again through this committee. But I imagine that that has taken a lot of police resources in recent years. Is that correct?
Since October the 7th, the attacks by Hamas, the terrorist attacks, we very quickly stood up an operation named Shelter to capture all incidents under one banner, but also to conduct proactive taskings of synagogues and mosques. We believe that there could be reprisal attacks as well. So we conducted over 12,000 taskings in relation to Shelter. These were police taken away from their normal duties initially, but then subsidised by overtime payments to conduct those patrols. So that's one component of our preventative actions post October the 7th. When the investigations through Pearl were commenced, we had significant resources assigned to those matters. From firstly, there was a caravan job that was outside of Pearl as well that you may have read about, which was all linked in the end, but the terrorism investigation squad was almost entirely committed to that investigation with the Australian Federal Police and other agencies. the Security Investigations Unit of Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command was almost entirely committed to that investigation as well. I supplemented that particular task force with 16 officers from State Crime Command, which is one of the other commands that under my management. And at different times we swelled that number of permanent members of Pearl significantly by other state crime resources following an incident to do an appropriate canvass of post-incidents, which is that work which is very bespoke to state crime and their investigations of organised crime matters and organised crime homicides proved very successful in the identification of offenders for Strikeforce Pearl, which have been arrested.
Thank you very much. And Deputy Commissioner Hudson, we of course went through what was seen as the summer of hate. There does seem to be some return to normality in a sense, but the threat still remains. In terms of what you're seeing at the moment in terms of anti-Semitic incidents and the like, is that a fair assessment that things are starting to ease in terms of tensions at the moment?
I think we're getting back to a level, whilst I think the volume's increasing still, I think there are still a large number of anti-Semitic incidents, but they're at a lower level than we've previously seen through the last summer. But there's also increased reporting by the Jewish community through CSG as well. I think they're encouraged to report, and we encourage them to report things that they think are suspicious or they think might be problematic. It's better off that we do know than we don't. Even if it's quite a low level, if we get a pattern of those low level incidents, then we can do something about it or get a better picture of what we should be doing about it to protect the Jewish community, as we do with all communities. So whilst we're not seeing the severity that we did certainly in December and January of this year, I think there are still a number of incidents out there. When you last week or the week before, when you see swastikas painted on Marrickville Police Station, and incidents like that, this type of behaviour and activity is not going away.
And Deputy Commissioner Hudson, you mentioned the CSG and the Community Security Group and the work that you do with them. What is that? How does that relationship work between the protocols with the Community Security Group and the New South Wales Police Force?
We've always had a close working relationship with CSG. At the moment, it's Mr Newman's area that deals with them directly on a weekly basis or on a needs basis, if more frequent than that. I have frequent, although not regular, meetings with CSG. If there's issues of concern that escalate to my level, but certainly we're engaged with the management of that group, and we try to provide services to the Jewish community, like we do to everyone else, that makes them feel comfortable in our state.
Deputy Commissioner Hudson, we've heard, I don't know if we've necessarily heard any on the record evidence, but we've heard at least some informal evidence from some individuals that they have been advised from the New South Wales Police that they're on a certain level of concern in terms of, I don't want to necessarily say a list effectively, but that's sort of been what's been put to us, that people have been advised by the New South Wales Police that they should be mindful of their own security and that there's certain intelligence that's been picked up. Is that something that you have tracked in terms of the number of people who do need to take additional protection for their security within the Jewish community?
We have only gone outside of our regular behaviour in relation to one individual that I can recall. That individual had direct threats, but the direct threats came from the source of the Kissinger/Caravan job that was later discredited. We can probably assume now, in hindsight, although we took that threat at its highest, which we needed to do, based on the AFP reporting of that incident. We took that threat at its highest. However, in hindsight, it was part, again, of that manipulation of the criminal justice system by that individual who's currently overseas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for appearing today. We heard some evidence earlier that people are not always reporting incidents of hate speech and potentially other criminal activity because there is a concern that it may not be taken seriously. And we heard some evidence in relation to universities in particular, but there seemed to be a broader sense that potentially the trauma or the experience of reporting what could be a crime was not worth taking the trouble to do so. I'm wondering how the police respond to that kind of evidence and what measures the police have taken to ensure that the Jewish community feel confident that their submissions are taken seriously and responded to.
I find that surprising. I don't think we've encountered, and Mr. Johnson might correct me, but any reluctance in the Jewish community to report what they suspect to be criminal behaviour to us.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand in relation to hate speech the frustrations of some individuals, and that report matters to us. We have gone through a process. Obviously the legislation that controls that is 93Z of the Crimes Act. There was a review by Bathurst and Law Reform Commission to recommend changes. It was shortly to commence, I think in August, 93ZAA, which are modifications to that Act. But the existing legislation under 93Z, if we get a referral and it's not obvious to us, we will seek legal advice as to the potential for prosecution of that matter. And we have done that on a number of occasions and fallen short based on the way that the legislation is framed, which was articulated in the Bathurst review.
Mm-hmm. And are you speaking to stakeholders about that falling short, as it were, to educate about that gap between now and when the new legislation comes into force?
Obviously there's a federal court outcome this week, which of a private prosecution by the Jewish community in relation to someone that we'd previously assessed, an incident that we'd previously assessed through that process, and the legal advice was it wouldn't reach threshold for prosecution. I've asked for that to be reviewed with the potential new legislation that comes in August, and have been informed that if based on the same circumstances, the prospects of charge and conviction are quite strong on the new legislation, but that didn't exist, and it's obviously not retrospective. So I think the difficulties in the legislation are well known within the Jewish community, which is why the civil action was commenced under a different threshold in a different environment. I was on a panel on Sky News for a forum with the Jewish community, and there was a lawyer on the same panel who, and she very eloquently explained the problems with that particular legislation, and understood the frustrations of not just the community but the police in investigating those matters. So I think it's quite well known, and we do try and, I was going to say educate, but it's not educate, inform the community that there are difficulties, but I think the government's, based on the advice I've currently got, has seen fit to try and address that and modify through the implementation of 93ZAA, which comes in August, to try and fill that gap.
In relation to online vilification and doxing, are those statistics or numbers that you gave around incidents of anti-Semitism broken down by type that might reveal the prevalence of crimes that relate to that digital sphere?
To a certain degree, I would suggest, but Mr. Johnson might be better placed to answer that.
Excuse me. No, they're not particularly broken down, not in any discernible manner that would give a indication of the prevalence of them. But certainly, if if it's known within the reporting that, well, it's known that it's online, but we can make reference to that, but the figures wouldn't break it up specifically at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Is the investigation of digital forms of targeting and anti-Semitism, is that research taking up a lot of police time when investigating matters of anti-Semitism? Like, is investigating that digital space more challenging, for example, in trying to land some sort of prosecution or charge?
It can be more challenging, but it could also, in different circumstances, make it easier as well because it's a digital footprint. We charge not just with anti-Semitic threats or behaviours, but with a number of hate crime type incidents with telecommunications offences under the Commonwealth Crimes Act quite frequently. That's one of the things that the Security Investigations Unit really focuses on.
So are you seeing a rise in reports of that digital vilification as opposed to in-person or like physical vilification?
I think the digital environment has influenced a broad range of criminal activities, not just anti-Semitic incidents. I would suggest that they probably are increasing, but anecdotally, but I don't have that data before us. We can certainly try and establish that and take it on notice.
That would be helpful. I guess I'm trying to get to whether police are sufficiently resourced to deal with what seems to be, and according to some previous evidence, a real explosion of online forms of abuse and vilification related to anti-Semitism, and the community feeling confident that they can also report that to police and it be taken seriously and have the resources behind it to investigate appropriately.
It'll always certainly be taken seriously. Those incidents are normally reported to local area commands or police area commands, the local police station. They frequently, request the assistance of the cybercrime squad, which is one of the squads at State Crime that sits under me. And they provide a service in relation to the identification of service providers and process and how to actually conduct an investigation in that environment. It's not an expertise that every detective in New South Wales has. There are some nuances to it, but cybercrime, as the experts in our organisation for that, certainly provide that guidance to the front line.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deputy Commissioner Hudson, just going back in terms of some of the police's responses, of course, we continue to hear with what happened on the steps of the Opera House on October 9, that being effectively something that I know that the government has apologised for what happened on those nights, but just inviting you to go back to that incident and the protocols that we used. What have been the revisions that the police have made to protocols following that event?
That was a very difficult evening and a difficult event to manage. The Palestinian Action Group had notified the police that they intended to protest at Town Hall that afternoon, which was being managed by Central Metropolitan Region Command. During that, or shortly after the conclusion of that, it was flagged that they would march to the Opera House, where the sails of the Opera House were being lit with the Israeli flag. It was fairly late notification of that to the police, and we don't have powers to prevent people attending the Opera House. We couldn't prevent them going there. They could walk along the footpath en masse with 500 or 1,000 people down the footpath. It was considered the best way to do that was to facilitate their movement to the Opera House. I think the thing that goes lost, whilst there was a lot of noise at the Town Hall and a lot of behaviour you would normally expect of what that we see in Hyde Park every week at the moment, with the Palestinian Action Group. There was nothing violent exhibited towards at the Opera House. It was posted on social media that group was moving to the Opera House, and there was an influx of individuals from southwestern Sydney in carloads that attended the Opera House that weren't at the town hall. And our investigations, although it's been very difficult to identify individuals responsible for some of the behaviour because of the disguises they wore and the scarves they wore with flares and everything else, and some of the behaviour that took place, we don't think were actually at the town hall with the Palestinian Action Group. We think they came later after the social media announcement and call for people to attend the Opera House, which happened on the run. I think that happened after the march started, that went there. They got there very quickly. And that certainly turned into an undesirable event for us and for the Jewish community and for probably the state of New South Wales. So, we talk about lessons learned from that. We need to scrape social media better than we do to get the temperature of the community and the social cohesion that's present within or absent in relation to particular incidents. In relation to that particular night, if we'd known what we'd known and if they were insistent on attending the Opera House, we probably would have facilitated their free movement there but not let them in to the Opera House steps. We would have prevented them getting to the steps, but we can't prevent the free movement of people throughout the city just because you're in a protest. You can walk down the street, the footpath, bearing in mind at that particular protest at the Town Hall, there was a lot of women, children, women pushing prams. It's not like we were going to put walls up and start boxing on with these people who have a right to protest. We all know that. But if, in hindsight, if we were going to do anything, we may have put up not allowed them onto the steps of the Opera House.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Deputy Commissioner, for your evidence. Just briefly on that October 9 protest, it's been talked about in the media and indeed in this inquiry in a very unitary sense. So we've had people talk about a march from Town Hall, a march or protest at the Opera House, where they chanted these things as if to suggest that everyone present at the event did those things. I understand that the event at the Opera House was the subject of various video recordings, and I'm wondering if you could take on notice, to the knowledge of the police, and I understand there was an expert report done of a particular video, how many people chanted that phrase, F the Jews, and how many people chanted that phrase, where's the Jews? Is that something you can take on notice for us?
I can. That particular investigation wasn't conducted under my command. It was done through field operations as a protest activity. I know that there was some suggestions there are other forms of words used as well, which we can't identify on the tapes, and we've had experts look at that.
Yeah.
But I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm just concerned that there's been a sort of shorthand used that has had a tendency to suggest that every single person at that protest did and said particular things. Your evidence has been very sort of detailed in terms of the progression of events, and I think it might be useful if you add to that to the extent you can and actually tell us, as a matter of public record, how many people actually said those two phrases of all the people there.
I know there's a lot of body-worn video that was reviewed, that was worn by the police. Obviously, TV stations provided all their media as well. We can certainly go back through and see if that was captured.
Yeah, I think you might find that there was some analysis done at the time. It might be that pretty quickly answers that question, hopefully. So just turning to this issue of anti-Semitic incidences, in terms of the document that you've got, which is a register of those incidents, did you say that it's split into two categories, hate crimes and hate incidences?
That's my understanding, but I'll just confirm that. Is that correct?
Yeah. We have hate crimes and hate incidents. Crimes are where it's obvious that there's a criminal offence has occurred. Hate incidents, it matters where there's concern about the conduct, not necessarily reaching the criminal threshold.
And in terms of hate crimes, am I correct in thinking that is not a category just limited to incitement of racial hatred type offences, but it can be any offence if it's committed with the motive of hate? Is that correct?
It can be a robbery, can be an assault, can be a break-in and a steal.
Yeah. And things categorised as hate incidences are things that, on the allegation at least, seem to fall short of the suggestion of an actual crime. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think mostly fall short of what would be considered offensive behaviour.
Yeah. Is there any meaning as a sort of word of art in police terminology to the word attack? Because we've had people talk in the public space about anti-Semitic attacks over the last 2 years or 4 years or things like that. Is that a phrase that has a particular meaning in terms of police methodology?
It's not used by us.
It's not used by you? No. So can you tell us, if you've got it there accessible, you're able to tell us from 2019 until the present how many hate crimes and hate incidences have occurred in each year?
Yeah, we can. That table there, wouldn't it? You go through it, Brett.
Yeah. So for 2020, the number of hate crimes was 208 and hate incidents was 268. And 2021...
Just on that, sir, 11% of those were anti-Semitic.
Oh, good, yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Or 53.
Just Jewish incidents. With the
I just want to be careful that we're not capturing, because we capture all against all communities, so it could be LGBT, could be the Muslim community, so just clarifying that we're talking to the where the Jewish community has made the report, I suppose.
Okay. Right, so it could be a Jewish victim or complainant, but the type of hate being expressed could be, for example, anti-gay hate or something of that nature.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is we're capturing here the I suppose we don't flag it necessarily as an anti-Semitic incident, but who the complainant is. So if it's the victim group, if the victim group is the Jewish community, that's what we're talking to here.
Okay, so if the hate crime was committed against a Jewish person on the basis of anti-gay sentiment, presumably it would be marked under the LGBTI.
It would depend. It really depends on how they provide the information. So if they report as a gay Jewish person, I'm not sure where that would
it
sit.
could be both, I suppose. Yeah.
But if the language used was, swear words, and then target gay, it would be that, or it would be if it's to their Judaism, then it would be that.
Okay.
So it's just, it depends what they're saying. We're not researching, going back to them and saying, how many categories do you fit?
Sure.
But we're just
clarifying. It's more about the crime itself or the allegation itself.
And what they're reporting.
Okay, thank you. So for 2020, it's 208 hate crimes, 268 hate incidences, is that right?
Yes.
With 11% anti-Semitic. Are you able to tell us how many of the 208, so the hate crimes, how many led to charges?
We don't have no, is the short answer. We are back capturing where legal charges have resulted from the hate incidents or hate crime, but it's not a direct correlation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can't follow the thread necessarily here today to say 16, resulted in charges.
Yeah.
We can say how many charges occurred. I don't know that we have it back to 2022 because it's a back capture of information that
so 2020 we'll talk about just then, I think.
Yeah, so we don't have it back to then. We might have it 2023 onwards or 2022.
So can you take on notice how many led to charges in 2020?
Yes, but it's
might not be there.
the time frames of getting that information.
So we can assume that of the 208 in 2020, not all necessarily led to criminal charges.
Correct.
Just
do you have a sense?
so the purpose of this spreadsheet or database is not to keep accurate statistical information. It's for an operational use. It's an internal. It's not a requirement that we keep it. We use it for investigative purposes and trend analysis, so that we've got a better picture of what's occurring. But it's not designed, or when the people who know much more than I do designed it. It was for a specific purpose, not to keep accurate data.
It's more an intelligence thing, is that right? To use it to inform assessment of events as they occur, for example.
We need to be aware of levels. We need to be aware of, but you know, as I said earlier, the investigations and everything else is conducted through the computerised operational policing system, or COPS, not through this database. So the details and the nuances of each individual crime or incident is captured in that. And if it's a serious matter such as the Pearl and Kissinger investigations, they're escalated to our investigation management system, Eagle Eye, as well. So this is basically a tool to identify trends for us and to assess the temperature within the community.
Okay. So do you have a separate database that records how many hate crimes were charged in 2020 in New South Wales?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't that be sort of an important thing to record?
Legal actions in relation to hate crimes. There's legal actions in relation to crimes that are specified in the Crimes Act.
Yeah, so you just do it by offence provision sort of number or whatever it's called in the database?
Well, depending upon, I can give you very easily the legal action rate for the number of people for number of assaults in New South Wales,
sure, but
sexual
not
assaults,
by hate crime.
because it's not a category in the Crimes Act.
Okay, and it's not otherwise marked in a distinguishing way in the police database, is that right?
In the police database, it's a tag that if an individual putting an event on that system, on the computerised operational policing system, believes that it's the cause of that crime was hate or prejudice or bias, we'll tick that box, that flag, which is then reviewed by Mr. Johnson's area for accuracy. But any ongoing investigation or preferring of charges goes through that totally different system.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you wouldn't mind taking on notice whether you somehow can cross-reference and work out how many charges, that would be good. So for 2021, can you tell me how many hate crime allegations and hate incidences there were?
For 2021, again, it was hate crimes was 170 and the hate incidents was 377.
377. And what percentage of those were anti-Semitic allegations? Do you know?
The Jewish reports were 61 reports were 11%. Again, another 11%.
11%.
Yeah.
And then for 2022,
was, the hate crimes were 263.
263.
And the incidents were 568.
568.
Yeah, and the reports from Jewish were 117 or 14%.
14%. And then 2023?
Is hate crimes 431.
400 and, sorry, how many?
31.
31, yeah.
And hate incidents 906.
And then the percentage?
22%.
22%. And then 2024?
It's hate crimes 479.
479.
And 1,156 for the incidents.
56.
And 27%.
27, yeah. And then do you have them for 2019 or 2025, or is it?
We've got year to date for 2025, which is hate crimes 395 and hate incidents 726.
Sorry, that's for 2025, is it?
Yeah, year to date.
Yeah.
I don't have 2019.
Yeah, okay. Have you worked out the percentage increase in the two figures total from 2020 to 2021 to 2022 to 2023 to 2024?
No.
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 Okay. If you wouldn't mind taking that on notice, that would be helpful, because there seems to be an increase every year.
Across the board, the
Yeah,
hate crime
it's interesting.
reports, or the reports of hate, are increasing year on year since 2019. I think there was a dip in either 2020 or 2021. But we attribute that to, in general, we've rolled out training. I think at the start of 2022, we've rolled out training to PACs and police districts around understanding hate crime. Last year there was a mandatory online training module that all officers had to complete in the 24-25 financial year. We've rolled out videos of reporting hate crime, like little YouTube snippets to encourage the reporting. So across all victim groups there has been increases. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that. So it's not, and we also saw in 2023, for example, sort of statistical spikes depending on the world event. So in Q1, LGBT groups were the highest incident single group reporting because of World Pride. The Rainbow Storytime sort of pushed back on those things. The Indian population had a spike in Q2 because of the Khalistan referendum.
Yeah.
So when we got to Q4 of the attacks in Israel, then it wasn't a surprise that the Jewish community were the highest incident group.
Yeah, interesting. So would you, Deputy Commissioner, would you describe all the matters in the category of hate crime incidents as an attack?
Would I personally?
Yeah.
No.
So what are we talking about there? Like, what sort of stuff are we talking about? It's not criminal, which presumably would include offensive manner or language. So it's something lower, is it, than offensive manner or language? So what sort of thing are we typically talking about in that part of the database?
It could be a variety of things. Way people are spoken to, which is a large part of it is. If there's an actual criminal act of damage to property or assault or anything else, certainly we'll take action. It becomes a crime, and we take
That's
action.
in the hate crime category. I'm talking about incidents. What are we talking
Incidents
about?
are probably very subjective by the individual reporting.
Yeah. Okay.
But if I may add, it could be someone yelling something from a moving vehicle, or and not necessarily hearing what the insult was, or it could be an offensive gesture. There's that degree of interpretation. Was it directed at me because I'm a female? Was it directed at me? Was it the person behind me? So it's that sort of thing where it's not a clear criminal act, but we still don't want to stop people from reporting.
In the online space that the Honourable Jackie Munro was talking about, there's a criminal offence of using a carriage service, which obviously includes the internet or a phone, in a way that would offend the reasonable person. Are we safe in assuming that none of the things categorised as a hate crime incidents would meet that threshold? Because if it met that threshold, presumably it would be flagged as a hate crime.
That's correct.
Yeah. And in terms of the hate crime category, and I know that I've already touched on this, but are you able to tell us sort of roughly, take, for example, 2024, 479 hate crime reports. What percentage of those roughly would have led to criminal charges, do you think? Like, are we talking like 80%, or are we talking like 8%? We're just interested in the...
I don't have that data, so as I said, it's not captured in this system. It's captured in other systems. So, I think that as
So do you think it'd be the majority or the minority?
I'd be guessing. I don't. I think. I think to be a large proportion of them charges would have preferred.
Yeah.
I think it's easier to tag something as a hate crime when you have certain admissions in relation to it, motivation, rather than the subjective victim's opinion.
Yeah.
And when you interview potentially someone responsible, and they make admissions that it's irrefutable as to the motivation behind that crime. So, but I don't have the data. Ms Hastings said that there is some form of back capture going on, which we might be able to pull data out of. Well,
yeah, if you could,
we'll have to have a look.
Am I right in thinking that it can be within the responsibilities of general duties police officers to investigate hate crimes? There's not necessarily a system where they're all referred to a central specialist unit?
I would suggest most of them would be investigated by general duties police at the low levels, as per their normal reporting. If a crime type is generally reported or investigated by general duties, simply because it's a hate crime, it would not escalate to another area, to a detective's branch or anything else, because the proofs of the offence are still the same in the Crimes Act.
Yeah. So noting an increase by 2022 as compared, let's say, to 2020 of 568 hate crime incidences compared to 268 hate crime incidences in 2020, and then noting 1,156 in 2024 compared to 568 in 2022, do you think that the events of October 7 and the aftermath, do you think you can confidently say that that's been a causative factor in terms of that increase? Because it seems like the increase was sharply on the move from the time you started this, because there's almost a 100% increase from 2020 to 2022.
I think you need to take into account that in 2020 we were in lockdown.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of hate going on externally. There's a lot of hate internally, and been a lot of hate since then. I think we've got a very angry community, which we see evidenced in a variety of ways, including road rage and the road toll and youth crime, and in a number of avenues since lockdown broke, which is proving significant challenges for us across a variety of areas. But coming out of 2020, I think it's probably a false level based on lockdowns,
that's a good point.
and increasing. But it's certainly, as we say, it is increasing. Hate crime out there in the community is increasing, and I think anti-Semitism is increasing as well.
Yeah. So there was a request or a communication from the committee to you this morning, Deputy Commissioner, asking if you were able to bring the whole database, and if you were able to bring it in a way that it could be visually depicted to the committee. Just wondering if you received that communication.
I was asked a question, and I said it's an operational database. We wouldn't be, but Mr. Johnson and Ms. Hastings are here because they can access that database. I can't.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you, for example, starting with 2024, and if you need to go in camera, that's fine, please make the request. Are you able to talk us through each of the 27% of matters that were categorised as anti-Semitism?
I'll have to hand over to the experts on that, but not knowing what's in it, I don't know.
I'm just interested in a representative...
Whether I know the camera or not, but anyway.
Just interested in a representative sample of the anti-Semitism incidences. Let's start with 2024. So put aside the crimes, maybe just talk about the incidences. You're able to talk us through briefly, perhaps just give a summary very briefly of what it's constituted by the complaint, these sort of non-criminal type hate incidents, and give us a sense of what was done in response to it. And look, obviously we've only got as much time as we've got, so...
We can't tell you what the response is, and I think it's also just when we record something as a hate crime or hate incident, we are going on what's reported in COPS, so we're not doing the further analysis, and it's an assessment whether the incident as reported, there was a criminal act, or if there was didn't meet the threshold. When we talk about a hate crime or a hate incident, we're not saying the crimes have gone through the prosecution. And
Indeed.
Just to be abundantly clear.
Yeah, so I'm particularly interested in the incidences. So the ones that fall into that category of deemed to be not a criminal allegation. In 2024, there was 1,156 of them with 27% anti-Semitism. Just wondering if you can take us through as much as you can. Just give us a bit of a summary of each of them.
Okay, I'll just
We'll just bring them up and
It's a hard question.
line it up. It's also, when we talk about the database, it's an Excel spreadsheet with drop-down menus. It's not, it's not Power BI. It's not something that just extracts. It's just drop-down menus and, scanning what the information in front of us. And now it's So you want to look at the hate crimes in 2024?
The hate incidences in 2024, maybe start with those.
Do we have another block of time after afternoon tea? Is that how you scheduled this?
We've got another 20 minutes till when we break, so...
Yeah. Do we each have another block after? I'm just trying to help here.
What if we can suggest this might take some time. What if we can suggest that we move to the crossbenchers time now, and then after the break, and you can also consider in that time whether you'd like to go in camera, perhaps for that session.
Can I just ask one quick question? In the year to date for 25, can we just have the percentage figure of which ones relate to the Jewish community?
33%.
33%, thanks.
So, Deputy Commissioner, would you be assisted if we move to some other questioning and your team had the opportunity to get the answer ready? And to consider the in-camera issue as well?
Totally. As long as they understand the question they're looking at specifically.
Yes. It's not an easy question, so if you need time to consider it, I think we can move to other questioning if the Chair will.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of follow-up questions relating to the database, so I might give you those questions first in case you need to take them on notice or come back to them. You have mentioned other victim groups of hate incidents and hate crimes. Could you provide us with what the breakdown is of those other groups as well? I appreciate this may need to be a table on notice, for example.
I think it will be. I think we've, specifically in relation to this committee, I think it's focused on anti-Semitic, right. So I don't think, I didn't think it was a review of the hate crimes database, but we'll certainly can take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to ask, so in March this year, both the Premier and the Police Minister stated that there had been 700 anti-Semitic attacks over the summer. I think Mr. Lawrence was trying to get at this, but where does this word attack come from if your classification is an incident or a crime? When you brief, for example, ministers, do you use that word attack, and what does it mean?
I don't know what it means, but that's words by, that's the Police Minister and Premier probably aren't au fait with all police terminology. I don't know what they meant.
Okay, and when they cited that figure of over 700 over the summer coming into March, do you know what they're referring to, or is it your view that that's an incorrect figure?
I think there was data captured under Operation Shelter, which was commenced on the 11th of October 2023, as I indicated, following the Hamas terrorist attack. But I think a lot of those incidents, I think that captured protests, I think it captured incidents that were reported to Shelter. So we had some indication of escalations post that event. I think there was a rough number of around 700 on that spreadsheet, but I think it captured a lot more than just anti-Semitism. I think there was Islamophobia incidents as well on that.
Okay. So do you think it was misleading to have referred to that in public as over 700 anti-Semitic attacks?
I think it might have been a mistake. I don't know if it was misleading or purposely misleading.
Yeah, sure. So if it was an error, to your knowledge, has there been any attempt to correct that?
I don't know. Okay. I think it came up at estimates, budget estimates, and was corrected by the Minister, I believe.
Okay. It may have been a committee that I'm not present on. I'm just trying to get my head around accurate figures while we've got all this time today. I wanted to come to a related issue in my community. I live in Albury, and you're probably aware of the neo-Nazi organisations based in Corowa and Albury. I'm deliberately choosing not to name them because they would love the publicity if they were named on the record today. They assembled at the War Memorial in Albury in October 2024 and have had a number of community appearances until then. So I understand at that incident in October that the police dispersed that group, but they made no arrests. Are you aware of these organisations operating in the Riverina, and what is New South Wales Police doing to respond to this really alarming rise of neo-Nazism in our region?
And that group has been of concern to us, although it's probably more active in Victoria than here, although obviously Albury the spillover from Victoria, and the leadership was always historically been in Victoria. I think people will remember a couple of Australia Days ago, not this Australia Day that's just gone, but last year, so 2024, when they tried to conduct a protest or a staging, and we turned them away on the train. There was and gave them a lot of infringements in relation to transport offences, and they had their faces disguised, which we had them removed lawfully and photographed, and they tried to convene the next day at a park out at Marsfield, I think, and same thing, they were disbanded. I'm fairly sure that group has disbanded itself and turning itself into a political party. They actually staged a protest here 2 weeks ago outside Parliament. They're turning themselves into a political group with a political agenda, I think, of white Australia, I believe. I've asked for advice on that following that protest, which I haven't received as yet, as to what the group that shall not be named, what exists of that, and whether the political affiliations and their attempts to become a political force is replicated around the country with other subgroups of them. But the advice I got initially, which I haven't got in writing as yet, was that in New South Wales it's ostensibly disbanded and following a political pathway. There was a protest outside Parliament in Macquarie Street 10 days ago.
Yeah, so they came back to my attention in the last week because there were another 3 reported incidents of anti-Semitic graffiti, including swastikas, in the Albury-Wodonga region, and there was at least one of these that was in Victoria, but I know that locally the Murray River Police District do have a very strong relationship with their counterparts across the river. Perhaps this might be one to take on notice, whether these are related to this particular organisation or whether there's I suppose, an unrelated broader audience or broader movement related to this group in the community. Thank you. Not yet. No, I'm just pausing.
There's
Are we meant to be?
No. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
You all right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right. I'm just pausing because I've got lots of different things.
No, totally fine.
That's all right. Sorry, I'm just continuing on the same note with these organised neo-Nazi groups, and firstly to say I'm really pleased that at your level you're aware of these organisations and clearly actively monitoring them from the comments you've been able to make. We heard a number of distressing anecdotes in this committee this morning, particularly from leaders of Jewish school communities in Sydney. I don't want to repeat them, but I can if you need to for context, but these were similarly Nazi symbolism, Nazi salutes, references to Hitler aimed at school children, which is obviously really distressing and I don't think would be acceptable to any of us. Is this part of one organised neo-Nazi group that, you know, as you say, you believe's disbanded in New South Wales, or are there multiple new organisations appearing? Is this a much broader issue with neo-Nazi movements?
I think ideologies are mixed to a certain degree. I mean, right-wing national extremist views there's a number of groups that engage in that type of rhetoric and behaviour, who believe in similar principles, but they're potentially not neo-Nazis. They wouldn't describe themselves as that. So I think there are a number of groups, right-wing groups, in New South Wales that could potentially, depending on their membership and bearing in mind that these groups, if they have a number of members, some of those members aren't going to all behave to the same or sing to the same tune. They all have their own opinions. They might just be a member of that group with an overarching ideology, but they might free range and do stupid things as well. So the type of behaviour that you're talking about, shouldn't be tolerated. But there's people out there that, if we identify that type of behaviour, we will charge, and they are offences. They are criminal offences under the Crimes Act, under 93ZA of the Crimes Act. Nazi symbols or salutes. And there's Commonwealth legislation we can charge with. We've charged and convicted people with doing Nazi salutes in public. And we will continue to do that. We've convicted people at soccer matches for doing it. We've convicted people for marching past the Holocaust Museum and doing it. And we will continue to do that. So when we identify an offence that reaches that threshold and that benchmark for that type of behaviour, we're more than happy to charge people. And we will continue to do that.
Thank you. I think I'm looping back to one of my earlier questions, which, without context, may have seemed strange in this inquiry about the other victim groups. And I think many witnesses have warned us that hatred in communities can and will impact multiple groups, and that we need to be paying attention to this issue because of the potential impact to other groups as well as the impact on the Jewish community. I'm aware of these neo-Nazi group, white supremacist groups, whatever language you'd like to use to describe them, also explicitly targeting LGBTQIA plus people, particularly in my own community of Albury. We've also seen them parade down the streets with homophobic banners and need to be dispersed by police. So I'm interested in that intersection. Are you looking at these hate groups in terms of the intersectional impact they're having on multiple victim groups, or is the way that you're assessing risk or responding to them separately based on one victim group or one incident at a time?
We don't look at it from the basis of victim groups. We look at it from the aspect of their ideology and how removed that is from mainstream, and their potential for violence or potential to commit crimes because of that ideology. So whilst I totally accept neo-Nazi groups, white supremacist groups, national extremist groups don't necessarily just target the Jewish community. They will target the LGBTIQ community as well, or anything that doesn't sit with their narrative of what they perceive to be normal. So we look at the environment, we look at the group rather than the actual victim group, in the way we monitor and approach them, those groups.
Thank you. Just moving away from this topic, I did want to ask about the anniversary events for October 7 that took place in October 2024. I understand there were applications to police for a number of different events, a rally and a candlelight vigil, that there were applications made to prevent some of those events from going ahead. Could you speak to those events from a police perspective and what transpired?
I'm not responsible for those events. Field operations is, so I don't have visibility. I can certainly take that on notice as to what was submitted and what was rejected.
Sure, thank you.
But I don't have visibility on that. It wasn't raised with me.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being able to take that on notice. I think there's Yeah, in the absence of the chair, I'm not sure who the rest of this time is meant to be divided by, but I've certainly had too much.
So we're having afternoon tea at 3:15, right?
Yeah.
So I've got a few more, if that's timely.
Afternoon tea, 3:15.
Yeah. So should we split the rest of the time between us two?
We're happy for you to take
Yep,
this bit,
okay.
unless the chair's back. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm right at the moment. I'll save mine up for budget estimates.
So just going back to the percentage of incidences that are related to the Jewish community. So you've given, in answer to questions I earlier asked, a percentage that relates to the combination of the two types of categories. So 11% in 2020 was related to the Jewish community, and that's, I presume, 11% of 208 plus 268, so the two categories. Are you able to take on notice for me the percentage of complaints that relate to the Jewish community in each category for each year? So, for example, in 2020, what percent of the 208 related to the Jewish community, and what percent of the 268 related to the Jewish community?
Yeah, we can take that on notice for sure.
Thanks. And then on for each year.
Yep.
That's all right. Just going back to questions that Dr. Conn asked about the neo-Nazi movement. In terms of the Corowa event, and then the event in Sydney that involved the people on the train in masks or balaclavas, are you able to just explain what particular police powers were used in each incident to sort of end those events? Was that move-on powers? Or was that
Ultimately, they were move-on
charges,
powers, but there was infringement notices issued for transport offences, I think, as well.
Right. Okay, so they didn't have tickets or something?
I think something. I'll have to. It's 18 months ago now. I can't remember this,
Yeah.
but certainly, ultimately, they were move-on offences, move-on directions.
Move-on
given.
directions, yeah.
and
So
right.
with the Corowa event, and I'm mindful of Section 200 of LEPRA, which I'm sure you're familiar with, that says that except in some circumstances you can't apply a move-on to a protest or demonstration. Are you able to talk to, in respect to the Corowa event, what particular part of Section 200 was used to give a move-on?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
I wasn't there, and
If
it
you
was
wouldn't
done by
mind.
local police.
Yeah. And also, in terms of the train event, are you able to take on notice what particular type of move-on direction was given?
I can, because the Public Order Riot Squad, which sits under me, was certainly involved in the Australia Day incident, and I know we obtained fairly detailed legal advice about what opportunities and options were available to us on that particular day. But I can take that on notice as well and get back to you.
And have you got a view about whether the legislation, so LEPRA, at the moment, affords police suitable and adequate powers to deal with far-right demonstrations of that type? Is there any sort of problem that we should be aware of in the law enforcement legislation in that regard?
I don't think you could have specific legislation targeting one ideology. I think the tenet of our constitution and the way we live is that everyone's got the right to free speech.
Yep.
Like they're entitled to an opinion. Just the majority of Australians wouldn't agree with them, but they're entitled to say it if it stays within the limits of the law. It's actually breaking up their gatherings because of them being neo-Nazis. I don't think would be useful in LEPRA. I think it comes down to their behaviour, whether they're creating a disturbance, whether they're creating fear or intimidation of the local community, which would dictate whether they're given a move-on direction and dispersed.
So in terms of the Corowa event, I watched the video of that. I don't know if you remember seeing that video, but the person who seemed to be leading that event was saying things about Jewish people. Now, he wasn't using swear words, but what he was saying seemed highly offensive. And I'm just wondering whether you think the legislation adequately deals with, I suppose, political speech of a type that might not seem perhaps to general duties police officers to be offensive in terms of the types of offensiveness that might more commonly arise, but is in terms of its content actually highly offensive and harmful. Do you think that the legislation is kind of specific enough? And I'm not suggesting you put a particular ideology in the Act, but do you think the police powers are adequate to deal with those sort of things such as occurred in Corowa?
I think the Crimes Act currently, I think has been found to be deficient in hate speech. And I think the Law Reform Commission review of 93Z of the Crimes Act indicated that. As I sort of alluded to earlier, there's modifications being made to that, and a new section 93ZAA about to commence in August, which I think plugs some of those holes. We'll have to see if ultimately it serves the purpose of what the government has intended it to do, but because I think there is a community expectation out there that some of the language in public that's been made should be an offence, and unfortunately it hasn't been, and I think we'll have to just analyse. And bearing in mind, sorry if I go back, bearing in mind every one of these cases is unique. So we will, we need advice probably on each individual incident. Prior to amendments made, we used to have to get for a prosecution under 93Z of the Crimes Act, we needed the Director of Public Prosecutions to approve it, which that threshold's been removed, but we certainly get legal advice on every one of them about prospects, and we'll continue to do that because it's we need to get it right.
So I think that's afternoon too.
All right, I'll take a break here now until 3:30. Thank you very much.
So, Chair, my understanding is the opposition doesn't have any more specific questions of the police. They're happy for both our times to be used to go through the database, and all the members that I spoke to are happy to do it in camera because it might make an environment where the police can be as frank as possible about the contents of the database.
Are you happy with that?
So not knowing what might come out, I think it's probably advisable that we do.
Okay, all right.
If
All right,
that's,
we'll move a motion to go into
Yep,
camera.
I'll move that.
Move, okay. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. All right, for the gallery, we're going to go in camera now for evidence. What's he doing with those? What's he doing with those?
Chair, I should just put on the record that Mr. Hawila is in the same chambers as me when I practice as a barrister, just so that that's on the record in terms of the association between us.
No problem. What's the issue? Okay. Okay, we're ready to go? Okay, good. All right, thanks very much for coming. Starting with you, perhaps, Mr. Hazard, could you please give us the full name, job description, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Damien Hugh Hazard. I'm currently self-employed, I guess I'd say, and I'll swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Hawila?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mahmoud Hawila. I'm here in my own capacity as a community advocate, and I'll take an oath. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Lalo? Sorry, you're online, of course. I can't see you yet.
Yes. I'm Peter Lawler. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And you're a journalist and author, Mr. Lalo?
Yes, I'm a cricket reporter, essentially.
Oh, okay. What's the score?
Yeah, well, the score is that it's 2:54 a.m. in the Grenadines.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Who's going to start?
I think opening statements.
Opening statements, yeah. Mr. Hazard, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please. So, the reason I believe I'm here is that I was a senior corporate partner at the law firm Herbert Smith Freehills, now called HSF Kramer, until December last year, and a former head of the firm's private equity group in Australia. That all changed on a day in December when I exchanged tweets with Mr. Jeremy Liebler, the president of the Zionist Federation of Australia. The Twitter exchange was in relation to the appalling act of anti-Semitism, which was the firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue in Melbourne on the 6th of December 2024. Mr. Liebler, posting as the president of the Zionist Federation of Australia, tweeted that the firebombing of a synagogue in Melbourne appears to be another shocking escalation of the hate that we have seen brazenly displayed on the streets of Melbourne every week for over a year. No one should be surprised. This violent attack is a direct consequence of words turning into action. Jew hatred, left unchecked, endangers all Australians. Enough is enough. This is a stain on our nation. It's time for all levels of government to turn their words into action and to stamp out this Jew hatred. On reading that, I replied, well, it's never too soon for Jeremy Liebler to just invent a link with anti-genocide protests, cynically politicising this crime and continuing his lifelong disinformation campaign of conflating the genuine evil of anti-Semitism with the basic humanism of condemning Israeli genocide. Now, within a couple of hours, HSF management directed me to take down that post, which I was obliged to do under the partnership agreement, which I did. What I did not know was that I just put myself in the firing line of a concerted lobbying effort to destroy my reputation and my livelihood. Initially, a number of my partners called me to tell me that partners of Arne Bloch Liebler were complaining to them about my tweet, even though it had been deleted. Then came a series of hatchet-style articles from the Australian newspaper, written by Yoni Bashan, formerly a journalist with the Australian Jewish News, and Leo Mendes, who appears to be a regular sort of reporter in the pro-Israel lobby. The first Australian front page article quoted parts of my tweet, helpfully described as deeply offensive in a comment from HSF leadership. I was never asked for comment on my tweet or the article. I didn't know the article was being published until the firm told me. That didn't seem to be enough. Mr. Bashan published again, this time quoting from a letter apparently written by a group of Jewish lawyers at HSF complaining to management about me. Again, I was not asked for comment before publication, and I've never seen this letter. Mr. Bashan said in his articles that Hazard's tweets, according to the letter, allegedly demonstrate, in quotes, the classic traits of anti-Semitism, including expressions of Jewish power, Jews as murderous and bloodthirsty, Holocaust inversion, conspiracy theories, and Israel as a genocidal state. Now, these published allegations of anti-Semitism were utterly false. Any of you are welcome to peruse my Twitter account, which is back online, remains unchanged. What Mr. Bashan did with the help of the complaint letter was an act of skullduggery. Words were cherry-picked from news articles or commentary I'd retweeted to paint me as anti-Semitic. For instance, I searched my Twitter archive for references to Jewish power. There was only one, and that was in a Haaretz article about Ben Gvir's party, the name of which is Jewish power. I'd retweeted an AIPAC post bragging that each of their supported candidates in the US election had won their elections, and commenting that it's not a trope of Israeli power if you scream it from the rooftops. Apparently that was an example of the very trope I was commenting on. I have said that this is a Holocaust for the Palestinians in Gaza, so perhaps that's the Holocaust inversion that I'm accused of. Mr. Bashan's third article led on the front page of the Australian website and had a picture of me superimposed against an image of the burnt synagogue. Behind a fence sign reading, "Danger, do not enter," was entitled, "Freehill's partner Hazard given the axe." So I worked for 28 years in this firm, whose corporate section was founded by a group of Jewish partners, unable to find employment in the largely white Anglo-Saxon Protestant firms around them. The offices of the firm are literally across the road from the Great Synagogue. I interacted with Jewish lawyers and advisors literally every day, including having a number of highly talented Jewish lawyers in my immediate team at all times, some of whom remain my very close friends. I promoted these lawyers, even helping one find partnership at another firm when our firm would not support him. He is, in fact, a congregant of the Advocacy Israel Synagogue, which was firebombed. Now, like many of my generation, I was brought up to have a deep appreciation of the history and significance of the Holocaust, including the resulting creation of the core instruments of international human rights law and the genocide conventions, all with the purpose of ensuring that never again meant never again for anyone, so that the Jewish people might live in safety, as might we all. I also believe deeply in the fundamental right of the Australian public to protest against Israeli atrocities and to call on the federal government to uphold international law and protect fundamental human rights. As I mentioned, I've never seen the letter that was used to so extensively defame me in The Australian, which is a newspaper that was published extensively to the very client base for whom I worked in my practice to date. By publishing these pieces, The Australian has allowed this group of lobbyists, with Mr. Bashan as their mouthpiece, to effectively end my career as a top-tier corporate lawyer of 28 years' experience. Despite being, published in leading practitioner lists and, having a good CV and a lot of recognition, no major private equity firm or corporate client is going to want to be associated with someone who's smeared with these allegations. The articles in The Australian were mirrored in the legal press around the world. I issued a concerns notice to The Australian and a press release denying the allegations of anti-Semitism to both The Australian and every other newspaper that published on this matter. None of them picked that up in any way. These events have been profoundly distressing to me and my wife and children. My kids, who'd recently lost their beloved cousin to suicide, were so traumatised. They saw people loitering outside our house, running out of sight when approached. My wife's work account was mysteriously hacked and had to be shut down. I received a barrage of hate mail. I also received distress messages from Muslim lawyers at the firm I had been exited from, concerned about this chain of events. Obviously, I've lost my career, which was the primary financial support for my family. All of our lives have been profoundly impacted. All this by a lobby group whose aim is to protect the interests of a foreign government which is massacring, starving and displacing Palestinian civilians. That said, I want to make it clear that in the big scheme of things, I am utterly unimportant. My case is merely an example of the pernicious use of false anti-Semitism allegations by the pro-Israel lobby to silence those who speak out against Israel's atrocities. In my case, the result is to preserve, as far as I understand it, a position where there is not a single voice raised against Israeli atrocities from within the mainstream corporate and professional advisory community in this country. Only pro-Israel voices from that community, like Mr. Liebler's, are to be heard. But it is the ongoing Israeli atrocities themselves which have true significance, and our government's failure to stand against them. In stark contrast to the crucial role that the Australian governments of both the Fraser and Hawke periods played in ending apartheid in South Africa. Given that we seem to be powerless to actually make the genocide stop, in my view, the least any of us can do is bear witness to them and speak out against this utterly horrific state of affairs. I lose sleep not about the fact that I've spoken out about this or what's happened to me, but about the fact that we're not all speaking out about it, often for fear of being labelled anti-Semitic. And finally, just a couple of comments. I'm sure the committee's aware of this, but I noticed that in the submissions and in the evidence to date, there's been much discussion of the IHLA definition of anti-Semitism, and I just point the committee to the decision of Justice Stewart in Wertheim and Haddad in the Federal Court, where he said the ordinary reasonable listener would understand not all Jews are Zionists or support the actions of Israel and Gaza, and the disparagement of Zionism constitutes disparagement of a philosophy or ideology, not a race or ethnic group. Needless to say, political criticism of Israel, however inflammatory or adversary, is not by its nature criticism of Jews in general, or based on Jewish racial or ethnic identity. He cites some cases. He says, indeed, the applicants do not submit that it is. The conclusion that it is not anti-Semitic to criticise Israel is the corollary of the conclusion that to blame Jews for the actions of Israel is anti-Semitic. One flows from the other. And then finally, on the terms of reference, I would simply like to make two comments. One, without in any way diluting the genuine importance of vigilance, particularly in Western Christian societies, of anti-Semitism as a true evil. We do need to be alert to the conflation by the Israeli lobbies, including bodies that have testified before you, of anti-Israeli speech with anti-Semitism, and to seriously interrogate any data presented on incidents of anti-Semitism to filter out legitimate political speech, as well as, the strange spate of criminal acts that have happened in New South Wales. And secondly, I would submit that the committee's report should address, within its terms of reference, the use of false anti-Semitism allegations to silence criticisms of Israel, and can recognise that silencing is a distraction from the hideous reality of a live-stream genocide and the failures in our government's response to it, and it is an unacceptable constraint on the freedom of political speech in this country and this state.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. If I could first thank Mr. Hazard for his thoughtful remarks. It's the first I've heard of his story, and unfortunately his story is not foreign to me. I am a barrister and I practice at Black Chambers. And over the past 21 months I've represented numerous people who have been targeted in orchestrated attacks or smear campaigns by the pro-Israeli lobby, including Mr. Liebler's firm. The attacks have targeted anyone who speaks up from any profession, not just lawyers. I myself have received a number of complaints from the pro-Israeli lobby. Medical practitioners, health practitioners, anyone who works in government, people who work in industry and trades. If they were to exercise their right to speak up against the atrocities they're seeing live streamed on their phones and on their TVs, then the reaction was swift and the attempt to silence was decisive and at times devastating. And Mr. Hazard's story is one of those, and I commend him for his bravery. I don't want to reiterate a lot of the points Mr. Hazard raised, and so my remarks will be briefer. This is an important inquiry, and no fair-minded Australian would disagree that hate crime, hate speech, antisemitism, Islamophobia, whatever form the racism takes, is not welcome in Australia, has no place here. Antisemitism is an issue I care deeply about. It'd be of no surprise that a lot of the law firms and chambers are all dotted around the city in clusters, and my chambers is also right next door to the Great Synagogue. In fact, when I first took chambers at Black Chambers, the Great Synagogue being right next door, I shot an email to Rabbi Elton and I asked to meet him, to say, "You're my neighbour, I'd like to meet." And he was kind, he responded quickly. We met in the Great Synagogue and he took me through a tour. He showed me the old scrolls. He read from the old scrolls in Hebrew, and he invited me to read from the Quran in Arabic, which I had on me. And the similarities were profound, and it was a very human experience. It breaks my heart to hear members who have come before this committee from the pro-Israel lobby who seek to use anti-Semitism as a weapon, because it means that the experience of people who actually suffer anti-Semitism are diluted, and all the efforts to combat anti-Semitism are diluted. The orchestrated efforts by the pro-Israeli lobby to silence anyone who spoke up against the ongoing genocide in Palestine dilutes anti-Semitism, and it harms Jewish safety. It's my firm view that any approach to examining or analysing anti-Semitism ought to be principle-based. And that principle-based approach is critical and should really start at the definition of anti-Semitism. There's been evidence for this committee about the IHRA definition, which does fall foul of conflating anti-Semitism with political freedom of expression, that is, criticism of Israel, or policies of Israeli government officials, or their military. And so when looking at the definition of antisemitism, for example, any fair-minded person would agree that targeting or vilifying someone who's praying at a synagogue or wearing an identifiable Jewish piece of clothing, like the kippah, that would fall squarely within the definition of antisemitism, and there's no dispute there. However, not all examples of antisemitism are so clear. Often people can be targeted for being perceived to be Jewish when they're in fact not. I, for example, wear an akubra hat like many other people. I've had someone yell out an anti-Jewish slur, anti-Semitic slur at me when I'm just happen to be a Muslim. And that would be a type of anti-Semitism because the person who yelled that slur thought I was Jewish and expressed anti-Semitic remarks. This principle-based approach that ought to carefully scrutinize the definition of anti-Semitism should be careful not to include Zionism as a form of anti-Semitism, as a form of Jewish identity, such that it's a protected characteristic from hate speech or hate crime. Just as Justice Wertheim said, critique of Zionist philosophy is not the same as critique of Jewish faith. And so, in this principle-based analysis of what anti-Semitism is, we should also be clear about what is not of its own anti-Semitism. Criticism of Israel, their military, their politicians, or the Zionist philosophy which might guide their decisions is not inherently anti-Semitic. Wearing a keffiyeh is not anti-Semitic. Carrying a watermelon, as silly as that sounds, is not anti-Semitic. Chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is not of its own anti-Semitic. If the International Criminal Court issues an arrest warrant, notwithstanding what the Israeli government says, that arrest warrant or the act of hearing an application as to whether or not Israel is in breach of the Genocide Convention is not anti-Semitic. The United Nations or UNRWA, in their efforts to feed Palestinians who are starving, who are suffering from a blockade, that's not anti-Semitic. If someone's to speak up and just happens to be part of Creative Australia, or, for example, the ABC, they ought not to be targeted through orchestrated lobby attempts to have them cancelled, fired, shunned from society. These bogus claims of anti-Semitism are a distraction from what is real anti-Semitism. It creates false flags, false police reports. It makes Jewish communities less safe. It makes our community less safe. And they're deeply offensive. I also find it deeply offensive when accusations of anti-Semitism are made just because of how someone looks. If, for example, there is a protest through the Sydney streets, as there has been every Sunday for over 21 months, Australia's longest running protest movement. And just because someone looks Arab, or is wearing a keffiyeh, or is carrying a Palestinian flag, or is saying from the river to the sea, attempt to smear such acts of free political expression, which our liberal democratic society is meant to protect, as anti-Semitic, is really thinly veiled Islamophobia or anti-Arab prejudice or anti-Palestinian prejudice. And so one's caused to ask, why is it if false flags or bogus claims of anti-Semitism makes everyone more unsafe and makes our community more unsafe? Why is it that anyone would go so far as to use it? Why else would anyone make such an accusation? And in circumstances where such accusations of anti-Semitism are being wielded to silence what is any critique of Israel, the answer is also political. Namely, bogus accusations of anti-Semitism are used to silence critique of Israel, critique of the Zionist philosophy, which is used to justify the ongoing blockade of Gaza, used to justify the carpet bombing of Gaza, the starvation of people in Gaza, the bombing of every hospital in Gaza. And the purpose of that silencing, going back to this principle-based approach, is to stop us talking about Gaza. Because if we hear stories about Mr. Hazard, or Antoinette Lattouf, or Khalid Sabzabi, people will say, I don't want to lose my job. People will say, I don't want to lose my mortgage. I don't want to risk a complaints process. I've come through my career with very little complaints, touch wood. Since I started going to protests, they've been flowing through. Since I started saying, hey, maybe Israel's committing a genocide, they've been non-stop. In fact, one such complaint I intend on tabling specifically says it's anti-Semitic to say what Israel's doing is a genocide. And if we silence critique of Israel, if we're scared to speak up, then these children continue to starve. And if no one's talking about the children starving, no one's sending food. And if no one's sending food, the blockade can continue and the genocide can be completed. And the terms of reference are silent on the Holocaust of our generation. And that breaks my heart. Going back to that principle-based approach, if it is the case that critiques of Israel are being broad brush labelled as anti-Semitic with the view to distracting away from the genocide, I seek to table several documents. The first is a United Nations snapshot titled
Mr. Willer, it was meant to be an opening statement only. Someone else needs to come in. I normally would like to restrict it to 2 minutes. I understand you're a barrister.
We like to
you're
talk
now
a lot.
starting to present your case, and you have done for the last couple of minutes. Could I ask Mr. Laylaw if he'd like to make an opening statement? Thank you. Mr. Laylaw?
Sure. Do you want me to put? Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't see you, so you're.
I can put the video on if you really
If you
want
could,
to
please.
see
Yeah,
it.
it's a bit easier to talk to a person than a
Yeah.
screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to keep this to 2 minutes.
There you are. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to keep this to 2 minutes. It's the bare bones of the situation. Apologies, I feel a little bit out of my comfort zone here. I'm also uncomfortable being the story, but understand the importance of speaking up and not being silenced despite earnest efforts to silence me and others. I'll briefly outline what happened to me. I'm a cricket journalist. I've worked for The Australian for 21 years, but am now essentially self-employed. I was accused of being anti-Semitic and was sacked from radio station SEN, which is essentially a sports network. It was widely, in fact, it was internationally reported at the time, and it was in the media again last week over a new development in the story. I'm here because I think my experience is instructive and disturbing because of its effects on others in the media. I'm not looking for sympathy, revenge, or any justice for myself. I was accused of anti-Semitism because my social media account relentlessly, but not exclusively, highlighted the slaughter of Palestinian people by the Israeli government by retweeting updates from the conflict. Occasionally I make comments, but rarely anything beyond expressions of despair. Apologies. I retweet because I feel helpless and sickened and ashamed that such injustice and inhumanity could occur in my lifetime, on my watch. I did it because there's a terrible asymmetry in the conflict, if that's what you'd call this barbaric behaviour. And I'm not only talking about the death toll or the relative strengths of the two countries involved. I continue to do it because I believe the mainstream media is derelict and compromised in its coverage of what, for all intents and purposes, is a war crime and/or ethnic cleansing, possibly genocide. Media, governments, and many well-resourced organisations are falling over themselves to block criticism of the Israeli government's actions. As someone with some skin in the media game and some understanding of how it works, I want to, for what it's worth, object. I do it because when future generations ask what I did when a Western ally committed such a horrendous crime, I could at least say I spoke up. I'm not an anti-Semite, and I hate how that term has been diluted. For true anti-Semitism is vile and stained humanity in the Second World War, just as this conflict will stain our times. I'm not saying there's not anti-Semitism abroad, just as there isn't a similarly depressing wave of Islamophobia, which seems to pass almost without remark. I detest Hamas and was sickened by what happened on October 7. Because I object to an ongoing crime against Because I object to an ongoing crime against humanity, I lost my job, as so many others have. The instances are well documented. Antoinette Lattouf, Jason Gillam, the concert pianist, Khaled Sabsabi, the Biennale artist, although he was recently reinstated, Gary Lineker, the football commentator at the BBC. I don't know if it was a coordinated campaign against me or not, but I know it continues to this day with moves to have me removed from my job working for television in the summer. I had worked at SEN for a commentator for about 8 years, and a series of calls from the station in February, first from someone who I think was the general manager, and then from its owner, Craig Hutchison. The station and Hutchison, they said, were receiving complaints that I was an anti-Semite and that my voice made Jewish people feel unsafe when I was commentating on the cricket. I should point out I never once mentioned Israel or Palestine in my cricket commentary. I reiterate I'm not anti-Semitic. I have enormous sympathy for the suffering through the years and great admiration for what the Jewish diaspora has contributed to Western society. I abhor any forms of racism or bigotry. But the actions of the Israeli government and the IDF disgust and distress me. They are, however, the actions of a government, not Jewish people. The majority of Jewish people I know are horrified by the actions of Netanyahu. I'm greatly concerned that the accusations of anti-Semitism and the treatment of people like me and Antoinette Lattouf and the many other incidents of people losing their employment have a chilling effect on open debate, let alone criticism of what the Israeli government is doing. People's livelihoods and careers are on the line. A simple, innocent tweet can cost them so much. Everyone else in the media sees what is done to people like us and understands the consequences if they dare to criticise the Israeli government. The weaponisation and abuse of the term anti-Semitic has been used to gag criticism of an indefensibly immoral and barbaric campaign. To this day, the campaign against me continues, including fake tweets sent to another employer of mine, and it remains to be seen if I will continue to be employed with them. There's an active and malicious campaign to label me a Nazi supporter, when in fact I've repeatedly condemned such. Recently, this campaign is accusing me of being a pedophile supporter. So be it, I won't stop speaking out. In fact, it makes me speak louder. Stopping this slaughter is all that matters. I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laylor.
Thanks, Chair.
We've only got a short period of time, so.
Yep. Stephen.
You want to let Stephen go?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask any questions?
I had a couple.
Maybe
Is it too much to ask for an extension of time for 10 minutes, given the hour and that we've all probably got one or two questions?
You want?
Sure.
Move extension?
Yeah, sure, I'll move it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Okay, well, extension of 10 minutes.
Mr. Hazard, just firstly for you, and thank you for your evidence and thank you for your stance. I know that it's been difficult for you. And Nasser Mashni once said to me that people that stand up for the Palestinians pay a price for it. And I think Mr. Mashni is certainly right in your case, and yours, Mr. Hawler, and you, Mr. Lawler, as well. I find one of the deep ironies of your case, Mr. Hazard, is that Jeremy Liebler has a highly questionable history on Twitter himself. He's tweeted things that delegitimise the right of the Palestinian people to exist. He's retweeted things that say a society that cultivates a culture of murder and death has no right to exist. One could question whether that is indeed a genocidal statement. And I'm wondering if you've got any evidence on this irony that you lose your profession on account of what I would characterise as totally legitimate free speech when he has this highly questionable Twitter history himself.
Oh, I mean, I will say, when I was first called by management of the firm after I put this tweet out, and when they were building up to asking me to delete it. And one of the questions in my mind is not like Mr. Lieber was essentially a peer of mine in a business sense, right? A competitor firm, not dissimilar practice, a client group. We had common clients, I believe. That struck me immediately, is that obviously, Arnold Bloch Liebler is not going to stop Mr. Liebler saying whatever he wants. And I don't comment, I've not been through his history, I don't comment on the nature of what he said other than the particular tweet I responded to. But that's kind of my point here, is that he or people with the same view are literally the only voices coming out of the corporate community and the professional advisory community to which I belonged before this excision. And I think that is a very significant stamping down of, it's not that the business community, picks up any cause other than itself often, right? But you would think and hope that there are some red lines. And here we have, in my view, and I don't think it's an unconsidered view, it's something I've looked at, very carefully, a state that seems to be taking a list of the most fundamental aspects of our framework of international humanitarian law and pretty much ticking it off one by one. Ethnic cleansing, collective punishment, starvation as a weapon of war, the crime of aggression, which, if we recall, was actually very prominent at Nuremberg. So on. So you would hope, now I referenced apartheid in South Africa. So there was, at that stage, across the Australian community, from all aspects of our society and from our government, support for us, not saying this is a long time far away and we can't do anything, but actually saying this is just pretty horrible and, as a nation, we can all agree it should stop. It is my belief that, this dynamic we're describing has prevented that occurring now, and that it is significant that it is prevented. It is significant that so many people are silenced. I mean, I received many, many calls of support as well as hate mail from some quite prominent people whose names you would recognise. And I appreciated that support, but I was very conscious, as was they, of the fact that none of them were going to put their head above the parapet, right?
Thanks, Mr. Hazard. I might just go online to you, Mr. Lawler. Just wondering what you would say to people who might hear of your story and be reluctant to speak up on behalf of the Palestinian people. What would you say to such people?
Look, I have enormous sympathy for people who probably aren't in the privileged position that I am. There is so much at stake, as you heard from Mr. Hazard and from so many others. When you do speak up, the consequences are shattering. I know of one colleague who's facing over $1 million in legal fees. I mean, to lose your job when you're young and you've got a family to feed, that's a pretty significant impact. I can't advise anybody to do what I did. I'm reckless of nature and probably in a position to be able to wear the consequences of this. We'll see what the ongoing consequences are. Whether I'm actually picked up by my employer in television this summer. It must be terrible to be so afraid to speak up and to be so afraid of the consequences of just expressing some sort of humanity in this situation.
Thanks, Mr. Lawler. And you, Mr. Hawilla, I think you might have referred to this in your opening statement, but have you been the subject of professional complaints accusing you of anti-Semitism? And can you tell us, in summary, what they've been and what the outcomes of them were?
I've had numerous complaints. I've been called a terrorist, anti-Semitic. One such complaint was because I shared a post. The post contained a video. The video had the chant in Arabic, not even in English, from the river to the sea, with nothing more, just saying from the river to the sea, and then there was a change in scene. The sharing of that
So was
post,
it the whole expression, from the river to the sea,
No.
Palestine will be free?
No.
Or just the first bit?
Just the first bit. It was in Arabic. It just said, min al-mayya lal-mayya, which just means from the water to the water. It's a translation of from the river to the sea. That chant alone led to a complaint from another practitioner. That complaint made accusations that I should not be encouraging breaches of international law nor encouraging hate crimes within Australia, that I was openly anti-Semitic. It pointed to the fact that endorsing calls for genocide cannot be tolerated as an officer of the court, which I agree with. And goes on to say, and this is a good case study into how anti-Semitism, bogus claims of anti-Semitism, are used to silence critique of Israel. The complaint was said that social media posts made by Mahmoud Hawilla on LinkedIn carry anti-Semitic sentiments, and that on several occasions Mahmoud supported the accusation of Israel committing genocide in the people who live in Gaza. The supportive posts claiming Israel to be committing genocide give rise to false and defamatory anti-Semitic accusations, which vilify the state of Israel and by implication Jews who support Israel. And so here you see the full thought process of how bogus claims of anti-Semitism can be used to quote-unquote defend Israel, and thereby link it to Jewish communities. And such reasoning is such a stretch, it's inviting anyone to suspend reason. And so I brought that complaint with me, and I intend on tabling it.
Sure.
Is now an appropriate time?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Are you able to just briefly, before I hand to Dr. Conn, are you able to talk about the personal impact on you of being the subject of these sort of complaints? We've heard from the other two gentlemen, loss of career and so forth. You're obviously still practicing, but can you talk about the impact on you, please?
The Bar Association withstood the pressure of the lobby, and I'm very proud of that. The independent bar in New South Wales is a proud tradition, and I'm proud to be part of it. I'm not here speaking on behalf of the private bar, nor am I here speaking in my capacity as a barrister. I'm also a dad, Lebanese, Muslim, and someone that's experienced Islamophobia throughout my life and career. And so being painted as anti-Semitic in a complaint that goes to my peers, goes to the body that regulates me, it haunted me. I lost sleep over it. I thought 10 times before speaking up about Israel's atrocities, then I thought, I have everything to lose. I have nothing to gain. And that is the right time to speak up. Going to Mr. Lelar's evidence, I in fact advise everyone to speak up. It's not reckless. As a third state, Australia has an obligation to take whatever steps possible to prevent genocide. We have the ICC who has said that this is a plausible genocide. We must speak up. It's our obligation under international law to do so. The status of this Parliament's engagement on the issue, as I understand it, is that Israel has a right to self-defense. That was passed very quickly after the 7 October atrocity. As far as I'm aware, that's not been rescinded, not been revisited, despite 21 months of genocide. And so, over the 21 months, we have over 50,000 dead. We have, of the 50,000, here in these 3 folders, 1,516 pages of the names of the killed Palestinians because of Israel's atrocities. The first 27 pages are just infants under the age of 1. The first 474 pages are all kids. These are accurate as a march. And the speed of killing has only increased since then. I seek to table the names of Palestinians killed directly as a result of the genocidal acts of Israel in this inquiry. I say it's relevant to the terms of reference. I say that the bogus claims of anti-Semitism are used to silence these names, and they ought to be honoured and regarded as people who have fallen.
So over to you, Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming today and for your solidarity with Palestinian people in Gaza. Mr. Hula, in your opening statement, you mentioned having represented health practitioners subject to complaints of anti-Semitism.
Yes. Dozens.
I'm aware of, there was obviously a widely publicised case where health workers were alleged to have intimated actual harm to patients who were Israeli or Jewish, which is obviously very distressing for everyone. Yes. I'm also aware of a significant number of vexatious complaints to APRA about health practitioners for posting on social media legitimate political views along the same lines as all 3 of you have. So much so that APRA had to issue guidelines saying that legitimate political expression in a personal capacity is not actually a breach of professional guidelines. Given the time, I wonder if you could, on notice, provide any of those examples with the consent of the people you've represented to give us a picture of the kind of complaints being made against health workers.
Of course.
Thank you very much. And I suppose my last question in closing, the committee's deliberated significantly on the definition of anti-Semitism, which I think most of the members of the committee think is really important to get right. And some witnesses have sort of imputed that that's an academic consideration or a theoretical consideration that doesn't matter. And I suppose all 3 of you are very real living examples of the consequences of getting the definition wrong. Could you speak to the definition of anti-Semitism that we should be adopting in this report?
Each of us?
Whoever would like to address it, or on notice if you prefer, with 1 minute left.
Sure, very quickly. In my view, it is, a fundamental feature of understanding the history of, anti-racism, human rights law, that what the world did after the Holocaust was universalise these principles, right? Not create exceptional rules for any one race or any one religion. So I've seen somewhere in the submission someone said, look at the Oxford English Dictionary. Right? If you have to, look at the Jerusalem Declaration. Right? But essentially, you're talking about discrimination against Jewish people based on race or religion. That's what anti-Semitism is. It's racism, as commonly recognised, directed to Jewish people. It is not anything else. And that, to my mind, you are bound by dicta of the federal court. It's been determined as a matter of Australian law.
On my view, it can be answered very quickly in saying that that judgment issued by the federal court this week is decisive. And that should be the approach this committee takes. It is clear as day, criticising Israel or Zionism is not the same as anti-Semitism. And those two things should never be conflated, lest it dilutes the experience of Jews experiencing anti-Semitism and the efforts by all of us to combat it.
Okay.
May I ask just some
You got a question?
final questions, please? Thanks so much to each of you for coming today and providing evidence. Mr. Hawila, I'm curious about what is the implication to you behind the statement from the river to the sea or from the water to the water?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, obviously it defines two geographical places. Beyond that, it really depends on the context. The statement of its own, in my view, only does what it says, and it calls for freedom. And in my view, and I've put it on the record because the Australian came ringing as well on the back of all these complaints. It's on the record publicly, and I'll say it again here. Calling for freedom is not anti-Semitic at all. All it does...
But sorry, I'm just to try to understand freedom for what within the boundary of what I presume is the Jordan River and the sea that borders the boundary of Israel.
Yeah, freedom for all people in historical Palestine. Freedom for all people, notwithstanding their faith, how they pray or how they look.
Would you consider that Jewish people are free in that context, in living in Israel?
They're the only ones free right now in that location because Israel is an apartheid state.
Do you think Jews living in other parts of the Middle East or other parts of the world are free at the moment?
Do you want to ask me a more direct question? Sorry, I'm not sure I quite understand.
Well, the Jewish population, for example, in Germany was not free, and obviously you have a creation of a state of Israel to give a sense of freedom to a people, and that is being threatened by the call from the river to the sea.
I'll say two things to that. Firstly, the British Mandate is what led to survivors of the Holocaust after the atrocities of World War II being sent to Israel. And every people, every community have a right to live with their inalienable rights that international law provides. The British Mandate said effectively that this was a land for people with no land, and that it was a land without any people on it. And that was entirely untrue because it ignored the indigenous Palestinians of all faiths, not just Muslims, not just Christians, but also Jews who lived there for centuries.
So would you say that the Arab people, including Muslim people who are living in Israel, are free?
No.
So the 25% or so Arab Israelis are not free?
They're not. And if you've been to Israel or Gaza, you'd know that those fences are tall and those watchtowers are there.
But, sorry,
and Arabs
just to clarify,
are not treated the same under Israeli law as Israelis. It's plain and simple.
Okay. I mean, there are Arabs and Muslims in the Knesset, like representing democratically the groups of people that elected them. So I just don't understand how that is not freedom.
Yeah, you can have a veneer of democracy in what is a ethno-supremacist colonial settler state, and that does not mean it's a democracy. And I invite you to visit Israel, Gaza, so you can see it.
Mm.
May I comment on those?
Certainly.
I was at a Jewish Council event a couple of weeks ago, and this question was asked about to the river to the sea. And one of the panellists was Professor Andrea Durbach, who gave the best answer I have heard. And she said, people saying this slogan are not united by a common view of, I'm paraphrasing obviously, of where this ends or what the political solution is or what it looks like.
Mm.
What they are speaking to is the undeniable fact on the ground that at the moment, from the river to the sea, Palestine people are not free.
Mm.
So I think and I've sat with a Zionist friend of mine who's tried to explain to me how it's genocidal to say from the river to the sea.
But I think this is part of the problem, right? That everybody's
you cannot just lay up your own interpretation on it and then
but that's
attribute
exactly
that
the problem.
to the speaker.
But that's exactly the problem that we're facing, is that the use of these kinds of phrases has a different meaning both for the speakers of this phrase and for the people who hear that phrase. And I would suggest that there may be as many interpretations as there are people engaged in this debate. But in that lies the problem, because there is arguably very little nuance in that short statement, and that the interpretation of that statement gives rise to a concerning intimation by many people that the Jewish people are not entitled to their own freedom in an area.
Can I just say this? When the Prime Minister of Israel says it, it's genocidal. When he says Greater Israel, it's genocidal. Let me explain why. Because I've sought to table the name of 50,000 Palestinians who have been killed by Israel over the past 21 days. And these are just 50,000 names since March that have been killed by direct military action, not by starvation, not by lack of healthcare. This is direct military action. These 50,000 names, along with the expression Greater Israel, along with support of settler extremists, along with all of the apartheid and veneer of democracy that Israel comes with, would be genocidal. And it's combined with genocidal acts.
But what we're talking about here, Mr. Hawilla, is not that in itself. We are talking about anti-Semitism in New South Wales and the ways that we can ensure that we have a society that is harmonious and respectful. And that requires a sense of responsibility from hopefully all of us in the language that we use and the way that that's interpreted, as much as the interpretation can be linked to intentions from the speaker of those kinds of phrases.
So for 21 months, I've been attending the protest almost every Sunday through the streets of this city. Doesn't get much media coverage anymore.
All right, we might call it towards an end. Mr. Hawilla, you have tabled this document. Are you happy for us to publish it?
Yes.
You are? Okay. I've just got a quick question in here, and I just had a quick scan of it. You talk about, and you just mentioned it verbally, that the Palestinian people are indigenous Palestinians. And I don't cavil at that expression, but would you say that the Jewish people are indigenous to that part of the world too?
It's the wonderful part about Palestine. Its history is long. It's touched all Abrahamic faiths, and it's gone
so
through the years.
So the answer is yes?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, on that basis, we'll come to an end. Thanks very much for your evidence today. I don't think anything was taken on notice. If there was, the committee will be in contact with you. Thanks very much, and we'll finish it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.